On Sunday, September 5th, Humanity First USA will be holding its live global telethon 2021 from 12 to 6 p.m. EDT. We'll be raising funds to support our life-changing human development and disaster relief programs such as disaster relief, food security, global health, knowledge for life, and water for life. Tune in to watch interviews with our volunteers and find out the positive impact your generous donations have made to help people in need around the world. Enjoy our popular kids segment with a fun, interactive quiz. Learn about our new hashtags, #GiftsForHumanity and #KidsForHumanity, and how to support a Humanity First program for a fixed donation amount each month. Follow us on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook for real-time updates. Watch us live at usa.humanityfirst.org on September 5th from 12 to 6 p.m. EDT to witness the positive impact your generous donations have made.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Muhammad Jahid Aga Khan. I am from the Baltimore Jamaat. Today I'm going to teach you about humanity first. This is humanity first. Humanity first, serving mankind. And this is a humanity first symbol. And this is a humanity first tree. And these are all the things humanity do, all their jobs they have to do to help people. Disaster relief, food security, gift of sight, global health, knowledge of life, water for life. And if you turn here, it says humanity first. And here it says, why is it important to help others? It's important to help others so Allah is happy and we are all happy. And Global Webathon, September 19, 2020. Please donate. Also on September 19, 2020, it's gonna be Global Webathon. And on the Global Webathon, please donate. Donate is the most important word here. And I'm gonna call my family to give money. Jazakallah.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Iman Ahmed. I live in Portland, Oregon, and I am representing our Nasirat and Young Lajna. 5 years ago, we were inspired by Humanity First's Water for Life efforts after watching a heartbreaking video displaying the deep struggles people go through to access one of life's most important necessities, water. Women are forced to walk miles every day to reach the nearest water supply and then carry the heavy load back to their families. It takes us seconds to reach our sinks, but hours for them to reach the closest well. We couldn't even begin to imagine the pain and suffering they experience on a daily basis. Living in the United States, we are privileged, and for most of us, it is easy to find accessible drinking water. We take it for granted. It was then that we decided to come together and do something about it. We wanted to start in a place that is close to our hearts and adopt a well in Pakistan. We came up with different creative ideas to raise funds for the well. We held bake sales on Eid, held coin drives, and with the support of our Lajna, collected water bottles and soda cans to bring to recycling centers. We worked for many months, collecting donations dollar by dollar and coin by coin. With our fundraisers and supportive donors, alhamdulillah, we finally raised the $3,500 needed to construct a well in Sakhar, Pakistan. After seeing what difference it made in people's lives, we are excited to keep going and adopt another well in Africa. So for next year, we would like to pledge $1,500 to adopt a well in Mali, inshallah. The Nasrat and Young Lajna of Portland, Oregon support Humanity First because we know and have seen how it helps make a difference in people's lives who are suffering from poverty. Water for life is very dear to our hearts, and we will continue our mission to bring clean drinking water to where it is needed, inshallah.
Ryan. My name is Hassan. We are from South Virginia Jamaat. We support Humanity First because it helps needy people and makes them happy. We are making a Humanity First garden. And all these flowers are Humanity First projects. As plants need water, that plants can bloom from them. Humanity First has so many projects that need our donation and fundraising because our donation brings fruit to these projects. We are donating all our money from our little saving box to Humanity First. Please donate to Humanity First to help and support others. Thanks for watching. My favorite charitable organization is Humanity First. I like it when they do food security and water for life. It looks so good to see children when they see water and they're so happy. We take water for granted. Turn the tap water is there. Don't like tap water? Buy bottled water. Getting clean drinking water is assumed as alright. Imagine a different world. A world without water. No taps, no bottled water. Humanity First brings water to these deprived communities. Humanity First drills water wells, boreholes, and installs and repairs hand pumps to provide clean drinking water in remote villages and poor communities in Africa, Southeast Asia, and Central and South America. After COVID-19 in our mosque, a Humanity First pantry was set up. I am proud of all the volunteers who help those in need around us. I feel happy I make a small contribution by helping at the back end from my home by helping my parents. Please help me in supporting Humanity First. Baby, what are you doing? I am saving money for charity for Humanity First. What is Humanity First? Humanity First is an organization for giving what you have to someone who needs it. It's like helping a person in need and not turning away. That means doing something to help and not just feeling sad. Exactly.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Daniel Ahmed and I'm from Boston, Massachusetts. I think helping out each other is a human nature. In society, we often live together and have a mutual relationship with each other. We share our problems and try to solve these problems together. Moreover, Allah Ta'ala says that we should help each other and care for one another as Muslims. I'm inspired by the Humanity First programs and its cause. I had the opportunity by Allah Almighty to attend the inauguration of Nasser Hospital in Guatemala. I was truly fascinated that our community had made a state-of-the-art facility in such a remote area. And this motivates me to work with this team in the future. Jazakumullah.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Fazan and I'm from Georgia, USA chapter. Now the first question is, why is it important to help others? Well, it's important to help others because it's kind and nice and it makes other people feel better and it sometimes makes you yourself feel better too. And whatever you do good, it comes back to you. So the next one is, why do you support Humanity First? Well, there are people in need and they're really poor, and Humanity First is saving their lives. So So if you give money to Humanity First, you're basically a hero. You're saving someone's life. And Humanity First, it represents a good representation for Ahmadiyya Muslims. It shows that they are peaceful and they are generous. The last question is, which Humanity First program has inspired you? Well, Water for Life is a Humanity First program, and it has inspired me a lot because there are people in need and they don't even have water. And so now there are 2 water wells that Humanity First has delivered in Pakistan and Africa, and they have inspired me a lot. And that those changed the world. They made 2 cities from 2 different places, Pakistan and Africa. 2 cities.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mufti Asaf, and today I'm going to be making a bird tree. Humanity First revolution and effort. Colorful birds are represented the people that they are represented 2 different countries, different religions, different countries. Humanity means helping others at the time when they need. Jazakallah.
मेरा आपसे सवाल है कि अगर एक वक्फे नो की फील्ड नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी हो तो वो अपनी स्टडीज़ कंप्लीट करने के बाद किस तरह से जमात की खिदमत कर सकती है?
देखो जी, नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी तो एक इल्म है ना, और नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी जो है वो आजकल मेडिसिन में भी इस्तेमाल हो रही है और भी बहुत सारे शोबों में इस्तेमाल हो रही है, रिसर्च में इसमें हो रहा है काम, ठीक है ना। नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी यही है ना, एक छोटे से माइन्यूटेस्ट पार्टिकल के ऊपर तुम बहुत सारे काम ले सकते हो, जिस तरह तुम कंप्यूटर में छोटी सी चीज़ पे बहुत सारी चीज़ें डाल लेते हो। जमात का एक मकसद इंसानियत की खिदमत है ना
जी
बस
है।
फिर तो जब इसका फ़ायदा ये होगा कि इससे इंसानियत की खिदमत होती है। एक डॉक्टर बनता है वक्फे नो है, उसको कह दिया जाता है कि तुम डॉक्टर बन जाओ और अभी जमात का अस्पताल में जगह नहीं, तो गवर्नमेंट के अस्पताल में काम करो, तो उसका जमात को क्या फ़ायदा होता है? इंसानियत को फ़ायदा होता है ना। ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट का जो काम है वो जमात का एक ऑक्सिलरी किस्म का ही इदारा है ना, वो दुनिया में काम कर रहा है, उसको जमात को बराह रास्त तो कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है ना, इनडायरेक्ट फ़ायदा हो रहा है। जमात का तारुफ होता है, जमात का जो खिदमत का अल्लाह ताला ने जो काम दिया हुआ है इंसानियत की खिदमत का, एक हकीकी मुसलमान को वो इंसानियत की खिदमत कर रहे होते हैं। इसी तरह कोई भी काम जिससे इंसानियत को फ़ायदा हो उसको यही समझें कि वो अल्लाह ताला का हुक्म है और उस जमात ने वो काम करना है, डायरेक्ट फ़ायदा हो या ना हो। सिर्फ अपनी जेब नहीं भरनी, हमने लोगों को फ़ायदा पहुंचाना है, मखलूक की खिदमत करना, ये इंसानियत का काम है। हम नारा लगाते हैं कि हज़रत मसीह मौऊद अलैहिस्सलाम आए, दो काम थे उनके, एक ये कि बंदे को खुदा ताला से मिलाना और एक बंदे को बंदे के हक़ अदा करने वाला बनाना। अब ये तो नहीं लिखा हुआ कि बंदा सिर्फ अहमदी मुसलमान का हक़ अदा करेगा या फिर उसके बाद फिर मुसलमान का हक़ अदा करेगा और हिंदू का नहीं करेगा और ईसाई का नहीं करेगा और यहूदी का नहीं करेगा और बुद्धिस्ट का नहीं करेगा या ला मज़हब का नहीं करेगा। हर एक इंसान की खिदमत करना काम है और यही जमात का काम है और यही जमात का फ़ायदा है। इसी से तारुफ़ होता है। फिर लोग पूछते हैं कि अच्छा भाई तुम क्यों खिदमत कर रहे हो, बताओ भाई हमारा मज़हब ये कहता है। और जब इनडायरेक्टली अब मज़हब की बात होती है फिर उनको तवज्जो पैदा होती है मज़हब पे और फिर इस तरह इनडायरेक्टली तबलीग के रास्ते खुलते हैं। तो जमात को फ़ायदा, अल्टीमेटली जमात को फ़ायदा होता है, लेकिन अगर बराह रास्त ना भी फ़ायदा हो तो इंसानियत की खिदमत का जो जज्बा है वो अल्लाह ताला का हुक्म है कि इंसानों की खिदमत करो, वो हमने करना है अल्लाह ताला को राज़ी करने के लिए।
I personally lived in Africa for a number of years, and so I have seen this with my own eyes. At an age when young children should be in school and should be free, they are forced by dire circumstances beyond their control to endure daily routine that are unimaginable to those of us living in the comfort of the West. Here, in the developed world, the daily concerns of people are trivial by comparison. The most we have to worry about is ensuring that our children get to school on time each morning or other similar minor issues. Such insignificant problems are a distant dream for the people living in deprived parts of the world. Those children would give everything for the opportunities that our children have here. What they would give to be able to go to school each day, rather than having to walk great distance to fetch water for their families' daily domestic use. Thus, in an effort to bring comfort to such people and in order to literally quench their thirst, the Ahmadiyya Muslim community is providing access to clean drinking water through the installation of hand or solar-powered water pumps. The Prophet ﷺ said, each day, every person should analyze himself and see to what extent he is concerned for others and to what extent he shows love and compassion to his brothers. Compassion for others is a huge demand and responsibility and weighs heavy on mankind. The Prophet ﷺ went on to narrate a hadith, highlighted the importance of serving others. He says, in one hadith, it is narrated that on the day of judgment, Allah will say, I was hungry and you did not feed me. I was thirsty and you did not give me water. I was sick and you did not meet or comfort me. Upon this, those being addressed will ask that, O our Lord, when was it that you were hungry and we did not feed you? When was it that you were thirsty and we did not quench your thirst? And when was it that you were sick, and we did not comfort you? And reply, God Almighty will say that a person dear to me was suffering in this way, and you did not show any compassion or kindness to him, to show love to him. To show love to him would actually have been to show love to me. Similarly, to another community, another group of people, Allah the Almighty will say, well done. You showed love and compassion to me. When I was hungry, you fed me. And when I was thirsty, you quenched my thirst. The members of that community will then ask, O our Lord, when did we serve you in this way? We do not know ourselves. In response, Allah the Almighty will say, when you showed love and compassion to a person dear to me, you are actually manifesting your love for me. Thus, to love Allah's creation is something, Prophet ﷺ says, thus, to love Allah's creation is something truly great and deeply appreciated by Allah the Almighty. Hence, as a Jamaat, we have always strived to fulfill our duty of serving others for the sake of Allah the Almighty. The Prophet ﷺ said, each day, every person should analyze himself and see to what extent he is concerned for others and to what extent he shows love and compassion to his brothers. Compassion for others is a huge demand and responsibility and weighs heavy on mankind. The Prophet ﷺ went on to narrate a hadith highlighted the importance of serving others. He says, in one hadith, it is narrated that on the day of judgment, Allah will say, I was hungry and you did not feed me. I was thirsty and you did not give me water. I was sick and you did not meet or comfort me. Upon this, those being addressed will ask that, O our Lord, when was it that you were hungry and we did not feed you? When was it that you were thirsty and we did not quench your thirst? And when was it that you were sick and we did not comfort you? And reply, God Almighty will say that a person dear to me was suffering in this way, and you did not show any compassion or kindness to him, to show love to him. To show love to him would actually have been to show love to me. Similarly, to another community, another group of people, Allah the Almighty will say, well done. You showed love and compassion to me. When I was hungry, you fed me. And when I was thirsty, you quenched my thirst. The members of that community will then ask, O our Lord, when did we serve you in this way? We do not know ourselves. In response, Allah the Almighty will say, when you showed love and compassion to a person dear to me, you are actually manifesting your love for me. Thus, to love Allah's creation is something, Prophet ﷺ says, thus, to love Allah's creation is something truly great and deeply appreciated by Allah the Almighty. Hence, as a Jamaat, we have always strived to fulfill our duty of serving others for the sake of Allah the Almighty.
सारे आलम में तुम खिदमत खल्क के काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो.
We must never tire, though our mission is to serve all of mankind.
काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो, तुम मसीहा बनो हर दुखी के लिए, दिल लुभाते रहो, गम बटाते रहो.
We must be the Messiah of the afflicted, and let our good works be our signs.
रहो, गम बटाते रहो. चाहे सैलाब हो या कहत आ पड़े, कोई खाना न हो ना ही पानी मिले. चाहे
As floods overwhelm and starvation closes in, and parched mouths question if it will ever end.
तुम पिलाओ उन्हें खोद कर भी कुएं, भूख खाली शिकम की मिटाते रहो.
Bring water forth like Zamzam from wells dug from dust. When we fill the empty stomachs, we fulfill our sacred trusts.
बनो हर दुखी के लिए, दिल लुभाते रहो, गम बटाते रहो. आए तूफान कहीं या कहीं ज़लज़ले, तुम पहुँच जाओ फौरन मदद के लिए. आए
Disasters strike from here to there, leaving nowhere for peace. Our honor, our joy, is to restore the lives of all that we can reach.
गिर पड़े टूटे फूटे घरों को बनाते रहो, तुम सब.
We stand with the fallen until they can stand on their own. Keep restoring these broken houses, like each one is your home.
मते खल्क के काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो. तुम हो खुदाम लजना या अंसार हो, तुम ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के मददगार हो. तुम
You are Kudam, you are Lajna, you are the helpers called Ansar. You help humanity first and seek the blessings of Allah.
कात हासिल तुम्हें और खुदावन की रहमत भी पाते रहो, हैं खिला.
The blessings of Caliphate radiate and help your good works shine. May Allah's mercy be upon you as you serve all of mankind.
खिदमत खल्क के काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो, तुम मसीहा बनो हर दुखी के लिए.
We must never tire, though our mission is to serve all of mankind. We must be the Messiah of the afflicted, and let our good works be our signs.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Greetings of peace and good afternoon. Welcome to our Global Telethon 2021. This is being carried out in many countries across the globe with the sole purpose to provide updates to our supporters and our donors that what Humanity First has been doing across the globe, and also to replenish our funds so we can continue to do the service that we provide in 60 plus countries or so. I am joined here with my co-host, Mr. Majib Ejaz. Hello, Mr. Majib Ejaz. Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Wa alaikum salam. I'm doing fine. It's great to be here with you. Jazakumullah.
Thank you so much. And we are very honored today that we have two distinguished guests that have joined us this morning or this afternoon to start this program. First is Sayyid Ahmad Jaya Sahib, who's the chairman of the Humanity First International. And he is blessed with this honor since the inception of Humanity First over 25 years ago, then when Humanity First was established. So he's joined here. He will provide us some updates of what's going on in the world right now. And we are also honored to have been joined with Azhar Hanif Saab, Imam Azhar Hanif Saab. He is very respected and dear to us, and a good patron of Humanity First, as well as the National Vice President of Ahmadiyya Muslim Community. So traditionally, as we start our program, we have somebody from Ahmadiyya Muslim Community recite a few verses of Holy Quran related to the charity. So we will carry out that tradition. We will start with few verses of Holy Quran. And then we will hear our distinguished guest. And after that, we will have silent prayers or observe moment of silence for those who are working in the background and all the volunteers and those who are suffering that we are trying to help. So with that, I will request my very dear friend, Tariq Malik Sahib from Ahmadiyya Muslim Community to kindly recite and begin this program with few verses of Holy Quran. Tariq Sahib.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وهديناه النجدين فلاقتحم العقبة وما أدراك ما العقبة فك رقبة أو إطعام في يوم ذي مسغبة يتيما ذا مقربة أو مسكينا ذا متربة ثم كان من الذين آمنوا وتواصوا بالصبر وتواصوا بالمرحمة أولئك أصحاب الميمنة. The translation of the verses I recited before you is as follows. I seek refuge with Allah from Satan, the accursed. In the name of Allah, the gracious, the merciful. And we have pointed out to him the two highways of good and evil. But he attempted not the steep ascent. And what should make thee know what the steep ascent is? It is the freeing of a slave or feeding on the day of hunger, an orphan near of kin, or a poor man lying in the dust. Then he should have been of those who'd believe and exhort one another to perseverance and exhort one another to mercy. These are the people of the right hand. Jazakallah.
Thank you so much, Jazakallah Tariq Sahib. Beautiful verses. Sets the stage for us to move forward. Now I will invite, as I mentioned, Sayyid Ahmed Yahya Sahib, who's the chairman of Humanity First International. Greetings, Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum, Ahmed Sahib.
Walaikum assalam.
How are you today?
I'm good, alhamdulillah. How are you doing?
Love to hear from you. What's going on? It's very exciting. I know that there's a lot of activities. So love to hear from you, that share with us what's going on across the globe.
Jazakallah. First of all, respected Imam Azhar Sahib, Chairman Humanity First USA, Munim Sahib, and all the participants of the Humanity First Global Telethon. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace and blessings of Allah upon you. Jazakumullah, thank you so much for the right invitation to have a few minutes of sharing my views and giving some of the feedback on some of the important concerns. But firstly, during last few days, Hurricane Ida has hit the USA Gulf Coast and brought with it catastrophic damage with wind, rain, storm surges, flooding, and sadly loss of life and belonging. Our thoughts and prayers are with all those impacted by this devastation. And I'm aware of the Humanity First USA relief efforts with the collaboration of other remote auxiliary organizations. So well done for all the efforts.
Sir, can you move closer to the microphone? A little bit more closer. Thank you so much. Okay, sorry, continue.
Okay, so I was just saying that about the Hurricane Ida, our thoughts and prayers are with all those impacted by this devastation. And as I mentioned, that Humanity First USA relief efforts with the collaboration of Jamaat, other auxiliary organizations. So well done for these efforts. Unfortunately, we have witnessed so many natural disasters in many parts of the world recently, in Europe, Asia, and either it is floods or wildfire or storms and hurricanes. As an organization, we need to plan, prepare, and improve ourselves for the future. And let me thank Humanity First USA team for their dedication and commitment. Like always, your teams have been very busy delivering assistance to all those in need. The whole world is facing worst challenges caused by COVID-19 for the past 18 months. And Alhamdulillah, Humanity First USA and global teams have done tremendous efforts to supply relief to the underprivileged. Now, as you are aware and mentioned, Humanity First is formally registered in 60 countries. But during COVID, Humanity First has managed to deliver and conduct its relief efforts in 78 countries. And it is considered to be the largest disaster relief mission we have ever launched and reached almost over 1 million beneficiaries. Humanity First teams have distributed food ration packs for vulnerable groups such as disabled, elderly, homeless, and daily wage workers who had lost their livelihood. And by the grace of Allah, we have distributed over 14 million meals till today. Apart from the food security, we have also addressed on the PPE distribution, which Also, a lot of initiatives were taken in many countries where we have done our own sanitizers and PPE, masks, and so on, and distributed to the needy, to the hospitals, and to the government in many countries. Our teams are actively raising funds for our projects throughout the year, but the Global Telethon has a great significance in our annual calendar. And mashallah, as Humanity First USA team managed to raise over $1.2 million last year. And we are hoping that all our donors continue to support Humanity First USA initiatives like previous years. And for a donor, very rightfully, the most important concern is how the funds are distributed and spent. And for Humanity First, it is our belief that if you take a good initiative with pure intentions and make sincere efforts, then Allah guarantees us success and bless these efforts. Humanity First recent great success of delivering Nasser Hospital in Guatemala on time and has now become a self-sustainable project, which is a great example of how Humanity First projects are executed. And we congratulate Humanity First USA team for this great achievement. Humanity First is now building similar hospital and healthcare projects in Ivory Coast and many more countries you will hear in the coming months and years. Also, in the field of education, under our Knowledge for Life program, Humanity First now has 58 primary and 2 secondary schools, which with over 10,000 students, and these schools are operating in Africa and Asia. With the limitation of time, I do not want to take more of your time, but just wanted to give you just a glimpse of how Humanity First globally is doing. And Humanity First is certainly, as you can see from some of the example, is trying to make a difference in the world with our humble efforts. And this is all due to the grace of Allah and the prayers of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. Allah has truly blessed the efforts of Humanity First volunteers who are working under the direct guidance of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih all the time. I pray for a great success in your telethon today. Allah bless you all and hope you will achieve your target and do very well. Jazakumullah.
Thank you so much. First of all, I think it's inspirational for us, even though from a volunteer's perspective, when we see 70 some odd countries you mentioned that are working, so we kind of inspire each other from when people are out there serving and we see the results of it. Can you just for a minute to do, how many countries are doing the Global Telethon right now? That I see a lot of countries are I know it's actually in many continents is going on.
Yes, it started with Australia and New Zealand when the day started, and then Indonesia and many parts of Asia. Then we have two sets of program. One, like you have seen last year, that there is some countries are raising the profile of Humanity First, doing a Humanity First Awareness Day, and some are doing active fundraising. So when it comes to Humanity First awareness, it's more than 30 countries. And the fundraising program is almost 20 countries.
Thank you so much, Ahmed Saab. Jazakallah again. Let's go to Imam Azhar Hanif Saab. Assalamu alaikum, Imam Saab.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
How are you today?
Alhamdulillah. It's a blessed day always to be with you on this program of the Global Telethon.
We are honored. We are honored, and myself, you are always, again, an inspiration for us. And with your support, we do a lot of good work as well. So I'd like to hear from you any words of wisdom that you can provide to our workers, our supporters, our donors, anything that you can share with us.
Well, of course, nowadays there's so much that's coming into our eyes. It doesn't matter where we're living in the world. If someone at this point is not seeing the suffering humanity in front of them, I don't know where they're living on this planet, because there's not a corner, it's not an inch of the planet that's not being affected by some catastrophe, disaster, floods, the famine, the fires, the earthquakes, the hurricanes. It's everywhere you look in the world nowadays. We have become a global family, united by this sense of the struggle of our fellow humanity. And what always inspires me to come here is this fact is what makes us human beings. What will help us to survive in this world is knowing we're connected to each other. And the fire or the flood I see somewhere else in the world actually is a fire flood affecting where I am, no matter where I am, because those are my fellow citizens of this global family called, humanity of Earth. And it reminds me of the verses that were recited in the beginning, beautiful verses of Quran, talking about this very concept of, are we ourselves a group that's excelling in humanity? So you love this word, humanity first, and it always speaks to me that I must first be a human being. And to be a human being, I must not just look after my own needs, but consider the needs of the other. Because if I stop doing that, the time comes when the other won't look after my needs, and we'll all suffer in this world together. And the Prophet of Islam, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was the epitome of humanity, of mercy, of compassion. And his entire life, this is what he continued to teach and preach and to practice in very beautiful ways. We see the example that you're asking today for some funds. Everyone gives some funds, and maybe someone's thinking, well, I don't have much money, so this telethon is beyond my means. When I get enough money, I'll come back and I'll give my 1,000 or 5,000 or 10,000, which can really meet the needs of people. Like in Haiti, you see the scenes of how they are struggling and crying in front of cameramen. Please help us right now. Same scene we just saw recently in New Orleans. I mean, literally people are sitting outside their homes, begging and screaming and crying, someone right now come and help me. And that's going on throughout the whole planet. The Afghanistan refugees that are moving into countries around the world, all these things. And the question is, people thinking in their minds, perhaps, well, I don't have enough money to help out, so maybe some other rich donor can help you achieve your grand targets of millions of dollars. But the fact is, it's the very small amount, the pebble that's collected creates a mountain. Every single pebble, once you start pulling them together, just think about that concept, pull all the pebbles together in the earth, you're going to create the hugest mountain you can imagine that probably no one can ascend and plant a flag that I climbed that mountain of every pebble that's thrown on side that pile. So the Prophet of Islam, one day he said, I had 10 dirhams. It's not a huge amount of money. Maybe you could say it's like $25, $30 nowadays. He had this 10 dirhams, and he said, I went out to buy myself a shirt with these 10 dirhams, as people would do. And he said, yeah, I bought the shirt, and as I'm walking along with this new shirt on, a poor man approached me and said, oh, Prophet of God, can I have that shirt? I need something to wear. And without hesitating, this is the humanity, this is the compassion. He took this shirt off and gave to that poor man. And then continued on with his old shirt on, when he now has 6 dirhams left. And as he's walking along, he sees a poor young girl sitting on the side, again lamenting and weeping, oh my God, in trouble. So he asks her, what's your problem? And she says, I had 2 dirhams in my pocket, and my master told me to go buy something in the marketplace, and I lost it along the way. So I'm sitting here just in complete, overwhelmed by the thought that I lost the money. What do I do? And he said, don't worry. And he reached in and he gave her 2 dirhams and told her to go ahead and buy what you had to buy. And again, as he walked away, he noticed that she was still kind of a little upset. And he said, what's the problem? She said, look, my master told me to go out and get this in the morning. If I come back now late, he's going to be upset, and perhaps, he's going to punish me or something. And I'm afraid to go home. He said, don't worry. Let's go to your house right now. So she walks along with this young girl to her home where the master is and knocks the door, and the man opens the door and sees the Prophet Islam, Muhammad, peace be upon him, standing in front of him, is so overwhelmed with joy. He says, "What brought you here?" He said, "This poor girl said she lost the money. I gave her the money. And then she said she's afraid to come back home because you may, punish her. So please don't do so." And he said, "Look, I'm so happy to have you come here. She's forgiven. In fact, I release her from her service for me. She is now free forever." The Prophet stepped back, went away, and bought a shirt with the 4 dirhams he had left. And then he said, "What a wonderful day. In 10 dirhams, I was able to clothe a poor man, help someone, a poor girl, to be freed from her service, and also to buy my own shirt." That's just 10 dirhams. And in our pockets right now, I'm sure many of us haven't considered that what that little amount of money we may have can actually do for someone else and even for ourselves, because you're not asking us to give everything. You're just asking you to give us a little something that you can spare. And I think in this kind of program, if everyone gives a little something they can spare, think of the things we can do to help our fellow humanity who across this globe are suffering and struggling. And I'm sure your even $10, your $20, your $50, even your $5, a few pennies would help someone in this world who has absolutely nothing right now, who is sitting in the street begging for someone to help them out, who's walking around without any clothing. Their home got burned down. They got destroyed in a hurricane or tornado, who got sunk with an earthquake. I mean, this is what's going on around. They have absolutely nothing or lost everything. So our few coins, dollars, or whatever it may be, wherever you are in the world, it can have a great impact. And that's what I love about these telethons. If we begin to think of our own humanity and the way we can help fellow humanity, small steps, nothing great. But that's the heart and soul that we learned from our Prophet, and we've seen throughout the years, and you're carrying it on through this program called Humanity First, serving the cause of others. And it's wonderful to be part of this. I feel so blessed always to see that this group is moving forward. And lastly, it reminds me one more thing in history, that the small steps we're taking now will lead to those grander achievements later on. Those pebbles we're collecting now, even as an organization, soon reach that level where people are marveling at, now what? Where do we go from here? The early Muslims in Spain used to have that spirit of humanity and charity, and kept giving money, kept giving money, kept giving money. And they say they reached a point where they had collected so much money in charity, they didn't have anyone else to give it to. So they began building the Alhambras and the beautiful mosques and things there, and made this society so beautiful because they couldn't spend their wealth on anything else. That's how much they had saturated the needs in the media. So with that, I believe that we need to understand this is also going to reach a height, inshallah ta'ala, if we keep moving in this direction.
Well, sir, what a profound sharing. I think these are the sources of inspiration for us, and our worldwide head of the Muslim community continuously inspires us to go out and do more. And we know that the pain and suffering and the needs that are out there really it has no religion as such. So we in Humanity First, try to have other noble souls from across the world, regardless of the religion, faith, or culture, or whatever they might have, just come join our hands to serve. And this is what our efforts are. But obviously, we are inspired by these guidance and these sharings, and other people are from all faith and religions as well. So we request everyone to join us in this effort, as Imam Sahib has so profoundly shared, that how, with a small amount you can do a lot of good things. Imam Sahib, I think what I will request that you lead us in silent prayers, and also some, for others who may just want to join as a moment of silence, you do that. And after that, I will request my co-host Mujib Ijaz Sahib to give some highlights of this telethon, and see how members can access and all that information. So we'll let you do the silent prayers first, and then we'll go to that. Please go ahead, Imam Sahib.
Yes, please us all join in prayer that God may bless our efforts wherever we may be and what we may do, and lead us to continue to serve humanity and relieve this world of suffering through these humble efforts we make, and bless and reward all who have done any type of service, whatever capacity, whatever area, and continue to bless until we can cover all these things. So please now join me, raise your hand. So as I said, in your own way, let us pray at this moment together and beg God for his own mercy for us, upon us all. Please join me. Ameen, Allahumma Ameen.
Ameen. Jazakallah, Ahmed Saab and Imam Hazrat Saab. I will ask Mujib Saab. Yeah, Mujib Saab, can you just quickly go over on the context information, everything that we have, just to set the stage for our next session, which is the donor calls?
Yes, I would be happy to. When we set up this donor line, we wanted to make it especially easy. And so one of the ways that you can make a donation is that you can text HFUSA at the following number, 31996. And when you do that, the system will return to you a link, and that link will give you the ability to then click on it and then follow your way into the Humanity First donor portal. You can also log into the Humanity First website, and you'll see the Telethon 2021 and how to donate online there. And finally, if you want to, you can also text Gifts for Humanity at 31996, and that will also bring to you a range of options, including getting some mailers and brochures to your location. The program that we have planned today is going to cover a number of very interesting subjects. The Nasser Hospital specifically is going to be, we're going to see an overview of that. And one thing that's very exciting about that is you're going to learn about how the hospital has created a path to now being a sustainable service to mankind, and Humanity First having put that into motion. We're also going to take a number of donor calls and learn from the various supporters of Humanity First, what they've done in their past to connect to the organization. We're going to learn about, have a section on Knowledge for Life and on the Gift of Sight and the other various missions that Humanity First has around the world. So please do take a chance to try out that text. You can just text HFUSA at 31996. You can also call to make a donation if you'd like. It's 855-474-3872. So those are the ways that we've made it easy for you to participate today. And with that information, I'll turn it back over to respected Munam Saab, and he can walk you through the next steps of where we're going on the program.
Thank you, Mujib. Okay, thank you so much. And again, I will take this final opportunity to thank all of our three guests. Ahmed Saab, I know that you've been busy, so thank you so much. And then Imam Saab for your words of wisdom as well. We have, again, the source of inspiration with us is our beloved Azur, who's been continuously guiding us. And so we will make our best effort, Ahmed Saab, to meet and exceed our goal. We just need lots of prayers, and we will try our best. We are bringing all noble souls, regardless of their faith, color, religion, anything, from United States to join us in this noble efforts, not only to just raise the funds, but also to serve, go out to New Orleans and other places with us to help. So hopefully we'll be very, very successful in this thing. And as Majib said, that the Nasir Hospital is doing well, we will have a segment on it as well. So I think we have that time to close this session. With that, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you so much, and wish you all the best, and hope to see the great results at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Each one of us has an opportunity to help and better people's lives. But how can you have an impact? By helping to provide affordable and accessible healthcare that saves lives every day. The damage to a community deprived of affordable healthcare can be catastrophic. In Guatemala, like other underprivileged communities, access to healthcare is difficult. That is where HF Healthcare's Nasir Hospital comes in. Majid Khan, president of HF Healthcare Services, talks about Nasir Hospital and its mission.
Assalamu alaikum and greetings of peace from Guatemala, Nasir Hospital. When we laid the foundation stone of this hospital 6 years ago, little did we know that this dream would come a reality so soon. In 2018, the hospital was inaugurated by head of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, and giving a very firm guidelines how the hospital should be run. That is to help the people of Guatemala.
That it fulfills its mandate and proves an exceptional means of alleviating the suffering of people regardless of their religious beliefs, regardless of their age, and regardless of their ethnic or social backgrounds. I pray that it provides the best possible care for patients and that the doctors and staff work tirelessly for the sake of providing relief to people, especially to those who are poor and deprived.
Since inauguration, we have come a long way. It has been a gratifying journey of giving and giving more every day. So far, we have served more than 30,000 patients. And these figures become a little more impressive when you say that 5,000 of them were either given a discount or they were totally free. Our patients are not limited to the borders of Guatemala. We have seen patients coming from almost every country in Central America. It is with a very grateful heart that I would like to tell our viewers that today Nasir Hospital is sustainable. This has been made possible by the sheer dedication and hard work of the doctors and the staff. But actually, it has been His grace and His blessings which made it possible.
Our mission is simple: to deliver and operate a sustainable healthcare entity, demonstrating exceptional value through care, service, integrity, respect, stewardship, and partnership with the community it serves. We believe in charity with self-respect and kindness while building a community's pride. The healthcare we provide is affordable and free for patients who cannot afford it. Without affordable healthcare, the children of underprivileged areas will not flourish, families will lose loved ones, and financial hardship will take a toll on the most vulnerable people. The Nasser Hospital in Guatemala is a 5-star rated healthcare facility. Patients here are provided affordable yet exceptional medical services. Raul Montiel was admitted to Nasser Hospital with multi-organ failure. He was given just a 20% chance of survival and spent 22 days in a coma. However, with God's grace, he was given This is a story of not
enfermeros, del nefrólogo y los demás doctores que estuvieron en la operación fue muy bueno y realmente estamos muy agradecidas porque todo de la operación ha salido bien.
Fuimos trasplantadas, seguimos adelante con mucho apoyo por mi médico, el doctor René Ramos, y el Hospital Nasir. Las personas que trabajan acá, los enfermeros, los doctores, todos han sido muy buenas personas conmigo, un excelente trabajo, un excelente trato. Y hasta el día de hoy todo ha estado muy bien. Esperamos en Dios y seguir adelante.
Dentro de la parte de trasplante renal, pues tenemos un equipo que es dirigido en escenarios de cirujanos vasculares, urólogos, cirujanos generales y luego su servidor como médico nefrólogo, quien estamos sirviendo a la población como un equipo en pro de lo que es la salud de la enfermedad renal. Llevamos a cabo con éxito el trasplante de una paciente de 46 años de edad, quien donó su hija de 26 años de edad, siendo todo un completo éxito y bajo todos los escenarios que contemplan lo que es la realización de dicho procedimiento. Partiendo de que es un hospital completo, partiendo de que es un hospital que tiene el equipo necesario y toda la instrumentalización necesaria para poder llevar a cabo una cirugía de tan alta magnitud.
Welcome back. Again, thank you so much. It was a beautiful video, Majid Saab, that we just watched regarding the Nasser Hospital. And it was so wonderful. But I think this is our donor call session. So let's have some fun. But I will ask you just to provide update. I know that ambassadors have been working hard for almost last week or so, or maybe more. And there are donations that have been coming. So why don't we start with the update where we are today and anything else before we take our first guest for the day.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to second the fact that the Nasser Hospital has been a real bright spot. It's both brought our community an opportunity to come together to do good work together, but also it's self-sustaining and providing that kind of service to so many people in need in Guatemala. And so it's really a great model for the Humanity First organization to follow on. As an exciting update to today's call, and we're just getting started, we've crossed the $420,000 mark on our way to the $1 million goal, which is really fantastic. We need, however, everyone that's listening to think about the fact that we've got just a short 5 hours to close that gap. We need to raise $580,000 in the next 5 hours together. And that's going to require us to think a little differently about how our donation should be taught through in terms of what it can do to help people, but also this is the one time in the year where we're really going to reach down and dig down deep and find a way to provide the kind of resources that Humanity First is going to need to run into the next year, not only with like Hurricane Ida just happened and providing support there, but during COVID, the food relief that was happening. And then we just saw a video about the Nasser Hospital, which is like a permanent facility. So we really want you to participate with that $420,000 starting point. Now it's our opportunity to take that forward and reach that $1 million goal.
Very well. I think, Mujib, this is a good start, as you mentioned, and we are halfway mark at the beginning. A lot of good efforts from everyone. So, thank you so much for reminding everyone. Why don't we take our first caller? Actually, is an invited guest there online. Do we have Sister Dia Bakr Saiba online?
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Peace and blessings of God be upon everyone. How are you?
Very nice. Just for the viewers' introduction, I think everybody knows you, but I know that there may be many people who may be joining us for the first time. Sister Dear Bakr Saiba, with love that we call her Saiba at the end. She is the National Vice President of Ahmadiyya Women Association. And our very respectable board member of Humanity First as well. Great supporter. So Sister Dia Bakr Saiba will give you the floor to give any words of inspiration to our donors and viewers, all the good work that you do from your platform to support Humanity First as well.
Well, first I'd like to say congratulations on having your telethon this afternoon and evening. That is a great accomplishment with blessings of technology that it reaches all around the world. I'm also very impressed, and I have to say again, a heartfelt congratulations to you and your team and the volunteers for all the work that they've been doing around the world. I was just looking at your annual report, and it is very humbling to see all the work that's going on in countries such as in Liberia and Mali and Burkina Faso. Much needed. Those water wells are very inspirational, and the schools that are being constructed and volunteers teaching in the schools and providing self-help skills so that the community members there are able to help themselves and become entrepreneurs and also provide for the community. I just wish I was a little more healthier and limber that I could go myself and volunteer. But reading your reports makes me feel like I'm present there.
But I think I will say that our backbone is your team, all your sisters from the Lajna organization. They really carry a heavy weight in this whole process. With their help. I mean, without their help, I don't know how we would do it. But we have a lot of great members from the team, and then every time we have any disaster or anything, remember the mass campaign that we did together, and all the other work that gets done. We just want to take this opportunity and appreciate that as well.
Well, the Lajna members, the Muslim Ahmadi women of our community, they love helping out. They beat me to the punch. So don't hesitate to reach out and ask us for assistance, and we will be there for you. I also like to acknowledge I think this is one of your newest projects, which is Kids for Humanity. I think that's very important to start off with our young people understanding how it's important to help their fellow members even at their age. So again, that's a great initiative, and we're here to help you with that too, God willing.
Thank you so much, Saba, for coming and joining us. We are hoping to take maybe 5-6 calls. We will let you go. I know you're busy, but from the depth of our hearts, thank you so much, Jazakallah, for joining us today.
Alhamdulillah. Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalam. Mujib Saab, next call.
Yeah, I believe that we have Saba Naeem on the next call here. Wajahat Ali, very good. So are you on with us, Wajahat?
Yes, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Peace and blessings.
Wa alaikum
on
salam.
everyone.
Good to have you with us. How have you found the program so far, and what can we do to sort of help you understand the way that your contribution today will further Humanity First cause?
Yes, alhamdulillah, the program is going excellently. Personally, one of the things I find so inspiring about Humanity First is Kids for Humanity. I really love this initiative where we are encouraging the youth to get out, to donate, to serve other youth. And that just creates such a powerful bond of family, of brotherhood and sisterhood between children who maybe have never met each other, and yet they have this kind of shared experience of being children. And supporting each other in that is just really inspiring for me. Personally, I don't have anything that I'm questioning, but something else that I would ask our listeners to remember is the work Humanity First is doing for refugee crises, for orphan care, for learning and building skills in third world countries and such. All of this work is so important, and that's why today the telethon is also so important, so that we can raise the funds to continue this amazing work and continue to push the world forward, inshallah.
Fantastic and great sentiments. What can we count on you for your pledge? How much would you like to donate today?
Inshallah, $500.
Fantastic. Jazakallah for your call in, and I'll turn it over to Munam
Very
Sahib for the
nice,
next
very
caller.
nice. Thank you, Vijat Saab. And next caller, we have our dear friend Haris Raja Saab. He's not only a friend, but he's also the president of NVA community of Ahmadi Muslim. Welcome, Haris Saab.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Munam Naeem Saab.
Thank you for coming in and being bold to join us. I know you're a shy person, but thank you for joining us. Just give us any words of inspiration that what I know that from Humanity First, why one should donate to Humanity First very quickly, because we need to take next call as well.
Ji, Jazakallah Munam Saab for the opportunity. MashaAllah, Humanity First is doing amazing work throughout the world and here in the US. And all I can say is that each one of us has to do their part, and whatever we can do to help the humanity, which is one of the core tenets of our belief, we should try to do that. And we can participate in any of the projects that Humanity First is holding throughout the country. And there's an opportunity for everyone to take part in it.
Absolutely. And if you feel comfortable, just announce your donation. If not, I know that you have already pledged as well. And I know that you have helped us in walks and in past a lot of good work. So would you care to announce your contribution, or you like to keep it on the website that you have done already?
Jazakallah Munam Saab. On the contribution, I would only like to say that may Allah Ta'ala just accept whatever contribution each one of us is making. And, dollar amount is probably not necessary, but I just want to say, may Allah Ta'ala just accept whatever I have given.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, next caller, Mujib Saab.
Jazakallah. So I think we have Dr. Tahira Wakar. Is that right?
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Jazakallah for joining today. Please tell us a little bit about your connection to Humanity First, and what would you like to pledge and donate today?
I have been with Humanity First for a long time, but for the first time, I was blessed with the opportunity to serve as a fundraiser for this year's Telethon.
That's great news. And what would you like to pledge or donate today?
$1,000 would be good for my side to pledge.
Fantastic. That is going to be 5 times the average donation. And we really appreciate your support and that generosity. We'd like to go on to the next caller, Munam Saab.
Yeah, we have Muhammad Ahmad Minhas, 11-year-old. Assalamu alaikum, Muhammad. How are you?
I am good.
You're 11 years old, right?
Yes.
And you're working on what, Kids for Humanity program?
Yes, I made a project called Kids for Humanity.
Oh, Kids for Humanity, yes. Wow, wonderful. So what have you done? Have you raised any money?
Yes, so let me tell you the story. So basically, the ambassador, Ishmael Auntie, asked me if I wanted to set up a page. I was happy that she told me that I can help 5 children to go to school in Africa for 1 year. I was happy that I have a chance to help. I started my page and my goal was $375 per child in 1 year. I contacted my family and friends to donate. I collected $654 in 3 days. And in my opinion, every child has a right to go to school.
Wonderful. What a beautiful thought. And I think you are helping those children across the globe in poor countries and even in America where help is needed. This is a wonderful work that you're doing. Please call other friends as well for them to join you in this noble work. And we really appreciate it. We will take one more call. Mujib sir?
Yes, and I just want to say that what an inspiring story. It's great to see such a youth to lead the way for the future. Jazakallah for your efforts. We have now Asma Bajwa joining us. Asma, are you on?
Yes, I'm here, Samika.
Walaikum salam. So I'm always excited to learn from the callers how Humanity First is most impactful in your mind. What do you think the organization is doing that you cherish the most, and how much can we count on you for support today?
So thank you for allowing me to just talk here and be on this forum. I have always listened to it. I've never been an active part of it. But
no, you have been. Sorry, Sister Asma. She's the wife of Bashir Malik Saib, and the anchor supporter.
The anchor.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but right. But this is my first time talking to you guys directly. So, this was a gift to me after I got married. I think it was my marriage gift to me, Humanity First. And Humanity First family invited me as one of their own, and it was exciting to see everybody. Anyways, I think in my life, it helps me because I'm in my training and I'm doing this surgical training these days during my residency and fellowship. So this is what I do. When I have to go for a next day for a tough surgery, I just pledge and donate something to Humanity First. And believe me, during these 3 years of training so far, I have had 0 complications, alhamdulillah, so far. So I think it's all because I just donate to Humanity First, and it's very simple.
Jazakallah.
And for the amount to pledge, I would like to be anonymous. I just donate a little bit, try to do it on recurring basis and every week. And that's what I would love to continue.
The recurring donor is the lifelong supporter. Jazakallah for that. We're going to now wrap this segment up and appreciate you joining us. Munam Saab, any closing words, and we'll wrap it up.
Let's go to the next program. Keep those donations coming. Thank you.
Great.
Humanity First International is a charity established in the United Kingdom in 1995 to promote and safeguard human life and dignity, and now has registered operations in 53 countries. Our global network of 2,000 volunteer and 400 medical staff ensure that we can deliver significantly more aid value in the field from funds raised, providing immediate disaster relief while also developing and nurturing long-term projects dedicated to healthcare, education, clean water, vocational training, and the care of orphans. We are focused in 8 specialized relief programs. Almost 1 billion people still live without access to safe drinking water and improved sanitation, and as a result, suffer health problems and crippling poverty. Humanity First believes that access to clean water is a right and not a privilege. Our Water for Life program offers a range of clean water solutions for villages and small towns in low-income countries, as well as proper sanitation facilities. Water for Life is active in 19 countries across Asia, Africa, and Central America. Humanity First also lobbies for change through the End Water Poverty Alliance. Across East Africa, over 200 village water projects have been completed in Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya. Most of these have been traditional hand pumps, but in Uganda, the team have also done gravity-fed systems, spring water protection, and valley dams. Every day, over 430,000 people across East Africa access water through our installations. Sub-Saharan Africa suffers hugely from lack of water in hot desert conditions. Our teams are active in 13 countries in West Africa, deploying foot pumps, hand pumps, and solar boreholes. So far, over 1,700 installations have been completed in the Gambia, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ivory Coast, Cameroon, Burkina Faso, Mali, Benin, Niger, Togo, Ghana, and Nigeria. Across West Africa, every day almost 2 million people access safe drinking water through our installations. Our Water for Life projects in Asia include installation of 11 mega flow pumping stations in Muzaffarabad, Pakistan, following the 2005 earthquake, and building over 650 water wells in the semi-desert region of Tari near Sindh. It is estimated that 1.6 million people have benefited from these initiatives. With the recent Rohingya crisis, teams are working in the Kutupalong camp in southern Bangladesh, deploying dozens of tube water wells and temporary toilet blocks for the refugees. We did the same thing in Indonesia following natural disasters and have been deploying better toilet blocks in schools in the region. Worldwide, there have been over 2,800 water installations, providing services for over 4.1 million people, improving health and transforming rural communities. In many countries, children have limited access to education and often do not complete their studies or underachieve through lack of resources, poverty, and poor health. It is estimated that 75 million children do not attend school. Humanity First provides equal access to education, irrespective of gender or social standing. We are building and running schools and vocational training centers and offering subsidized education. We have 34 schools with 11 under construction. We have already assisted over 150,000 people. People are at risk of malnutrition through food insecurity for various reasons. Humanity First aims to empower these people where possible, to enable them to get themselves out of poverty. This includes food banks and pantries in higher income communities and assistance for farming communities in low income countries to move from subsistence to commercial farming through solutions to increase crop yields, reduce wastage, and technology to help turn raw crops into higher value food products. Every year, our food security program assists over 400,000 beneficiaries. We look to offer access to decent quality healthcare in low-income regions. There is insufficient capacity of trained clinicians or knowledge of emerging clinical techniques and treatments, which compounds the problem. Humanity First is building new hospital and clinic facilities, training clinicians, providing medical supplies and resources, and offering outreach medical camps. We currently operate 8 hospitals and have run hundreds of medical camps and clinics where over 135,000 patients have been treated. There are many visually impaired people around the world, but in low-income countries, this exacerbates the effects of poverty. Typically, children with refractive error issues cannot study effectively and drop out of education, while older people start to suffer from conditions such as glaucoma and cataracts. Humanity First offers free or subsidized consultations, prescription glasses, and cataract surgery. We are also deploying mobile surgery units in Africa. Over 15,000 patients have benefited so far. Humanity First has responded to over 133 disaster events in 63 countries across 6 continents and assisted over 1 million victims of earthquake, flood, droughts, conflict, and other types of disaster events. Humanity First offers a range of services including emergency medicine, shelter, food and water, sanitation, and hygiene, working with partners. Often, as the intermediate disaster response concludes, we then offer rehabilitation services, including education, vocation training, longer-term water infrastructure. Across the world, it is estimated that over 100 million children, over 7% of all children, are orphaned as a result of conflict or health issues. The majority of these children are in low-income settings in Africa, South Asia, or South America. These are the most vulnerable children at risk of exploitation and poverty. Humanity First aims to provide orphans with a secure upbringing and the best chance to become independent in later life. This includes looking after their health, food and lodging, education, and training needs.
All right, welcome back. This is another very important program of Humanity First. We call it Global Health. And I'm joined by my co-host, Majib Ijaz, but we also have two other important directors of Humanity First. One is Dr. Hassan Khan, who runs our Gift of Sight program. And then also we are joined by Naeem Lugmani Sahib. He's our director of medical programs. So we'll have a good discussion with them. Generally, I think from global health perspective, we are also supported very well by AMMA, which is Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association team. Hundreds of doctors are on our fingertips, that they provide us so much help and support that for disaster or any medical program, and Dr. Naeem Lugmani coordinates with them. And in a few minutes, we will be also joined by the president of the AMMA organization as well. So we'll hear from them as well. From the program perspective, we are from Humanity First USA alone, we are running 3 hospital clinics, obviously the Nasser Hospital in Guatemala, and also we are running in Mali and in Indonesia as well. And we have multiple different programs from the missions, that the capacity building missions that we do, and the health camps to we have Gift of Sight program, and then we have maternal cares and other program also. But I think first let's start with Dr. Hassan Khan, and we will hear from him what this Gift of Sight program is and what do they do. And I don't know how many surgeries they have done this year. I actually know, but I want him to share and what is the plan for next year. Dr. Hassan Khan, welcome.
Ji, assalamu alaikum, respected Munam Saab and all of the HF crew. Thank you for having me on and highlighting Gift of Sight work. It's an honor to be on this program, and I hope and pray that everything goes well today. It sounds like it's off to a great start. Gift of Sight has been around for many years. In the US, the project started in 2010. And by the grace of God, we've been able to go almost every year. We had to take a pause the last year and a half because of the pandemic. We set up eye camps in Guatemala, and we've done probably close to 1,000 surgeries in Guatemala, mostly cataract surgery, but we also do other surgeries as well. We take a team of doctors from the US, and there are many volunteers who go along with the doctors. Students, we had one student go as a college student, and now he's an ophthalmologist by the grace of God. So it's been a wonderful experience. We've been able to train people, but more importantly, we've been able to help people in some small way in Guatemala. We expanded the program under the leadership of Walid Saheb, who's been on this call, and he'll probably talk about it later, where many surgeries have been done in West Africa, particularly in Mali and in Burkina Faso. And in fact, I was just looking, I think today, in celebration of today's event, Mali is doing 40 cataract surgeries. And they're 8 hours ahead of us, so perhaps they've already completed that. So it's a wonderful program, and the audience should know that something as simple as a contribution of $100 can give the gift of sight to another human being. These are people who are incapacitated because they can't see due to cataract. And in these underserved countries, if somebody is incapacitated, then their whole family has to take care of them. So they in turn cannot lead productive lives or pursue education or other walks of life. So giving that gift of sight has profound ramifications. And we've always been indebted to the immense gratitude of our donors. Everything happens by the grace of God, and then secondarily through the donations that come in, and thousands of dollars come in every year from all of you who are watching. And that's what enables these programs to be a success.
Hassan, this is beautiful. So how much is on average a gift of sight surgery cost if you have to give a number to the donors that they can give an eyesight back, as you mentioned, and so people can go back to their work and their life. So what is the cost of average gift of sight surgery right now?
I think the safe estimate would be about $100. It's scalable. So in some places, even $80 can cover the cost of cataract surgery. In some cases, a little bit more. And keep in mind that a lot of the equipment that is used for these surgeries, we bring in as donations from corporate companies and whatnot. Then it's the expenses of the team that has to come, the local equipment, the disposables, the operating microscope, the machine that's used to remove the cataract.
The training, right? Yeah.
And so $100 will cover one surgery.
So just share with me the excitement. I know that, I can just imagine that if I could not see and all of a sudden somebody comes and, takes the time and does this surgery and I'm able to see any, I'm sure you have a lot of stories that you see when people are so happy when they get their eyesight back.
Yes, there's so many, Munim Saab, and those who are watching who've been on these trips, and I'm sure there are many that are watching, the doctors and the students and nurses, they've seen this firsthand. I'll give you one short example. One of the first trips we made in 2011 or 2012, there was a gentleman a couple actually, and they walked several miles to come to the village in Guatemala where we did surgery. They walked barefoot, in fact. And they came, and the gentleman, he had very dense cataract. He couldn't see anything. He couldn't even see the movements of my hands. And we were able to do surgery on one eye. And the next day when we removed the patch, he looked at his wife and he said something in the local language, which is Quiche. It's a Mayan dialect. And we asked him, what did he say? And he said to his wife, "You're beautiful, but look how old you've become." And he hadn't seen her in about 25, 30 years. And there's another similar story that happened a year after that. And it was actually quite the opposite, where we did surgery on a woman and she saw her husband and her children for the first time clearly in over a decade. And she had the same response. So these are the types of experiences that we get. And it's extremely, extremely gratifying.
Very nice, Dr. Hassan Khan. We have Dr. Yunus Ismail on the line with us. We'll take 1 minute or so, 2 minutes to talk to him for a minute, and we'll continue our questions with you and Naeem Lagmani Saab. Yunus Ismail, Dr. Yunus Ismail Saab, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Thank you so much. I know that you are busy. I know that you are out of town, but joining us, we really wanted to appreciate all the efforts that you do through your clinic that you're running, and your generous donations through that work. We just wanted to let you come in and inspire some other people that what you do, that you raise these funds for Humanity First.
Yeah. Jazakallah for all the efforts the Humanity First is doing right now to serve the humanity around the world. So as you know that it was said that charity starts first at home. So we are doing the Humanity First project over the world, but I think in the back in 2011 we think that what we can do in US, and keeping this idea behind in our mind, we opened a charity clinic in Alabama. So this clinic, alhamdulillah, is working for almost 10 years now, and we are seeing indigent population over there, some of them free of cost, or some of them basically with a discounted rate. And we also see the insured patient over there. So just like Fazli Umar Hospital or Nasir Hospital model, we are able to generate enough income to support the care of the indigent population or uninsured population from the clinic. And with alhamdulillah, we are making enough progress over the years that we are not only supporting the clinic is self-sustained, but we are also doing donations to the Humanity First for the project around the world. I will just give you one example of this year is like when the COVID comes in. So our clinic is located in the indigent area. So state recognize our clinic as an indigent clinic, and then they start providing us the COVID vaccine. So far, we are able to administer 600 COVID vaccine free of cost to the needy people in that area. So these are the things which we are doing, and inshallah, we will keep doing these things and not only serving the humanity, but also serve the humanity first also through this clinic.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you for joining us. This is wonderful. I'm hoping that other physicians like Dr. Ismail Yunus Saab will join and do the similar things. I will turn it to Mujib Saab for Naeem Lughmani Saab. He's here. He will share his Doctors for Humanity program. Mujib Saab.
Yes. First of all, welcome, Dr. Lughmani. It's so good to see you. You and I have worked together in the past, and I'm excited to be able to talk to you about some of the other programs beyond the Gift of Sight program. Please tell the viewers what else is HF USA doing and in the portfolio of your medical missions and different programs so that we can broaden this understanding.
Jazakallah Mujib, thank you for your introduction, and thank you all for doing such a wonderful job, and that really helps with a good team, helps us to work as well in a very cordial and friendly environment. So Munam Saab has asked me to talk about Doctors for Humanity. That is our new project. As we already talked about Gift of Sight, Gift of Health, hospitals, that all are done under global health, but we have come up with a really exciting project. We called it Doctors for Humanity, and we wanted to make a platform under Humanity First USA just for the physicians. The physicians has been a core supporter of Humanity First over the years, and we wanted to get them together to achieve three main purposes. First one is to work with us in medical disaster response. So whenever there is a disaster, we can call them easily and then come and help us out. Second one is to coordinate and help us in our medical and surgical mission. So we have a team together. And finally, the most important thing is for fundraising. And we want to use our physicians to fundraise from the physicians. I have been to Guatemala, and we have gone to lots and lots of hospitals there who work on donations, and almost all of them work on medical teams who go down, and then they bring with them funds, and then they do help out the local people. And that really, there's no other than physician who knows the needs of needy people and the needs in these impoverished countries. So what we did was we talked to all our AMMA physicians and then talked to them and see who wants to come and help out. We had the people who already worked with us in the previous disasters, and they became our ambassadors. So we now have about 26 ambassadors who have come in. We gave them the first project, and the first project is to raise $100,000 per year to help with needy and poor patients who go to Nasir Hospital. So we have about 1,300 patients on an average come every year to Nasir Hospital.
That's really amazing. That's really amazing. I'm sorry to cut you a little short. We do have one more speaker that we're going to try to bring in as well. But that was exactly what we were looking for in terms of giving us an understanding of the programs. Munam Saab, would you like to introduce the next speaker?
Yes, of course. We are joined by Dr. Lutfur Rahman Saab. He's the national president of the Muslim Medical Association, and a wonderful and a great supporter of Humanity First from the day one. He's been on the board of Humanity First for a long time. Welcome, Dr. Lutfur Rahman Saab. Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Assalamu alaikum, Munam Saab. Jazakallah for arranging such a beautiful program. I was watching just before the program started, and those videos were, my goodness, amazing and very inspirational. Jazakallah again.
Oh, thank you so much. And just right now, Dr. Ismail Yunus was with us, and also Naeem Lughmani Saab and Asan. MashaAllah, wonderful team, wonderful. I also talked about that, how the Medical Association helps us in time of need, that you have several. And how many doctors you have in your team, Dr. Saab?
So by the grace of God, we have actually more than 400 Ahmadi doctors here in the U.S., And there is a whole new crop of younger doctors coming up who are in the pipeline in a way. They are in the medical schools, and inshallah ta'ala, they will be coming online soon.
Very good. And I think we will be counting on not only your personal support, but your team support all the time. And I know that you've been busy, but Jazakallah for joining us and keeping this Doctors for Humanity program that Naeem Lumani mentioned. Thank you for your support as well. I think I see a good effort going on. So I think we are good. Any parting comments? I know that I'm told that session time is ending.
Right.
Anything else you'd like to add?
Sure. Yeah, so doctors work with, even in their profession, they are serving the sick people, and that's a great service to mankind. And anybody who is sick, he knows that. At the same time, we should also be working outside of our profession, providing free healthcare to those who do not have it. Even here in the U.S., when people think it's a rich country, there are millions and millions of people who do not have either access to healthcare or who cannot afford healthcare. So our goal is to try provide some type of healthcare, at least minimal, to those people who cannot afford healthcare in this country. And I would urge all MD doctors to work in that sense. So professional help is one thing. Again, the second part is that by the grace of God, we have been blessed greatly in this country being doctors financially. And as we all know, that these days, anything in this world good that we need to do will require money. So I would urge all MD doctors to join this new program, Doctors for Humanity. It's a wonderful program. You can donate yourself. You can recruit your colleagues and people around you, and you can donate as much or as little as you wish. But please do so. Please participate in this program. Please come forward. Please give few dollars. As Dr. Hassan was explaining, just $100, just $100 would provide eyesight to a person who could not see for years. And similarly, in other hospitals, other places, just few dollars would help a lot. So I would ask doctors to please come forward, share their charity, share their money, and the ripples of this good work will go far. And they will be very beneficial to humanity. So I will personally pledge myself as well, and I have mailed my check already today.
Wonderful.
And I would hope everybody else would do that.
Thank you so much for coming on online. We will go back to the session. I think Dr. Saab and the whole team, thank you so much for joining us for today. Let's go to our next program.
Martin Luther King once said, "All labor that uplifts humanity has dignity and importance and should be undertaken with painstaking excellence."
Humanity First aims to make quality education affordable and accessible to children across the world. In the U.S., the Our Kids, Our Future initiative works with disadvantaged schools in impoverished communities to provide the tools and equipment necessary to help kids succeed in obtaining a quality education. Other efforts include establishing primary and secondary schools, upgrading existing schools, and building libraries and science and IT labs. One vocational college has been opened in Liberia, one language institute in Mali, and one skills center in Guyana, providing training for 800 youth.
My name is Trisha Sonogo. I'm a student at the Malian University. I'm here to learn English because English is very important in the Malian society. Because Mali is a French-spoken country. I'm very happy because when I come here, it was very difficult for me to express myself in English fluently. But today, I can express myself in English fluently, and the pronunciation also, I think that it has improved.
Through these initiatives, 3 sewing schools have been established in Burkina Faso and Mali.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Amnata Meya, je suis au centre de formation Mantifis Mali. J'ai fait 3 ans de formation, après je vais devenir une styliste, créer mon propre atelier et prendre des ouvriers. Et j'invite tous mes sœurs à venir faire la couture. parce que c'est le travail qui libère l'homme.
Tiens, la roumaine de l'école, mais finir on y a mon collègue là. Bien de la jansan là. L'école se va léguer. Ça non, il y a des gens qui viennent. Mais t'as tel là, ni mamie famille. Oh, il a. Mais tu le vois, nous pour la vie. Le coup d'amagagne. La mamie famille, na me qui fait peine au bébé il a.
Je pense que c'est un bon projet. Ça crée des normes. Ça donne l'opportunité à ces enfants qui n'ont pas pu réussir l'école. Ils ont échoué à l'école. Bon, la seule initiative qu'ils ont pu avoir, c'est de venir suivre la couture, faire l'école dans ce centre, faire la couture. Bon, pour cela, nous ne pouvons que remercier tous ceux qui ont mis en place ce centre-là.
Today, the Education Project recognizes the importance of uplifting the children of underserved communities that have been left behind and are disproportionately affected due to systemic racism and poverty, among other things. Our team has worked tirelessly to create this initiative, which we hope will be one of the leading free tutorial platforms for children in grades K through 12. During COVID-19, many children especially have fallen through the cracks of our education system, as parents across the nation struggle to balance teaching their children and maintaining their jobs, while others simply lack the proper and adequate resources to access their education amidst this virtual age. However, we cannot let them fall, and we will help them succeed.
Thank you, Chelsea. I appreciate the invitation to speak at this very auspicious gathering. I'm very happy to see the energy of your team here and of the Education Project team. Thank you, Mr. Naeem, for inviting me to participate, and congratulations, Harris, on a wonderful project.
Thank you for inviting me today. I think it's a great opportunity to highlight what is an essential program that I think you'll see from my presentation fits clearly within the human rights framework. Although that maybe hasn't been named yet, I think it's really important, and that's really where I'm gonna focus today.
All right, welcome back. So first of all, I apologize. I know that from the color sessions earlier, our director continuously, tells us to move fast because we have so many donors, so many callers. So I apologize if I cut somebody off, but we will get it done. I am joined for the first time now with my co-host, Mohammad Ahmed Chaudhry, Mac, aka. Welcome, Mac. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me. Excited. We're raising lots of money for good causes.
Very nice. And this is one of my really passionate project also. And these youth, these young men have started this program, the Education Project. So I'm joined by Musa Harun Lughmani, and Mahit Qureshi. They're two team members who will share. But since Mac comes from the expertise of the education needs in America, Mac, I'll really turn it over to you to hear from these two young men that what is this program and all that.
Great. So, education, as we all know, is very integral. A lot of us have had a great education and we've been blessed with whatever we provide to the world. We've got two great individuals here who have started from a grassroots effort working with Humanity First to get volunteers to do tutoring. We've all heard about the 10,000 hour rule. They're implementing it. So Mahit, I'll start with you. Tell us a little bit about the Education Project and how it started and why you do what you do.
Yeah, so the Education Project was really started to really focus on those individuals that are, underserved students and really trying to get them connected with a tutor, right, to provide this source of mentorship and also provide a tutorship for the subject at hand, right? So throughout the country, many families are financially bounded from receiving the extra help that they need for their child to succeed, right? So the project is really focused on addressing those that are unable to receive the quality of education. Like you mentioned, that a lot of us are so fortunate.
So that's brilliant. And by the way, before we go on, I want to give you two a challenge, you and Harun. We're at 495,000 raised. Before the end of your segment, we're looking to be at 500,000. So you guys are gonna have to work really hard now to convince all of us to give towards education as well. So where do you find these great volunteers who are giving up their time, Haroon? Is that from the community? Is that all over the country? Is that from one neighborhood?
Yeah, it's really amazing to see the response we received because I think education is something that touches us all and is really important to our society as a whole. We've been finding, especially we've gotten a lot of support from Humanity First student organizations that are around the country. A lot of these students see themselves as someone who can serve, and a lot of them participate by tutoring and getting involved. And in addition to these Humanity First student organizations, a lot of them also do outreach in their own local universities as well. And we've been getting a lot of responses, and we've had over 250 tutors sign up from over 34 states. So we've been having a great response because this project kind of resonates.
That's amazing.
Yeah, 34 states.
So it's nationwide, a lot of tutoring. And what are the subjects you're helping students in?
Yeah, the subjects are of a wide variety, but mainly we're helping students in math, English, and these are the main core subjects because a lot of our students are from elementary school and middle school. So these are the core subjects that can help them succeed.
That's great. And you know, I will sign up. I'm happy to send my kids to learn more math as well. Math seems like it's the portal towards everything. Maya, back to you. Tell us about have either of you volunteered, and tell us how this program came about. Was it with, I know Haris Qureshi played a big role in this as well.
Yeah, so it really started when, you know, Asim Ahmed, Haris Qureshi, right, they came together, right, and we saw that through COVID, right, there's so many people that are being affected by this pandemic, and it's switching back to this online system, and the quality of education is just not delivering, right? So it was really both of them that really set up this foundation in which, you know, tutors are able to serve the students, right, provide extra help, and, you know, even I have personally been fortunate to be a tutor at one point.
So now we got a transition. We got less than 2 minutes left for you guys. I'm going to give you how tell our listeners what donating towards this project would do. Do we need more tutors? Do we need to help more individuals? Are there more individuals to help out there in the U.S. or have we maxed out? Tell us a little bit about that, Haroon.
Yeah, so I think it's really important to get all the Humanity First supporters involved. A way that we can help out is first spreading the information about the education project in our communities and getting more tutors involved because there's a lot of students who are in need and the demand is getting larger and larger as our organization grows. So if we get more tutors, more support from that end, that would be really beneficial to the education project. And in addition, if you are passionate about education, how we can uplift these underserved communities, we're open and willing to accept volunteers who can help us administratively as well.
If I want to give them my time, Haroon, if I want to give up my time and volunteer, what do I do?
Yeah, if you want to give up your time, you can just shoot an email to info@theeducationproject.net, or you can go on our website at theeduproject.net and learn more information to get in contact with us. We'd be more than happy to have you involved in pursuing increasing education in the United States.
That's awesome. And Maya, back to you real quick. Are there any student experiences you can share? Are we making an impact? I know for me and a lot of kids around the country, fractions are really hard. First of all, are you good at fractions? And second of all, if you can tell us about some of the kids and how they're doing.
Yeah, so the kids are doing very well. We had posted way back this video that really showed the students and, you know, the impact that we've made. And in terms of the schools, right, we've really partnered with schools like Bear Valley and Arlington Elementary School. And right now we're trying to do Philadelphia. And there is a really significant impact that is being made, right? They have been reported to really, you know, succeed academically. It is making a really big impact. You know, it's really about creating that foundation, those core subjects that, you know, the students have reported really positive feedback, as we've seen.
That's amazing. And then to tell our listeners a little bit about, you know, it's time, talent, treasure, and some would think about it. There's over 250 individuals, as Haroon said, who are giving of their time and their talent.
they know math, they know English, and they can teach kids in inner city communities around the world. We've all heard about the 10,000 hour rule of more time gets us better at something. This is the epitome of that. And the government, everyone is investing more time in this right now as well. Now let's talk about the treasure. If we can give more money, will you be able to expand and bring in more tutors as well as help more kids? And where would you like to expand? Seems like Philadelphia is one neighborhood. What other parts of the country have been asking for the service, Arun?
Yeah, so actually there's two main places that we're really looking to expand in. One is in Philadelphia, because Philadelphia is a really large district, and it has a lot of genuine need in this urban area. And in addition, in the South, a lot of these places in Texas and Florida, they have a lot of Spanish-speaking Hispanic population that is having difficulty in learning and excelling in our school system because they don't have adequate access to learning English. So these are two places where we want to grow in our service. And with the extra funds we can gain from donations, we can actually be able to build a better website infrastructure and build a lot of things which can help our students have a better experience at the Education Project. And it can also help us reach out to many different communities and expand our efforts greatly. So that'd be greatly appreciated if all of you guys can pitch in.
That's
all
great.
The audience.
That's fascinating. And this is really the epitome of helping in our backyard. Humanity First does many things, but within the United States, we know this nasty thing called the achievement gap. You're addressing it directly in our communities around the country. We're so proud of you. We hope you can help more kids around the country and around the world to attain a better education. With that, Munam Saab, this is just fascinating. I mean, this is our future, and I think we're seeing a beautiful glimpse of it, and I see a lot of promise.
I think absolutely. I know time is up, so we'll move on. But I will talk about it a little bit more, Mac, on next program, about this program, that how this serves, the need in our own country, United States. But let's go to our next program. We'll continue our discussion. Thank you, gentlemen.
Hi, my name is Emma Whitlow. I am the president of HFSO at the University of Pikeville. And one of my favorite things about our chapter is that we've still had the opportunity to go to the soup kitchen and make hot meals for people in our community, even through COVID. So at the beginning of the semester, a lot of our clubs at the university weren't able to go out and actually directly help some of the people in the community. So for us, we've been able to get back to the soup kitchen, which is one of our most popular events that we had, and we are able to make those meals, and we usually make about 160 meals each Saturday for people in the community, and I know it means a lot to them. So thank you guys so much for this great opportunity and organization that we have. Thank you.
Humanity First has given me so many fond memories and powerful experiences in serving with the organization. When we started the Humanity First student organization at the University of Texas at Austin, this was a particularly transformative experience because of the fact that we got to see just how compelling and how powerful the message of Humanity First and its mission was for folks who had never even heard of the organization until that time. And what stood out to these folks and for us as officers and serving members was the fact that we were not just a local organization serving some local needs. We were in fact part of a larger international community and even more a family that was working to serve humanity together. And this was something that distinguished us, and this is something I feel that distinguishes Humanity First as a whole anywhere around the world. And it's something that enabled us as Humanity First members to not just want to serve our fellow human beings in our local Texas chapter where we were at, but also anywhere that there was needed, whether in disaster relief areas or even abroad in Guatemala or in Mexico.
Hello, my name is Bashir, and I'm the HFSO president at Foothill High School. One of my favorite HFSO memories is advertising our club every year at our school's club fair. It's always really exciting to see new members and new students interested in joining this amazing team. Over the summer, we wanted to make sure that we were still helping Humanity First efforts even though we were in quarantine. So we created a fundraising page for HF's We Care campaign for COVID-19 relief, and all of our members created social media posts and actively encouraged their friends and families to donate, and we were able to raise over $1,000. To get our entire school involved with our projects, we created a women's shelter clothing drive. We set up a donation bin in our school's main office, and a lot of students donated items, and we all got together and packed up those items and delivered them to a women's shelter. We managed to collect over 200 items. Being an HFSO is an incredible way to not only help the people of your own community, but also help on a more global scale. All of our group members find it to be a really rewarding experience that allows them to help people and create a better world. We're hoping we can continue to do just as many amazing projects in the future.
In the education project, I was paired with a 5-year-old girl, Zoe, who's going into kindergarten this year. By far, the most rewarding thing I've done all summer is work with her on how to read and watch her progress and learn how to read on her own for the first time.
Hey guys, I'm Nikki Zimmerman and I'm the Digital Media Director at Humanity First of UCF, and my favorite memory with HFSO was our 2019 Gift of Health Guatemala trip. We served underprivileged areas and worked in hospitals directly with doctors, and I think it has prepared me for my future in the healthcare field.
Hi, my name is Haris Qureshi. I'm a volunteer with the Education Project, which we just launched last month, and I want to wish Humanity First a happy 25-year anniversary serving mankind.
Hello. My name is Erin, and I enjoyed organizing Afternoon of Art events to help raise money for the Gift of Health. Congratulations to Humanity First on their 25th anniversary.
Humanity First at OSU. My favorite part of HF is our annual basketball tournament fundraiser.
And my favorite memory of HF was our Bob Ross fundraiser.
Our mission is to focus on disaster relief
and local food deserts.
Hi, my name is Salma Bashifti and I am a tutor with the Education Project. I found out about the Education Project via Humanity First We Care initiative, which was started during the outbreak of COVID-19 and the implementation of social distancing. So this caused many volunteers like myself to lose the opportunities which we had to go out and support our community, lend a helping hand, and in any way that we could have. So the introduction of these initiatives allowed me to find an outlet for me to still be able to help the people around me while still staying safe at home, making sure everyone's safe during this time.
Hi, my name is Musa Lugmani, and I am the founder and president of the Humanity First student organization at the University of Toledo. Just 1 year ago, we were a brand new organization, and looking back, our most memorable experience in this 1 year has been during the COVID-19 outbreak. It was a time when our volunteers really got together to make a difference in this time of crisis. So, we volunteered with the Education Project, had over 227 hours of tutoring, and it still continues to be done, as well as distributing 1,261 meals to children who were in impoverished areas of Toledo who relied on school food. With the schools closed, that really helped our community. If you are thinking of getting involved in Humanity First as a college student, HFSO is a really good opportunity for leadership, for service, and for personal development. And it teaches you how to creatively think and how to proactively work in this community as a civilian. Thank you.
It will almost be a year for me serving on the team with Humanity First, and I am very fortunate to have impacted thousands of lives worldwide. The most memorable time I have shared with Humanity First was through the Gift of Health program, where 7 volunteers and I were able to provide free healthcare services to over 45,000 adults and children in Guatemala. We were accompanied by some of the most experienced healthcare professionals, and the best part, we were able to fellowship with the people of Guatemala. I was inspired to promote peace, strengthen communities, and most importantly, serve with genuine love. Thank you, Humanity First, for continuously inspiring me, and congratulations for holding a successful national webathon.
Hi, my name is Gari Verma, and I'm proud to be part of the Humanity First USA and the Education Project launched last month. I would like to wish Humanity First a happy 25th anniversary serving mankind.
All right, welcome back. Again, I'm joined with my co-host, Mac. And this is, again, one of my very near and dear to my heart program, Humanity First Student Organizations, Humanity First Student Division. Years ago, we started that. There were some pioneers, universities, University of Michigan, Diana Jazz, and then we had University of Austin as also some. They started, this program early on, but this program has taken back a lot of traction. And to me, this is the program where we are engaging our youth in universities to become philanthropic, care about the humanity, and they are doing a wonderful job. So I am proud to have our two guests today. We have Musa Lugmani and oh my goodness, Bashar Jamil. Sorry, please forgive me. Okay, and these are two wonderful program coordinators, and I'll let you have this discussion, Mac, with them, what they do, and how they're carrying this program out. But before I do that, Mac, can you share what is the status of our funds raising so far, so we can give these young people a challenge as well to move the notch up?
Absolutely. So we've reached 509,000 in donations so far, which we gave our last group, the student project, a goal of breaking 500. They did a great job. They brought in 15,000 in the 6 minutes they spoke. So we're going to give these guys a challenge, and just to help with that challenge, we'll share there's many ways to donate. You can just make a pledge by calling 1-855-474-3872. And you can pledge a donation. You can text HFUSA to 31996. Pull up that cell phone. Just do it right now. Just to get started, it'll give you a process to donate. And of course, as you're donating, follow us on Twitter at HFUSA. Follow us on Facebook at Humanity First USA. Follow us on Instagram. That's where the youth are, I believe, at Humanity First USA, or LinkedIn at Humanity First USA. And of course, I assume you're watching on YouTube right now. So, we're doing a great job. A lot of great donors coming in at $509,000. We have a Team Central jersey, which is raised $17,000, and Khalid Ahmed, as an individual donor, has raised $14,000 as well. So we're grateful. We're grateful for to them. And New Jersey, as a state, is doing pretty well, but I think California is gonna catch up, or at least I hope they are. So that's the data, guys. Now we're gonna talk about the Humanity First Student Division, which Musa Lukmani is the executive director, and Bashar Jamil is the director of communication to high schools and other areas. Musa, tell us a little bit about, and first of all, from $509,000 the next 5 minutes, you need to get us to $520,000 just to demonstrate, and we'll show you how to do that. Munam Saab and I are very trained at this. But first, tell us a little bit about the Humanity First Student Division.
Yeah, so assalamu alaikum and hello to everyone. I first want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So the Humanity First Student Division works under HFUSA in offering students a platform to lead in humanitarian work. So we now have 16 universities and 6 high school HFSOs from coast to coast, each taking on this mission of serving mankind and engaging their peers in achieving this mission. So just to put that into perspective,
yeah. 16 universities around the country. Can you just name a few sampling from across the country?
Yeah, so I'm from Toledo, so University of Toledo.
Holy Toledo!
Put that out there. we have UT Austin, we have OSU, we have the University of Michigan, we have UCF in Florida. We have George Mason University, University of Maryland. I can't keep track of them. They're just growing so fast.
That is incredible. And then also there's a high school portion to this. Bashar, can you tell us a little bit about that? If you go to a high school, you can just start a division. I know some people started one in Syosset. I heard a lot about, and they had an ice cream social and they had everyone come. How does the high school division work?
Yeah, so I started the Humanity First Student Organization at my high school a couple of years ago. So we typically—
Where is your high school?
It's in California.
Great.
Yeah,
Finally,
so we
California.
typically we help just fundraise for different Humanity First initiatives, some of which were talked about today, such as Water for Life, Gift of Sight.
And what do you do at the high school? How do you get people engaged? How do you fundraise?
So we try to, at my high school, we did a lot of local volunteer efforts, such as donating items for a local women's shelter and raising money for different homeless shelters and activities like that.
That's awesome. And Musa, back to you. At the college level, what do you guys do? Do you recruit members to be a part of the organization? Do you start a club? How does that work?
Yeah, so basically,
if my college wasn't named, what should I be doing right now?
Yeah, so if you're at any high school or college, it's the same process. You reach out to your university or college, go to the involvement center and ask them, how can I start a club or organization? They'll give you all the information for that. You sign up with the form and we'll provide you anything you need to get that started. Constitution and all the other paperwork that you need will help you out with that process. So it's very straightforward. You just have to reach out to your school.
And then every school has kind of an executive director or a head of a chair of that site. They recruit volunteers to come together, and then what do they do? How do the colleges? How do they raise money? Do they? And how much do they typically raise?
Yeah, I mean, most colleges, when our fundraisers, we're usually fundraising for specific Humanity First initiatives like Gift of Health. So if we have a Gift of Health trip, usually we spend the entire semester fundraising for that. So at University of Toledo, we raised $500 for that in one semester. So, it's things like that. And I know Bashir raised $1,000 over the COVID pandemic just for our HF We Care initiative. So
Bashir's from Silicon Valley, right? They've got money falling out of their pockets. So that's a little unfair, but I understand. Now, but tell us a little bit about, high school and college students don't have much money, but they're giving of their treasure still. That's a pretty hard ask. What works? What convinces them to give to Humanity First versus go have lunch or do other things? How do you communicate Humanity First in an effective manner, Bashir?
I think that a lot of students, when they see, a large effort, and even at my school, we just had 15 members, but I think that's really a testament to how, when you see a small group of people really dedicated to make a change, that really can have a very positive impact on society. So our entire school wanted to get involved with these sort of activities. And even though, in high school, you don't have much money, we wanted to try gearing our efforts towards volunteering.
And also, I assume you're right, high school students don't have much money, although you're in Silicon Valley. So I heard they all drive Porsches and Teslas to high school as well. But what's the amount? You can just give as little as $5 or $1 and make an impact, right? So if enough students, and to your point, if there's motivated individuals, why Humanity First? What attracts them? I mean, is it gift of sight? Is it going to Guatemala Hospital? What resonates with youth?
Yeah, I think in general, having the opportunity to lead in humanitarian efforts and taking that charge for yourself really motivates all of our students. I mean, to be able to organize your own Gift of Health trip to Guatemala and serve thousands of patients, that's empowering. And to have that kind of responsibility and that opportunity to lead yourself, I think that really motivates. And on that point, I'll just announce that from HFSOs and HFSO alumni, we have collectively pledged $3,433 towards this year's telethon. And this number speaks volumes of how dedicated our students are to supporting HF USA. And despite, this pandemic and, students not having enough money, this shows how grateful we are for the opportunity that HF USA provides for us to lead in these humanitarian efforts.
I would like to add one quick comment here. I think really this message is to foundations, corporations out there. I think this is the investment in our youth. I think they can do a lot more. I wish that I had given the goal that we need to be established in 50 universities, because if we invest in these youths right now and they can do these missions, they will understand the need and all of these efforts. So we need some capacity building from Humanity First perspective. This is a beautiful program. And I think it will be, I'd really like to mention some of the backbone, Naila Humayo and Rabia Samir. They're working in the background, but I will also urge any corporations, any foundations who get this message here to help us to establish this youth program. This is wonderful.
This is amazing, Munib Saab. I mean, I was in this summer, I was in New York, and Sayaset, Isha Aladdin and Farhan Aladdin, they put a group together. They had a fundraiser at an ice cream shop, and they raised a couple $100, $500, and brought all their friends. But to your point, capacity building, how can corporations, if you're listening, you're a corporation, can they give some money towards Humanity First Student Organization to build a capacity, because there's a lot more students listening. And you could possibly go to middle schools and elementary schools as well, just to have, I know you can have lemonade stands and just for Humanity First.
Absolutely, they can. I know that we're running out of time, but we will share that you can go to Humanity First and give out to our education program, gift of education, and so wonderful.
Awesome. Thank you, Bashar. Thank you, Bashar. Thank you, Musa. You guys are doing great. Holy Toledo and Silicon Valley represented. Thank you to both of you and keep doing a great job.
Thank you.
When we look across the world, we see so much destruction from conflicts, wars, and natural disasters, and even more so, we see the continuous and cyclical plight of millions of human beings. And to make matters worse, we are currently experiencing a truly once-in-a-lifetime deadly pandemic that has crippled nearly all facets of our society's functions. For over 25 years, Humanity First has worked and continues to work to serve humanity through all its struggles and hardships across the globe. Our mission began with Bosnia during a bloody civil war, and over the years we have helped serve humanity through disaster relief and human development efforts across 5 continents. We have worked to provide relief in multiple international disasters, including, but not limited to, the Indonesian tsunami, as well as the Haiti, Kashmir, and Japan earthquakes. Our disaster relief efforts in the United States focus on assisting ongoing recovery efforts after the devastation brought on by natural disasters such as Hurricanes Sandy, Katrina, Ike, Harvey, and Dorian, as well as many others. We have been working tirelessly for the past 6 months to fight the effects of COVID-19 in the United States, as we've set up food pantries across the nation, serving over 1.3 million meals, and organized a Make a Mask campaign to help provide masks to frontline workers. Human development is done through our Water for Life, Gift of Sight, and Knowledge for Life programs. Humanity First USA works to build wells and hand pumps that provide clean water in Africa and Asia. To see children jumping out of sheer excitement upon seeing water emerge from the ground for the first time in what feels like forever is truly breathtaking. The Gift of Sight program provides free cataract surgeries in Central and South America, as well as Africa. A gift beyond any words or value to those who would never have thought they would ever see the world as it is through their own eyes. Additionally, we have also built under our subsidiary, HF Healthcare Services, a hospital in Guatemala, and are also launching a new initiative called Doctors for Humanity to provide medical care to uninsured and underinsured patients in the United States, given the economic downturn and extraordinary rise in unemployment. Under the Knowledge for Life program, we help build schools in remote villages for children in Africa who used to have to walk miles and miles for a limited education. Martin Luther King once said, "All labor that uplifts humanity has dignity and importance and should be undertaken with painstaking excellence." Today, the Education Project recognizes the importance of uplifting the children of underserved communities that have been left behind and are disproportionately affected due to systemic racism and poverty, among other things. Our team has worked tirelessly to create this initiative, which we hope will be one of the leading free tutorial platforms for children in grades K through 12. During COVID-19, many children especially have fallen through the cracks of our education system, as parents across the nation struggle to balance teaching their children and maintaining their jobs, while others simply lack the proper and adequate resources to access their education amidst this virtual age. However, we cannot let them fall, and we will help them succeed, because we are Humanity First, serving mankind.
All right, welcome back. I think we had a couple of beautiful programs. Mujib Saab, welcome back to the session.
Good to be back.
Thank you. Again, this is the donors call session, but can we start us off? Can you start us off with what is the status right now? See how much we have done so far?
Yeah, very good news is that we've just crossed over $470,000. We're almost halfway to our goal of raising $1 million today.
Wonderful. I think we just need to, 2 hours already in, less than, I think, 4.5 hours to go. So we have a lot to cover. Let's start taking the calls, and then we can continue to talk all the good things Humanity First is doing. So our first caller is Mariam Umar. Mariam, assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Good to have you on this call. I see that you are 11 years of age and calling from where? Miami?
Yes.
All right. So tell us, what is your story? What are you doing for Humanity First?
Miami helped me make a donation page, and then.
Okay. Have you raised any money?
Yes.
How much?
Around $300.
Oh, very nice. Why your Ami made help you make this page? Who you trying to help?
I'm trying to help all the people who need more education and anything else.
Wonderful, wonderful. This is a beautiful program, isn't it? That you will be helping other young children in other countries. And with your $300, we'll be able to help a lot of students, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much for doing it. And we just hope and wish that you can bring more of your friends to join us in this program and convey our thanks to your parents as well, who are helping you. This is a good thing at this young age you're doing it. So thank you for coming online with us.
Thank you.
Okay. Majib Saab, you can take the next call.
Yes, I'm also, again, very impressed and heartened to see the age 11 again. Getting our youth involved is so important. The next call is from Sohail Khan. Are you with us, Sohail?
I am. Assalamu alaikum, Majid Saab. How are you?
Wa alaikum salam, Sohail. I'm so happy to hear your voice and have you on here. I know that you've been very active with the new programs that we're just starting with Kids for Humanity. Tell us about that. Tell us what your involvement is and how you support Humanity First.
Yeah, very much so. So actively involved in Humanity First, and also supporting our Fort Worth Jamaat here and our Dallas Jamaat with the food banks that we've actually been working on lately, and supporting our community during this difficult time with COVID-19.
Well, that's very inspiring. Thanks for your support, and keep organizing as you're bringing all the people in Fort Worth Jamaat together to enrich their lives, and even involving the whole families together is a big part of Humanity First brand, is that we serve together, and that's how we build great donors in the future as well. Jazakallah for your support, and I'll turn it over to Munam Saab for the next caller.
Thank you, Sohail Saab. I know Sohail very well, so thank you for your work, Sohail. Thank you for doing all the support that you're doing. We have the next caller, Khurram Ahmed Saab from Oshkosh. Assalamu alaikum, Khurram Saab.
Assalamu alaikum.
Before you say anything, I really have to tell our donors, you have been one of our long-term supporter and donor, and from Oshkosh has been wonderful support for us, and I really want to appreciate all of the work that you do. So first, if you can share, if you don't mind, it's up to you. If you can share with us that you contribute every year, what are you contributing this year and why?
So we usually have something from our standpoint. We have a company in Oshkosh that allows a lot of MDs work there also, and alhamdulillah, Allah Ta'ala has blessed us, so we want to share the bounties as much as we can from that standpoint. So we make a pledge from the company standpoint every year, and then at a personal level, our members usually are doing the best they can to make decent pledges. So if it's okay, I'd rather not share the numbers, but
It's
we try
okay.
to
We
be.
we know how much your pledge is. So really, I think we thank you. But any particular program that resonates with you in Humanity First, or I know that you give us general donation, which really helps us to spend the money where it is needed. But any program you care for more than other?
Andy, so I have been very close with the effort going on in Guatemala. I have made visits there, seen the beautiful facility a number of times. So I can say that being so close to these programs really allows you to have that much more enthusiasm when donating because you see where the money is going. And I would encourage all who are listening and watching to make a point. It's a nice vacation spot. Go there. The Jamaat there also really helps you out in terms of planning. And make a visit to Nasser Hospital. That just tells you where and how efficiently our money is being utilized and spent in terms of helping people. And when you actually see the people locally there, it is very heartwarming to see how quickly your donations are reaching the end population in a very effective manner. And then those same worldwide in Africa and so on, it's just very heartwarming to see how much, with the meager resources we have, we can make such a big impact.
Thank you, Jazakallah. Thank you so much, Saab. Thank you for supporting us every year. We have another caller, Dr. Salia Ahmed. Mujib Saab, can you take our call? I know her very well, been great supporter, so I'll turn it to you.
You guys are neighbors. Dr. Ahmed, Dr. Salih Ahmed, how are you?
I'm very good. Thank you. I thought we'd almost dropped the call. Yes, here I am. I'm Dr. Salia Ahmed from Houston, Texas. And I have been affiliated with Humanity First for more than a decade now. It's been a wonderful experience. And so it's a very noble cause that we are all raising funds to serve humanity in every part of this world. So are you going to address a question to me or?
Yes, I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for your many years of involvement and talk just a little bit about your local programs in Humanity First. As we went through the COVID-19, you did many programs locally and just a little brief about that, and then we'll move to the next caller.
With the COVID-19, I mean, of course, being a local family physician and being probably the only primary care in the Ahmadiyya Jamaat, and as well as in most of the non-Ahmadi community as well, it has been a very hectic year to the point where almost it's causing us to burn out now. But, of course, we're keeping up. It's just been helping out as much as we can. We're literally giving out our samples and we're buying the supplies and nebulizer machines and the tubings and the lab solutions and inhalers and oximetry and stuff. And, we're just donating it around to every person in the community who needs help, who cannot afford or is uninsured or has no resources. So it has been amazing. I mean, as well as the local chapters are concerned. And then I'm also, part of Amuri Ama. So we're trying to help out people from all across America. Any questions regarding vaccinations, regarding prevention, regarding mild infections at home, they have been addressed and they've been helped out to most extent to contain the disease and prevent hospitalizations and worsening of the symptoms. And there's been a constant war, and we are not, of course, done with it. We are somewhere in the middle of it, and it's just.
Well, thank you very much for that account. That's fantastic. We're going to move to the next caller, but before we do, I just wanted to update all of our callers that we're at almost $520,000 donated today, and that means that we're now less than half. We've crossed the halfway mark towards our $1 million goal. Please help us push that number forward by making your donations and calling in. Munam Saab, do you want to take the next caller?
Yes, I will. We have Sadika Malik. She's one of our ambassador from LA side. We will talk to her. But before the previous caller, Dr. Salia and Dr. Sheikh Hijaz been wonderful supporter for years. So it was good to hear them. But Sadika, how are you? Okay, Aiza Mahmood. Aiza. Oh, walaikum salam. How are you, Aiza?
I'm good. How are you?
Wonderful. How old are you?
I'm 9 years old.
9 years old. And what are you doing? You're helping Humanity First?
Yes. Well, when I heard about Kids for Humanity, I wanted to be part of it to help raise money for the needy children. So I asked my mom to make my page and set a goal for $200. But I was really worried, how can I fulfill my goal? Then my grandma and my mom said, don't be worried. Allah Ta'ala will help you with this great cause. I took my mom's phone and started texting and calling people to help me. In one day, I collected way more than I expected. I raised my goal more and more, and now I have a goal for $800. And
Oh my
I collected
God.
about
Mashallah.
$739 so far. I want to say thanks to all friends and aunties for helping me. Thank you so much. May Allah Ta'ala bless you all and grant you much more. Jazakallah.
Oh my God. I wish I was like you when I was 9 years of age there. Wonderful, wonderful job that you have done. Your parents have helped you and you have exceeded
Thank
your
you for
goal almost
motivating us.
Mashallah, Mujib Saab. You know, this is amazing, isn't it?
Truly amazing. It's the leaders of our future right here.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So,
Alhamdulillah.
thank you so much. We love your
Alhamdulillah.
faith. Yeah.
That's
Mujib Saab,
fantastic.
can you take the next caller? Abdul Rauf Saab, I think.
Is Abdul there?
Yes.
Walaikum
Can you hear
salam.
me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. How are you tonight?
Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, very good.
Good, good. Tell us
And,
about your work and your involvement with Humanity First.
Yeah, sure. Jazakallah for arranging such a beautiful, motivating, and inspirational program. It's an honor to donate and support the initiative Humanity First has launched throughout the world. I'm very delighted to see the positive changes these initiatives are bringing to the lives of many disadvantaged people in poor countries and also in disaster areas. I'm really impressed by the hospitals and schools Humanity First is running, as well as installing water wells in remote villages in Africa and Asia. Donating to Humanity First is much more rewarding and gratifying, as it is mostly run by volunteers, and the donated dollars go a long way to support the programs compared to some other well-known charity organizations who spend a big chunk of donated dollars running the organization and paying top salaries to officers and key employees. I have known Munam Naeem Saab since he was the Sadr Khudam al-Ahmadiyya. I believe it was in the mid 2000s. His passion and leadership qualities has made Humanity First USA one of the top charity organizations. And may Allah
Sorry,
bless our efforts.
I will say that it is people like you. I think it's people like you really who enable us. You know, the generous donation and the support that you provide keeps us going. So I think you are the greatest and the wonderful supporter of Humanity First that makes us do all this good work.
Just in the last 10, maybe let's say 5 minutes, we've crossed over $528,000. That's an $8,000 change in 5 minutes. If we can keep that up, we're going to get to this goal of 1 million. And Jazakallah for your segment here that you were able to round out. Jazakallah.
Right. Rauf Saab, obviously, you know, some donors are comfortable sharing with us what they are donating, and some are just making their donation and pledge, which is totally fine. Sometimes it inspires other people, but we leave it up to the donors if they want to say anything on the calls. So Mujib Saab, can you just repeat the numbers, the text to donate numbers and other things? So we have the last minute left in this session, so we can convey that and let the donation keep coming.
Yes, you can go to the HF USA website, and that's always available all day long. You can also text the letters HF USA to 31996, and we will return a link to you to be able to donate. So those are the few ways that you can get to our website.
Thank you.
सारे आलम में तुम खिदमत खल्क के काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो.
We must never tire, though our mission is to serve all of mankind.
काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो. तुम मसीहा बनो हर दुखी के लिए, दिल लुभाते रहो, गम बटाते रहो.
We must be the Messiah of the afflicted, and let our good works be our signs.
रहो, गम बटाते रहो. चाहे सैलाब हो या कहत आ पड़े, कोई खाना न हो ना ही पानी मिले. चाहे
As floods overwhelm and starvation closes in, and parched mouths question if it will ever end.
तुम पिलाओ उन्हें खोद कर भी कुएं, भूख खाली शिकम की मिटाते रहो.
Bring water forth like Zamzam from wells dug from dust. When we fill the empty stomachs, we fulfill our sacred trusts.
बनो हर दुखी के लिए, दिल लुभाते रहो, गम बटाते रहो. आए तूफान कहीं या कहीं ज़लज़ले, तुम पहुँच जाओ फौरन मदद के लिए. आए
Disasters strike from here to there, leaving nowhere for peace. Our honor, our joy, is to restore the lives of all that we can reach.
गिर पड़े टूटे फूटे घरों को बनाते रहो. तुम
We stand with the fallen until they can stand on their own. Keep restoring these broken houses, like each one is your home.
मते खल्क के काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो. तुम हो खुदाम लजना या अंसार हो, तुम ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के मददगार हो. तुम
You are Kudam, you are Lajna, you are the helpers called Ansar. You help humanity first and seek the blessings of Allah.
कात हासिल तुम्हें और खुदावन की रहमत भी पाते रहो. हैं खिला
The blessings of Caliphate radiate and help your good works shine. May Allah's mercy be upon you as you serve all of mankind.
खिदमत खल्क के काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो. तुम मसीहा बनो हर दुखी के लिए.
We must never tire, though our mission is to serve all of mankind. We must be the Messiah of the afflicted, and let our good works be our signs.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back to our one of our main program. We are honored to be joined with respected Sahibzada Mirza Makhur Ahmed, who is the national president and Amir of Ahmadi Muslim community, as well as he's been leading us as the chairman of Humanity First USA. Welcome, Amir Sahib. How are you? Assalamu alaikum.
Jazakallah, very well. Jazakallah for inviting me.
So I'll give you a brief update by the grace of God. So far, it's been 2.5 hours or so. We are into the program. The program will run till 6:30. So we have 4 more hours to go. We are close to $538,000 from the donation perspective. But so this is moving good. But on the other hand, I think more importantly, the updates that have been shared, the difference that we are making in people's life in through different programs, that has been also wonderful. One more point that as we discussed a couple of days ago, that the teams are working on the hurricane Ida and also the Haiti earthquake support and also the Afghan refugees. I just want to let you know that the work is going on, but we are really anxious to hear your words to our viewers, our supporters, and our donors. Is always it's good to have you, and Jazakallah for your continued support as well. So I'll really turn it over to you if you have any questions for me. If not, then I would really like listen to you or now.
Jazakallah for inviting me, and assalamu alaikum to all the viewers. This is now has become annual event, the Humanity First Telethon, and by grace of Allah, it has been successful. And I hope that we surpass the number from last year. And I would dare to challenge the audience that in the United States, charitable contributions has continuously increasing by the individuals' charitable givings by 2 to 5%. So it would be embarrassing if we fall short of last year. So at least keeping as not only as the member of Jamaat Ahmadiyya and citizen, but as a citizen of the United States, we have to accept this challenge where the other organizations are continuously keeping up the pace continuously over the last 30 years in their charitable contributions, that we increase our contributions to Humanity First by at least matching them 2 to 5%. So I hope and pray that we will achieve that goal. And I believe it was 1.2 million last year. And if it is not correct, you can correct me. So hopefully, even if we make it 2% from that, that would be still 2% more than the last year. But hopefully it'd be more than that. As we are tuning in to this program, to this telethon, and most of us are tuning in from the comforts of our home or our cars if we are driving. And our stomach, by grace of Allah, are full. We're not starving or hungry. We have all the comforts at home. But the reason we are here is for a significant segment of world population who was not as blessed and fortunate as we are in this country. It is easier to say that, yes, we can relate to it or we can feel it. And actually, if we look at it, this is not accurate. We cannot relate to it when our stomach is full and somebody is hungry. We cannot feel the pain when we have no house because of the earthquake and we are out under the sky while we have shelter and air conditioning going on in our homes. So these are a nice word to say, but in reality, it's not affecting us by grace of God, and may Allah keep us that way. So we have to understand it that we have a moral and religious and ethical responsibility to help those who are in these difficult times, are afflicted with these calamities. Some of these situations are perpetual. You know, for in Africa and Asia and other developing and poor countries, this is not one day incident or 2 days or 1 month. Their lives, whole life spends in these struggling to get a clean water or have a food, enough food on the table. Allah Ta'ala in the Quran Majid says and multiple times reminds us and exhorts us and commands us of our responsibility to the needy and the poor. At one point he says, وَفِي أَمْوَالِهِمْ حَقٌّ لِلسَّائِلِ وَالْمَحْرُومِ, that in their wealth was a share for one who asked for help and for one who could not. Uh, so that tells us that do we need these telethon, or should we be cognizant of the fact that this is our moral responsibility? Should we hold this event? Of course, it's a good event. It is a reminder. But we need to understand it that our moral obligation is much more to be that we are reminded about it. And same thing is in multiple ahadith and narration of Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. It reminds us about the virtues of giving. Not only that we are helping the mankind, but is also, if I may say, it is a selfish mode in giving as our prevention or preserving our own self financially and spiritually. By giving and helping other people who are in need, we are drawing God's favor so he can keep us from having to experience from that kind of affliction and sufferings. So it's more of also a preventive measure and to stave off all these trials by helping other people. If we becomes a good servants of God and take care of his creation, then he would definitely, inshallah, would help us and preserve us uh, and give us more and favor us more because we are taking care of his servants and his people. Uh, of course, telethon is good thing to do, but we need to remind ourselves that giving is not once in a year thing. We need to start thinking on a daily basis. Take off whatever you can or we can, $1 or $2 or $3, $10 every day, and and set it aside. And at the end of the month or end of 2 weeks, depending how much you think, or 2 months, whatever, write a check to your favorite charitable organization. This is the sadaqah. But it has to come out daily from you have to remind when you get up in the morning that this is the money I'm keeping aside. It doesn't matter what amounts you have. Whatever you comfortably take it out from your budget. But it should be a daily ritual. And by doing this, you not only reminding yourself that there are people that need your help, but also you're reminding and praying to God Almighty that He keep you safe and protected. And by doing this also, you will be constantly reminding, not once in 365 days, but every day, that there are people who need your help. So with that, I think I'll stop here, and Jazakallah again for allowing me to participate.
Jazakallah for such a profound, guidance and thoughts that you have shared with us. I think it really, from the membership perspective, when they are reminded of the, the thoughts that you have shared, people really, take it and they start to, actively participate in this thing. And I think every once in a while those reminders are needed from that perspective. But by the grace of Allah at large, the community has been very, very well supportive of this thing. And I'm hoping with your kind reminder today that we'll be able to meet with your direction that you have just set for us. Obviously, we were just concerned because of all the pandemic situation, what's going on. Our goal, yes, exactly, last year was 1.2 we raised, and this year the goal was set to 1 million, but inshallah, as you said, we will try to do better than last year. And ambassadors are out there, and hopefully as members listen to you today as well. And we are going outside the community, and we have as well, just noble souls throughout. So hopefully, as many of those are watching today, that they will step up and help us as well. So we are hoping, we just need your kind prayers as well as continuous support to meet and exceed the expectation that you have, and also our beloved Hazrat Khalifatul Masih Hazur established for us in serving the mankind across the globe as well.
Jazakallah again. Jazakallah for your time.
Pandemics are nothing new to our world. Plagues and epidemics have ravaged humanity throughout its existence, often changing the course of history. An estimated 500 million people from the South Seas to the North Pole fell victim to the Spanish flu. 1/5 of those died, with some indigenous communities pushed to the brink of extinction. As 2019 came to a close, our world changed in the blink of an eye. A tsunami that began in China has made its way all over the world. The waves crashed without discrimination of race, religion, or socioeconomic status. The waves of COVID-19 raced across the world, leaving almost no country untouched, as governments have scrambled to put together plans that will protect their citizens. As we make this update, global deaths have reached 430,000 and 8 million people are infected. As the scope of the virus was becoming clear, Humanity First USA began mobilizing internal teams to create the Humanity First We Care campaign, with the goal of helping those most affected. The World Health Organization declared a global pandemic on March 11th, and a call for volunteers was sent out to reinforce the existing volunteer task force who could serve during this outbreak. People came in droves to sign up and help, and to be part of an organization dedicated to serve humanity. Food insecurity has now become one of the most urgent and immediate needs that must be met in the United States, as millions have lost their jobs and are now facing barriers to access basic resources. Over 1 million meals were provided by launching food pantries across the nation, collaborating with many mosques and food banks to feed the hungry. Where possible, hot meals have been served, and at other locations, groceries and supplies have been distributed to people's homes. $15,000 masks were distributed under our PPE for Essential Workers campaign. We collaborated with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Women's Auxiliary Make a Mask campaign, providing cloth masks to people in underprivileged areas. We collaborated with the Red Cross and Muslims for Life to help in the shortage of blood for these quarantine times. A 12-hour helpline, which is managed by 20 volunteers, was set up. Information regarding the pandemic, medical, financial and legal advice, as well as assistance in accessing food pantries or grocery deliveries, is given through this call centre. Humanity First Student Organization has been working extensively on the ground to help Humanity First USA in all its various campaigns.
Projects in collaboration with Meals on Wheels and providing meals to senior citizens.
So if you are healthy and strong and willing to volunteer your time to help combat the devastating impact of COVID-19, please register to volunteer today. Thank you.
Globally, Humanity First USA has been working in various countries to help them deal with outbreaks. Thousands of masks have been distributed in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Indonesia, along with hand sanitizers, PPEs, and food hampers. In Guyana, masks and medical supplies have been distributed at the New Amsterdam prison. Thousands of meals were distributed in Guatemala as volunteers traveled 4 to 5 hours to cities that had people in dire need of food and supplies. Many stories of love and compassion have surfaced from these difficult and tragic times. Oscar, a senior citizen living alone with his dog Rusty, needed food, and through Humanity First and Meals on Wheels, our volunteers delivered meals to him and took pictures of him and his dog. A few weeks later, they revisited and brought along framed pictures of him with his dog, along with masks and meals that he would need. 84-year-old Manzoor Nisar did not know how to help during these times, but wanted to serve and help those affected by COVID-19. She found out that a local sleep centre needed masks for its rotating patients, so she became a Humanity First volunteer and took part in the Make a Mask campaign by sewing the masks herself. And then there was the gentleman from Archie's army who expressed his profound thanks for the masks and donations made to help the homeless in Santa Clara County. There was the lady who appreciated the volunteers working endless hours in the rain to provide food and essentials to the community. She had lost her job and took care of her disabled teenage daughter, an elderly mother by herself. For her, the food drive enabled her to drive through and pick up what she needed without getting exposed to COVID-19. Her thanks warmed the hearts of our volunteers. These stories are just a few from the 51,000 volunteer hours dedicated to the service of humanity. Humanity First has launched its first Humanity First USA shop to support the funding of various campaigns and initiatives. Orders are flying in and every cent is going into helping the needy. Doctors for Humanity, an initiative to pair doctors with patients in dire need who do not have health care or cannot afford the plans they're on. Everything we do is only to help and serve humanity. We can't sit on the sidelines and watch our nation suffer by COVID-19 or the aftermath of the brutal killing of George Floyd. We are constantly assessing and finding different ways to empower and create paths for self-reliance for the people of America. Our volunteers are the ones who see someone with broken, tattered shoes, a stranger standing in line for food. And there and then, this volunteer takes his shoes off and hands them over to the stranger to try on. And they fit. These are the volunteers who represent Humanity First. We care.
All right, welcome back. I think we had a beautiful, session earlier with our respected Amir Saab. It was wonderful and really some profound thoughts and, that he shared with the members. I'm hoping that after people have listened to it, they will, increase their effort because he has given us a higher challenge than what we were shooting for. So I'm joined here with my co-host, another wonderful co-host that will make me shine in this whole session as well. Salam Bhatti Saab, Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Walaikum salam and peace be upon you, Mr. Monam Naim. I'm doing well. I've been watching for the past few hours from home, and it's been just exhilarating to see these numbers going up and hearing from great people.
Right. So I'm sure you heard Amir Saab as well. So please give us some updates on where the donations are, and then we'll start taking the calls.
as you can see on your screen, we are well on our way to $1 million. We've received over $292,000 in donations, with $261,000 pledged. If you do the math, that's over $540,000 or 550 or 60, maybe even. I wasn't a math major. If I was, I'd be a doctor right now. But we are over the midway. Monam, you're from Chicago. Yeah, I hope that saying midway doesn't make you feel too homesick. Yeah, we are well on our way to our goal of 1 million. And it's thanks to viewers like you and your friends. So please, please, please keep telling your friends and family about what we're doing. Invite them to watch the show as well to see where their donations could be going to help.
Excellent. All right, so let's take first caller. We have Nasir Malik from Houston. Assalamu alaikum, Nasir sir.
Hello.
Assalamu alaikum, Nasir sir. How are you?
Fine, Monam Sahab. How's everything?
Okay, we use the term Saab. We were using Bhai before, but it's wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. You've been a great supporter and donor. We just wanted to bring you on the line and say our thank you to you.
Jazakallah for having me. I want to thank you, all the team, and all the hard work you guys do. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you all. We are just a small contributor, what we get paid from the Allah. There's nothing that I have done. I think what you guys do is more commendable than what we do, honestly. I mean, I'm sorry, commendable, not amendable, but we just give what we have on the top.
No, I think this
proud
is
of.
Nasir Bhai, I think this is exactly, with your support, we are able to do all this work. So we really wanted to thank you. And I know that you don't want to announce your donation. We got it already. So we just want to say thank you to you. And please keep conveying the message to other friends as well. You've been a great supporter.
Inshallah. And our prayers are with you and your team. Please stay safe. And my request to everyone who's listening, if you cannot sacrifice your time, this is the best way you can be part of this great scheme that all these volunteers are doing. So please open your heart and open your pockets and contribute with Humanity First.
Wonderful. Jazakallah for joining us. Ramati Saab, next caller is yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I just wanted to mention that Nasir is calling from one of our top states, Texas. Texas is one of the top 5 donating states to the Humanity First Telethon today. So thank you, Nasir, and everybody in Texas. And next we have Aziza Khan, who's calling from Baltimore, Maryland. Aziza, welcome to the program.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How's everybody? You guys are doing a fantastic job. It is so exciting to see the numbers go up. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, and wa alaikum salam, peace be upon you as well. Now, we couldn't be doing this work without the wonderful ambassador work that you've been doing. So tell us a little bit about the ambassador work that you've been able to do.
Well, by the grace of Allah, I've been doing the ambassador work for several years, and now we have another ambassador who is Mariam Khan, and she's doing an excellent job. She brought us up to where we are, and I'm basically lead ambassador at this point. And I want to say Baltimore Jamaat has been doing excellent under the leadership of Mariam Khan. And also my husband and my sons, they have been out there and they've been getting donations. And, the most amazing thing about these donations is that we're not just getting donations within our Jamaat, but we've been very, very blessed. We're getting donations outside of our Jamaat. We're getting them people of other faiths and people who are non-Ahmadi Muslims. They're very excited about this, and they donated, by the grace of Allah, a lot of money. And they have helped us boost up to the, amount of money we should be having in Baltimore to what we should be trying to accomplish. And without the help of Allah, and without the effort of all those people that are involved, this could not happen. It's amazing.
It is amazing. And I just want to say your neighbors in the South, Virginia, are giving you a run for the money. So Virginia is in the top 5 of state donors. Let's see if
Uh-huh.
Maryland can come through over the next couple hours with the wonderful
Oh,
work.
absolutely, absolutely. And we are from Baltimore, and Baltimore is a little bit separate than Maryland Jamaat. But yes, we are a smaller Jamaat, and we are still ready to run for the money here. We're gonna, go with it, and we're gonna push hard until the very last minute to try to achieve the best we can do.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you for your
And we
work.
need your prayers, and we need everybody's support.
We're gonna let you get back to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. We have another young caller here, actually two, Rian and Hassan. Are you there?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Who's this?
Ryan and Hassan.
Rian and Hassan. Okay, tell us your story. What are you calling for?
Yeah. So, we are collecting fund kits for humanity. My mom told me about the kids for humanity, and she asked me, "Do you want to raise funds for kids?" I think every child has a right to go to school. So me and my brother decided to raise funds. We set up a page and called our friends and families. Alhamdulillah, we have collected $1,564.
MashaAllah, Hassan, this is wonderful. Sorry, Rian. Go ahead.
Rian and
Is
Hassan
Hassan with you also? He's 5 years of age, right? Is your younger brother?
Yeah.
Rian
Both
and
of you
Hassan
working hard.
are part of the Virginia team that are keeping Virginia in the top 5 of states who have donated to the Humanity First Telethon today. So Rian and Hassan, thank you so much for the great work you guys are doing, and keep it up. Monam, I love seeing kids helping kids, man.
Absolutely.
Great parenting too.
Thank you to both of you.
Let's take it on to let's bring in Dr. Munib Zirvi Sahib. Dr. Zirvi, welcome to the program.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you loud and clear. You're calling from New Jersey, which is one of the top donor states as well. And we want to thank you and your family and friends that you've helped bring into the fold of Humanity First. So can you tell us what keeps you donating to Humanity First?
So I think I credit that to my parents, who have always been, very dedicated to the Jamaat and also to Humanity First since the beginning. My mom really believes in the Water for Life program.
I agree. Yes.
That for many, many years. So I've just tried to continue in their footsteps. Dr. Kuma Zervi and Latif Zervi. This year, I decided to donate to the Nasser Hospital program in Guatemala. So I donated in their names and also in my wife Shazia's name and myself to that same program. I think that's a great program helping the underserved in Guatemala. And I also went individually just donated to whatever I thought looked like it was a good cause, like Knowledge for Life and disaster relief. I mean, there's no shortage of things to donate to this year. And so I think that what I'd like to do is just remember Hazrat Umar radiallahu anhu, who one day the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam asked him to donate towards charity. And he thought, well, I have this amount of money. So he brought half of it and gave it to the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in an effort to outdo the Hazrat Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu. And the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam asked him, what have you left at home for your family? And he said, I've left an equal amount of this. Then Hazrat Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu came with all of his property. And the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam asked him, what did you leave at home with your family? And he said, I've left with them faith in Allah and His Messenger, Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So I think if you follow that in today's day and age, it's very hard to donate even 50% of what you have. But whatever you can do, I think it's a good cause. The Humanity First is all about charity and helping those who are less fortunate. And if the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam asked you to donate today, how much would you donate? Would you donate, whatever you could open-heartedly, that's what you would donate. And I think we should follow in that example. And whatever we can do open-heartedly, as much as possible for humanity, we should donate today.
That's great, Dr. Zervi. Thank you so much for those inspirational words. And listeners, doctor's orders. So, and I don't know if Dr. Zervi is a cardiologist, but that was definitely an open heart appeal. So we hope that, whatever you're thinking about donating or pledging, double it. And the world will be a better place for it. So thank you, Dr. to his parents.
Absolutely, Salam. And next caller is another doctor, Dr. Salam Rafiq. Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Saab.
Salam.
Thank you so much for coming and joining us.
Gigi, I'm very happy I'm making the donation, and every year I have donated to Humanity First, and Allah has given me the opportunity, so I'm doing it again. And I wanted to thank for all the efforts that Humanity First team is doing. It's very, very remarkable, and may Allah give them the best reward.
Dr. Saab,
And Jazakallah.
if you don't mind, I mean, it's up to you. Can you share
Yes.
what are you contributing just to inspire some people, because we have a huge target to
Yeah.
achieve. If you can share, fine. If not, it's okay.
Yeah, no, I'm donating $5,000 this year.
MashaAllah. Very good. Very good. Salam Bhatti Saab. MashaAllah. I think this is something that we need some more small or large donations, but it will help us to meet our goal, Dr. Saab.
Inshallah, I hope and pray that we quickly reach our goal. Inshallah.
Just call your friends, and then the Doctors for Humanity program bring other noble souls, regardless of faith, color, race, religion. Anybody can come and help us. As I said, that the hunger and pain has no religion as such, or anybody. I know that from community perspective, we have a huge support, but we are a broader organization, and we are being joined by everyone. So just help us out, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Bhatti Saab, we'll take the next caller.
And from one salam to another salam, I just want to say thanks for giving a shout out to the team. It really helps encourage us and keeps us going. So thank you for that. And next up, our last caller for this segment is Rayan Ahmad, who's calling from New York. Rayan, welcome to the program. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Rayan, thank you so much for joining us today. You're helping so much in raising funds and donating. Can you tell us which Humanity First program you like?
All of it.
You like all of them?
Yes, please.
Oh, excellent. And I think you're also donating for the Kids for Humanity project. Did you want to share how much you were donating?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
$310.
$110 from
nice.
6-year-old Rayan from New York. So
$310.
$310. Wow. I'm going to say he just increased his donation during our segment. Rayan, you are a gentleman and a scholar. Thank you very much, Jazakallah, for your generous donation. So kids out there, Rayan from New York, he just donated $310. What can you do? Every dollar counts. So look to your parents with the widest eyes and see what you can bring in for the telethon today and make the world a better place. So Monam Saab, just a great segment of callers, of donors, of ambassadors. What do we have next?
Okay. Kids on Humanity interview is starting, but in the meantime, people keep donating, right? So thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Dina Ahmed. On behalf of Humanity First USA, welcome to the Kids for Humanity talk show. Today, we have 5 special guests whose service in Humanity First has been outstanding. Our first guest today is Kamran. Kamran, can you tell us a little bit about yourself, where you are, your age, and what you do in Humanity First?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Kamran Asker, and I'm from Wulingboro, Jamaat. I'm 13 years old, and I usually help package and hand out the food at food pantries for Humanity First.
Our second guest today is Arusha Bhatti. Can you tell us a little about yourself, or where you are, your age, and what you do in Humanity First?
What's up? My name is Anisa Arusha Bhatti. I'm 7 years old. I'm in second grade, At Franklin Academy, I go to the Humanity First food pantry and I help bag the food and then I put the food in the car. Jazakallah.
Our third guest today is Ahmed Zaviar. Can you tell us about yourself, where you are, your age, and what you do in Humanity First?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Ahmed Zaviar Owais Butt, and I am from Northern Virginia Jamaat, and I am 9 years old. Our family has contributed for several Water for Life projects in Pakistan and Africa, and we raise funds for different Humanity First projects.
Our fourth guest today is Aisha Abdullah. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, where you are, your age, and what you do in Humanity First?
Assalamualaikum. My name is Aisha Abdullah Hagura. I am 8 years old and I am from Philadelphia, Jamaat. I have seen my mother and father do Humanity First work. I know my Nanabu was actively involved with Humanity First Pakistan. I would like to follow in their footsteps. Jazakallah.
Our fifth guest today is Nira Bajwa. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, where you are, your age, and what you do in Humanity First?
Assalamualaikum. My name is Nida. I'm 7 years old. I'm going into second grade. I live in Ashburn, Virginia. I donated to build a water well in Pakistan.
For this 2021 Telethon, we see that some of you created fundraising pages and raised $375 to help one of your friends in Africa who attends school this month. Can anyone talk about their experience raising money for Humanity First?
I have created my fundraising page, and I am planning to collect $500 for Humanity First K-12 school project, which will provide 1-year education to 6 students. I'm reaching out to my cousins, my friends, and my family members for raising funds. I have already raised $250 for this project.
Thank you for your support and great suggestions. We have sent over 12,000 children to school since 2016. Educated teachers now operate 24 educational institutions in 12 countries. Now we see another program that American children participate in is the Food Security Initiative. Kamran, your dad is actively involved in designing this program in Willingboro. Can you tell us what he does and how you have helped him?
Welcome, Salam. So what my dad does, he usually goes to local food pantries or other places and gets food. And then he brings it back to the masjid where we have our food pantry once a month. And then I usually help him by packaging and giving out the food.
Arusha, I have seen your pictures about your food drive in Miami. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience?
I'm in the food drive. I'm with my dad in the mosque. Sometimes my mom too, and I just help people, and I just put the food in there, and then I put in the table, and then I give it to the girls and boys so they can have some food too. And that's why I want to be helpful and take care of people. Jazakallah.
Excellent. Food security is a basic human right. We have distributed millions of meals, and I know that hundreds of cars line up around the country to get thousands of pounds of food at our Humanity First pantries. No wonder the mayors of so many cities have us official proclamations. Another cool thing we are doing is a water flex program where $1,500 helps build a water well 90 feet into the ground and helps provide clean water to hundreds of thousands of residents around the world, and billions of people today lack access to clean water. Ahmed, can you tell us why building a water well is so important?
Building a water well is important because clean drinking water is a basic necessity of life, and our lives get affected if we don't have clean drinking water. There are a lot of places in the world, especially in Pakistan and Africa, that lack clean drinking water. Our family has contributed for several Water for Life projects in Pakistan and Africa, and we have raised funds for these projects within our family. And our family members get really excited when they come to know that their small contribution can serve clean water to a complete village and their livestock. Our most recent project was initiated by my grandmother, and I am planning to help her raise $1,500.
Imagine if you all don't have access to water, what would you do? What would you drink?
If you have dirty water, then you're not supposed to drink that. You're supposed to drink clean water. And if you're feeling a little poorly, if you're feeling poorly, you just have to go and find some place to get the water. Then if you found it, then you just have a little drink it. If you're allergic to water, just a little drink it.
What about lights, electricity? We know we have some model villages in Mali that are run entirely by solar panels. How does that work? Aisha, I know your dad is an engineer and he went to Mali to help with the solar panels project. Can you tell us how so many people have electricity?
My father, Afan Abdullah Hagura Sayed, was involved in the Model Village project in Mali, Africa. He helped to set up solar panels, batteries, and lights for the entire village so they could cook, clean, and do their chores at night. This helped them to be more productive at night and safer from fires. With electricity available, my father set up MTA so they could watch our beloved Hazur.
Some of us live in areas where there are lots of natural disasters. I live in California and we have lots of forest fires and earthquakes. Arusha, you live in Florida and you're in hurricane season right now. Aisha, Nia, and Ahmed, you have experienced the worst of snowstorms. Humanity First provides lots of relief supplies to people around 12 countries to help them with their crisis. What do you feel you must have in a disaster, Nida?
You need lots of food, water, candles, and flashlight if the power goes out, colors with gas in case you have to drive somewhere, and warm clothes and blankets and shelter.
And if you ever experienced a disaster, what did you do?
When a storm hits, our area use candles and light and cook food on the fireplace. When I was in Miami, when I was a little baby in 2017, we turned on the lights, then it was really bad. So we were trying to do something, but nothing we can do. All the lights were really bad. We had to go to bed till the morning until the lights came. We fixed them. We like the lights.
Humanity First USA also provides relief in a gift for sight program where we operate on people giving their vision back, and a global health program where we open clinics of all medical specialties and provide them access to a doctor. In Mali, we have a Humanity First clinic that is 24 hours and helps people deliver babies, fight against malaria, and surgery. Do any one of you want to be a doctor, and why?
When I grow up, I want to be a doctor because I love helping people and take care of people. It's because I love helping them and I love to take care of them. I want them to survive and to not to die. And it's because I love helping people and I love taking care of them. And I love to take care of all the people because I love to be a doctor.
Perfect. And anybody else?
I want to be a doctor because I want to help sick people feel better because I don't want them to feel sick and stay at the doctor.
Well, that's all the time we have today, folks. We thank our guests for sharing their experiences, and we thank our viewers for watching. Now I'm going to introduce the second segment of our show, the game show. Miss Moinadin, you can take it away.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I'm Sakina Javed Moinuddin, your host for this next Kids for Humanity segment. A warm welcome to all of you who joined us. In the next 25 minutes, we will be conducting a fun game show. Boys and girls, what better way to get acquainted? So, In order to participate in the game, you need a device. It could be a laptop, tablet, desktop, or a cell phone. Next, you will go on the website slido.com. Now you're going to see a QR code. You can also enter the game code, which is 529641. Parents, if you can kindly help your kids get started. All right. Now I have 4 assistants with me who will be helping me throughout our game show. We have Sharif Chaudhry from Los Angeles, California, Mohammed Jahid Agha Khan from Baltimore, Maryland, Zoya Bhatti from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and Serena Shweb Moinuddin from Miami, Florida. Before we start with the game show, I would like to share a story of my childhood with you, which taught me a very important lesson. Boys and girls, being raised in Germany, I had never seen the effects of poverty. When I was 8 years old, my parents took me to Pakistan. It was, a nice trip, and I was sitting in the back seat, of the car and enjoying the breeze of the beach and eating chicken tikka. Now, for those of you who don't know what that is, in the process of cooking chicken tikka, the chicken usually gets charred. What charred means, okay, it means when something gets blackened or burned. So back then I was a very picky eater, and I was enjoying the chicken except for the burnt pieces, the charred pieces. So when I was done, I decided to throw those out of the window. Boys and girls, within seconds, I saw 4 little kids in worn out rags who raced to the chicken pieces, grabbed them, and began to eat them. I couldn't believe my eyes, and nor could I comprehend the level of their happiness. It was like they were having a feast. I'd never seen anything like it. Boys and girls, I want you to understand, these kids were eating my leftover pieces that I had thrown out. Now, I want you to keep that story in the back of your mind, because we will come back to it at the end of the segment. Now, you guys should be logged in, ready to join. Let's see the first question. Or actually, we'll give you a couple more minutes in case you have to gather yourselves. And in the meantime, you can also scan the code, the QR code. That's the easiest way. But if you want to enter the game pin, you will, again, just go to slido.com, slido.com, and you will enter the code 529641. Parents, Jazakallah for assisting them and getting them logged in. All right, we'll give you a couple more seconds. And again, I'm super excited and to see how many of you are, mashallah, joining. Let's see. And all right. I see so many of you have been logged in. Mashallah. Also remember, please make sure that we can recognize your name. All appropriate names, your first name. Right. There's 40 of you. Let's see. Can we get a couple more to log in? Come on, come on. All right. 42. My 4 assistants. Mohammed Jahid, Zoya Bhatti, Serena Moinuddin, right, and Sharif Chaudhry. How are you guys doing today, my guests? Show me thumbs up if you're doing great, the 4 of you. Awesome, alhamdulillah. Okay, we're going to start in about 20 seconds. Let's see if we can get a little bit more participation. Come on, get those devices. One more time, to join, you can go to slido.com. You can enter the code 529641, or you can scan the QR code displayed on the screen. All right, we're going to start the game. Let's see the first question. All right. How many meals have been served in the US since the pandemic started? Over 5,000 meals, over 10,000 meals, over 1.6 million meals, or over 2.3 million meals? All right, you have 12 seconds left. Let's go, get those answers coming. Almost, 5 more seconds to answer. All right, let's take a look at the correct answer. Over 2.3 million meals, and looks like most of you got that correct, mashallah. Okay, wonderful. Let's move on to the next question. In what year did the inauguration of Nasser Hospital in Guatemala take place? 2015, 2018, 2019, or 2020? I wonder how many of you were part of that historical inauguration. Almost. 5 more seconds to go. All right, let's take a look at the correct answer. Most of you got that, mashallah, correct. Yes, 2018. I'm impressed. All right, let's move on to the next question. Who did the inauguration of Nasser Hospital in Guatemala? Was it His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, the 5th head of the worldwide Ahmadiyya Muslim community, Amir Sahib, President of Guatemala, or President Joe Biden? I'm sure most of you will get that right based on the previous answer. All right, 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's take a look at the correct answer. Yes, mashallah, you all are very well informed. It was Huzur Anwar and Allah bin Nasr al-Aziz. All right, next question, please. True or false? US doctors that go on temporary missions get paid for their work. I wonder how many of you know that. Do you think they get paid if they go on short missions? The clock is ticking, boys and girls. Tick tock, tick tock. Submit those answers. Come on. Got 8 more seconds left. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's take a look at the correct answer. That is false. They do not get paid, right? All right, now let's take a look at the lead board. You can see who is actually in the lead so far. There. All right. Arusha Bhatti is in the lead so far. Now, before we move on to the next question, boys and girls, I'm going to turn over to my live guests. Zoya Bhatti, my first question is for you. How did you help someone in need?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Just the other day, me and my sister went to my aunt's house. My sister got hurt on her ankle there. So when we got back home after the car ride, I gave her a band-aid because she needed one. Jazakallah.
Oh, mashallah, how nice of you to help your sister. Thank you for sharing that event. Great. Let's move on to the next question, please. All right. What is the Humanity First slogan? Love for all, hatred for none, always be kind, serving mankind, or follow the rules. So think about it. When you see that, when you see that slogan that we have, the blue slogan, what is it that you usually see? What is the slogan? I wonder how many of you know. All right, most of you got that correct. Yes, it was serving mankind, and some of you thought it was love for all, hatred for none. But okay, it was a trick question. I can see how that could happen, but all right, let's move on to the next question, please. How many people have been served with the clean drinking water globally under the Water for Life project? 1.2 million people, 2.4 million people, 3.7 million people, or 4.6 million people? All right, boys and girls, time is moving. It never stops. We got a couple more seconds left. Let's go, let's go. Submit those answers. Almost. Let's take a look at the correct answer. Mashallah, it was 4.6 million people. Let's go to the next question. How many water projects have been completed globally? An example is, city filtration systems, water wells, and hand pumps. 1,547, 2,359, 3,622, or 4,000? How many do you think we have completed globally? Humanity first. What do you say? I'm really curious to see the answer for this one. How many of you will get that correct? I know that was kind of tricky, but yes, the correct answer is 3,622, which is not, and inshallah, many more to come in the future, right? With the help from everyone tonight. All right, let's take a look at who's in the lead so far. Do we have anyone else in the lead? Oh, and it looks like Arusha Bhatti is still in the lead. And Mohammed Minhas is in second place, not too far from her. Okay, let's move on to question, to my life question. My life question is for you, Muhammad Jahid. You ready?
Yes.
Since water is important for everyone, what is the difference in availability and accessibility in different parts of the world?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Jahid Aga Khan, and I'm from the Baltimore Jamaat. Availability means that whether the water is available or not. Accessibility means that whether you can get to the water or not. In some parts of the world, there's water, but it is polluted or salty, so it's available but not accessible. So to make it accessible, someone could clean the water or take the salt out. And in other parts of the world, there is little or no rainfall, or the source of water is too far away. So it's available but not accessible. So to make it available, someone could clean the water or take the salt. Someone could dig a well to get water which is underground. And then it is available and accessible. Jazakallah.
MashaAllah, you did a fabulous job in explaining that. That was very detailed. Jazakallah. Okay, let's move on to the next question, please. All right. In how many countries is Humanity First registered? 15 countries, 25 countries, 46 countries, or 60 countries? How many countries do we represent? I wonder how many of you would know that answer. I'm pretty curious. And mashallah, it looks like all of you are very well informed so far when it comes to Humanity First. All right, let's take a look at the correct answer. 60 countries. And inshallah, many more to come in the future. All right, let's go to the next question, boys and girls. How many countries does Humanity First USA chapter have representation in? So our chapter just in the United States, how many countries do we represent? Is it 4 countries, 8 countries, 12 countries, or 25 countries? How many? 5 more seconds to go. Clock is ticking. All right, it was actually 12 countries. And most of you thought it was 25, but inshallah, in the future, many more to come, right? All right, question number 10, let's go. We're ready? All right. How many schools are operating under the Humanity First USA Knowledge for Life program? 7, 10, 19, or 23 schools. And boys and girls, I want you to consider how blessed we are living in the United States, that kindergarten through 12th grade, for public education, we don't really have to pay anything, you know, but around the world, in many countries, that's not really the case. Let's take a look. It's 23 programs, all right? 23 schools, amazing job. Yes, you guys are very well informed. Okay, next question, please. How many students can attend school for a $375 donation for one whole year? 2 students, 3 students, 4 students, or 5 students? Let's see, how many do you think it is? How many could it be? All right, 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's take a look at the correct answer. 5 students, and yes, mashallah, most of you got that answer correct. All right, we're going to see, let's see at the leaderboard, see who's getting close. All right, I see a new name, Mohammed bin Has, you're in the lead now. All right, now, before we move on with the game, boys and girls, I'm going to ask you something, Serena Moinin. Ready? Why is it important to seek an education?
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. The Quran emphasizes the importance of education in the verse, O Allah, increase my knowledge. This shows that there is no age limit to education because we are able to learn something new in every stage of life. Education helps us to see things from a new perspective. Not to mention, by gaining knowledge, you are holding the opportunity to make a difference for the better in this world, physically and spiritually. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah, you explained that very well. That was a very thorough answer. All right, let's go to the next question. All right, how many people were helped under the Gift of Sight Humanity First Global Initiative? 20,000 people, 30,000 people, 40,000 people, or 50,000 people? All right, 5 more seconds. Clock is ticking again. All right, we have, let's take a look at the correct answer. It was 40,000 people, but looks like a lot of you thought it was 50,000. Inshallah, we can get there. So, boys and girls, before we continue with the next question, we're going to do a quick activity. Parents, you're most welcome to join us. This is what we're going to do. We're going to close our eyes for about 15 to 20 seconds. I will tell you when to open them. I want every boy and girl to participate, okay? And no peeking. Let's close our eyes, everyone. I'll tell you when to open them. I'll close them. All right. Open your eyes, boys and girls. What did you see? Darkness, gray. If I was to ask you to answer the next question with your eyes closed, would you feel disoriented? I want you to know that with the $100 donation, you can help a person get their eyesight back with cataract surgery. So just wanted you to keep that in mind, that we really are blessed in so many ways. Let's move on to the next question, please. True or false? Humanity First operates on donations only. I'll give you a clue. It's a non-profit organization, so let's see how many of you will get that one right. We only operate on donations? Is that true or false? Ladies and gentlemen, get those answers in. 4 more seconds. 3, 2, 1. We're going to look at the correct answer. That is absolutely true. Yes. Donations only. Now, boys and girls, here's the thing. The next question is actually a bonus question. So regardless, you're going to get it right. Let's take a look at it. Let's see what your preference is for the next question. Would you rather pass out food during heavy rain with thunder and lightning, or pass out food during 100 degrees of heat with lots of humidity? And I want you to keep in mind that, mashallah, our Humanity First volunteers, they do it regardless of weather condition, right? They do it in every weather condition and are usually the first responders when it comes to natural disasters, even, earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes. May Allah reward them abundantly. Inshallah. Let's take a look. All right. Looks like most of you prefer the rain. Well, I prefer the heat. All right. Now, question number 15, which is also our last question. Let's take a look at it. What chicken did Sister Sakina unintentionally share with the poor kids? Was it chicken parmesan, chicken tikka, chicken kebab, or chicken biryani? I'm going to see how many of you were listening in the beginning. Let's see. I did tell that story, so let me see who was paying attention. What kind of chicken did I unintentionally share without even realizing how happy the kids would get when you're throwing it out? Okay. Let's see. Oh, looks like the majority of you are listening. I know some of you may have logged in a little bit later after I have told the story, so no worries. But yes, it was chicken tikka. Now, let's take a look at the lead board and who our winner is. All right, and looks like Ikra is the winner. Congratulations, Ikra. All right, okay. Boys, and now I'm going to ask Sharif Chaudhry. Sharif, my question for you is, what are some ways for kids to get involved in Humanity First?
Assalamu alaikum. Kids can get involved by participating in volunteer activities and different fundraisers held by Humanity First throughout the year. Taking part in the Humanity First school supply drive and their food drive is also very helpful. Lastly, kids can create their own Humanity First fundraising page to collect donations from friends and family members. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah, all of those are really great ideas, Sharif. All right, boys and girls. The purpose of the story is for you to realize that poverty is real and much closer than we think. As an educator, most teachers will tell you this, that some kids here in the United States look really forward to eating the meal that they receive in the cafeteria because that might be the only meal that they will receive for that day. I hope that the story from my childhood will inspire you to pay more attention to our countless blessings, such as, some of them are, we have plenty of food, we have roof above our heads, we have a loving and caring family, we are healthy, go to school, and not to forget, through the blessings of Jamaat and under Humanity First, we have the opportunity to help others. I would like to conclude with the hadith by the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The upper hand is better than the lower hand. Boys and girls, we hope that all of you will get involved in Humanity First projects and become our future ambassadors, bringing unique talents, skills, and ideas. Jazakallah so much for tuning in. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Putting humanity first has been the greatest test of 2020. Let's review how Humanity First USA has been at the forefront of serving mankind in 2020. The year began with whispers of a virus across the globe. Not knowing or understanding the depth and nature of the virus, the world moved, blissfully unaware of the catastrophe to come. Humanity First USA began its planning for the year to continue building schools, medical centers, dig more water wells to provide safe, clean drinking water, and perform a greater number of surgeries in various countries under our Gift of Sight program, but unfortunately, it was not to be. By March of 2020, the entire world was caught in the grip of a global pandemic with no clear end in sight. So Humanity First realigned its agenda for the needs of humanity and jumped into action. We quickly launched Humanity First We Care, our COVID-19 response initiative. The aim? To serve people in these dire times by any means possible. We began by opening food pantries across the nation, serving over 1.7 million meals, and through our sister HF organizations, providing over 10 million meals across the globe. We launched a public awareness campaign with infographics and a webinar on the health and economic impact of COVID-19 with leading professionals. We started the Make a Mask initiative with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Women's Auxiliary to provide hand-sewn masks to people across the country. We worked to provide PPE to frontline workers. We also launched the Education Project to provide free tutoring to underserved children from kindergarten to grade 12 who were struggling to adapt to virtual learning.
In the Education Project, I was paired with a 5-year-old girl, Zoe, who's going into kindergarten this year. By far the most rewarding thing I've done all summer is work with her on how to read and watch her progress and learn how to read on her own for the first time.
HF USA also responded twice to Hurricane Laura in Lake Charles. A group of 25 went to clean up debris from homes and provide water and food. We partnered with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Organization and the Red Cross in the Sleeves Up campaign to hold blood drives across the nation to address the critical shortage of blood due to quarantine in America. Doctors for Humanity is also underway under our HF Healthcare Services subsidiary. This program matches doctors who donate their time to patients who have no insurance or are underinsured. HF Shop was launched to help fund our many programs. We sold HF USA masks that helped fund the food pantries and keep people safe during this pandemic. We had 3 major fundraising campaigns: Fast to Feed, 20 for 20, and the first ever virtual global webathon. Even through an economically crippling pandemic, our donors opened their hearts to give for people less fortunate than them. Humanity First USA is honored to have such amazing volunteers who are the backbone of our organization in the United States and around the world. We thank you for your dedication and hard work.
Together, and really, in my mind, Humanity First, through its volunteers, not because of the donations it receives, but really through its volunteers, exemplifies that. So it really is a privilege for me that you gave me this opportunity to really use your platform to reach out to the public at large. And I'm really very grateful to you for giving me that opportunity, but also really grateful to all of your volunteers.
We hope and pray that 2021 brings the end of this pandemic and enables us to continue our human development projects. Don't forget, you can donate anytime. You can also donate through the Amazon Smile program. Just search Humanity First on Amazon Smile, and Amazon will donate 0.5% to Humanity First every time you make a purchase. We wish you a happy new year full of health and prosperity.
मेरा आपसे सवाल है कि अगर एक वक्फ नो की फील्ड नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी हो तो वो अपनी स्टडीज़ कंप्लीट करने के बाद किस तरह से जमात की खिदमत कर सकती है?
देखो जी, नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी तो एक इल्म है ना, और नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी जो है वो आजकल मेडिसिन में भी इस्तेमाल हो रही है और भी बहुत सारे शोबों में इस्तेमाल हो रही है, रिसर्च में इसमें हो रहा है काम, ठीक है ना। नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी यही है ना, एक छोटे से माइन्यूटेस्ट पार्टिकल के ऊपर तुम बहुत सारे काम ले सकते हो, जिस तरह तुम कंप्यूटर में छोटी सी चीज़ पे बहुत सारी चीज़ें डाल लेते हो। जमात का एक मकसद इंसानियत की खिदमत है ना
जी।
बस फिर तो जब इसका फ़ायदा ये होगा कि इससे इंसानियत की खिदमत होती है। एक डॉक्टर बनता है वक्फे नो है, उसको कह दिया जाता है कि तुम डॉक्टर बन जाओ और अभी जमात का अस्पताल में जगह नहीं, तो गवर्नमेंट के अस्पताल में काम करो, तो उसका जमात को क्या फ़ायदा होता है? इंसानियत को फ़ायदा होता है ना। ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट का जो काम है वो जमात का एक ऑक्सिलरी किस्म का ही इदारा है ना, वो दुनिया में काम कर रहा है, उसको जमात को बराह रास्त तो कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है ना, इनडायरेक्ट फ़ायदा हो रहा है। जमात का तारुफ होता है, जमात का जो खिदमत का अल्लाह ताला ने जो काम दिया हुआ है इंसानियत की खिदमत का, एक हकीकी मुसलमान को वो इंसानियत की खिदमत कर रहे होते हैं। इसी तरह कोई भी काम
जिससे इंसानियत को फ़ायदा हो, उसको यही समझें कि वो अल्लाह ताला का हुक्म है और जमात ने वो काम करना है, डायरेक्ट फ़ायदा हो या ना हो। सिर्फ अपनी जेब नहीं भरनी, हमने लोगों को फ़ायदा पहुंचाना है, मखलूक की खिदमत करना, ये इंसानियत का काम है। हम नारा लगाते हैं कि मसीह अलैहिस्सलाम आए, दो काम थे उनके, एक ये कि बंदे को खुदा ताला से मिलाना और एक बंदे को बंदे के हक़ अदा करने वाला बनाना। अब ये तो नहीं लिखा हुआ कि बंदा सिर्फ अहमदी मुसलमान का हक़ अदा करेगा या फिर उसके बाद फिर मुसलमान का हक़ अदा करेगा और हिंदू का नहीं करेगा और ईसाई का नहीं करेगा और यहूदी का नहीं करेगा और बुद्धिस्ट का नहीं करेगा या ला मज़हब का नहीं करेगा। हर एक इंसान की खिदमत करना काम है और यही जमात का काम है और यही जमात का फ़ायदा है। इसी से तारुफ़ होता है। फिर लोग पूछते हैं कि अच्छा भाई तुम क्यों खिदमत कर रहे हो, बताओ भाई हमारा मज़हब ये कहता है। और जब इनडायरेक्टली अब मज़हब की बात होती है फिर उनको तवज्जो पैदा होती है मज़हब पे और फिर इस तरह इनडायरेक्टली तबलीग के रास्ते खुलते हैं। तो जमात को फ़ायदा, अल्टीमेटली जमात को फ़ायदा होता है, लेकिन अगर बराह रास्त ना भी फ़ायदा हो तो इंसानियत की खिदमत का जो जज्बा है वो अल्लाह ताला का हुक्म है कि इंसानों की खिदमत करो, वो हमने करना है अल्लाह ताला को राज़ी करने के लिए।
And welcome back. And it's always inspirational to hear the words of the Khalifa of Islam, His Holiness Mirza Masroor Ahmad, directly on the impact of Humanity First and all that it's doing. Wanted to take a few donor calls. Before we do that, I want to give you an update on where we are with the drive so far. Remember, our goal is to raise $1 million. Currently, we've raised $592,000. So we're over 50%. We're approaching 60%. Hopefully, the next few minutes we break 60%. According to the numbers, Central Jersey team is still leading near 19,000. Then Houston, then Virginia, Seattle. Although the California folks are saying that their numbers aren't being counted accurately. We'll see what happens there. In terms of individual donors, we've got Khalid Ahmed still leading. This individual has raised $14,000. So really doing well. If you haven't given yet, I want to make sure you know how to do that. First and foremost, you can always go to usa.humanityfirst.org. You can call your pledge at 1-855-474-3872. You can text HFUSA to 31996. That may be the fastest. There are many other ways to give, but we also want you to know that please join us in promoting the cause of Humanity First. Tell your friends on Twitter, handle HFUSA, on Facebook, Humanity First USA, Instagram, Humanity First USA, LinkedIn, and so forth. Go on there, follow us, talk about Humanity First and all that impact it is making. You know, there's a lot of great corporate donors that have led today's drive as well. Our good friend Amit Chaudhry, Lehigh Valley Oral Surgery and Implant Center, Accelerated Rehab, DataWiz, Microagility, Smart IS International, a lot of great corporations stepping up at the highest level of our donation levels, the benevolent level sponsorship, and doing a great job. Also the Zirby family and Washington vascular specialists joining us as well. So we're grateful to all our corporate donors. We're grateful to all our individual donors who have joined us in reaching our goal of $1 million. Now I'll invite my co-host Salam Bhatti to share a few words. Salam, I'm glad you're using your mask. I hope you're vaccinated because I don't want to be with you if you're not.
I'm vaxxed, masked, and ready to ask for donations for the Humanity First Telethon. And I'm happy to be wearing the Humanity First swag, the merch that is available on usa.humanityfirst.org. If you click on the top link, which says store, the first thing you're going to see is the mask. So one of the big things you got to worry about, my dear viewers, is mask knee. So you have to make sure to be wearing or having multiple masks and putting them through the laundry so that you don't, get acne breakouts because it's good to be clean. The mask is very breathable. It's not very drinkable.
Oh, careful there. Oh.
But that's okay. That means it's very good. So definitely make sure you visit the store, get your masks, and that $5 donation for the mask is a great small way to also make an impact for today. Now let's take
Hello.
it on to our callers. We have the first caller on here. We have Mr. Suhail Koser, who serves as the Vice President of the Ansarullah community in the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. So welcome and assalamu alaikum, Suhail.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Jazakallah for having me on the call.
Hey, thanks for calling in. We know that you've been supporting Humanity First for a very long time, and we appreciate you and your support. What is it about Humanity First that keeps you coming back?
Well, I would like to congratulate you and applaud you, for arranging another telethon. I know from the past experiences, whatever goal you set for your telethon, you always not only achieve it, but go beyond it. And by the grace of God, Allah Ta'ala has blessed us this Humanity First, which is doing a lot of good work all around the globe, not only in the United States, but all around the globe. And another good thing about Humanity First is that this is providing us an opportunity where the people of all pocket sizes can contribute towards the good goals. And there are a lot of benevolent programs which are going on, and everybody can participate. Whether you have limited money, whether you have a lot of money, everybody can participate and everybody can be satisfied that they are fulfilling that requirement which Allah Ta'ala has given to us, Huququllah and Huququl Ibad. And Humanity First is going a long way in meeting that goal of serving the humanity as a large.
Very, very good points, Suhail Saab. Now, there are members of your organization watching. Do you have a message for them as we race towards 1 million donations?
Definitely. Ansarullah has always been playing a very important role, and I will request and I will urge all Ansar brothers who are on the call, or whether even they are not on the calls, but please, as our motto is that excel one another in good things. So this is another opportunity which Allah Ta'ala has provided us, by which we can donate money towards the good causes. You can select, you have a lot of, Humanity First has a lot of diverse programs. You can select one of those programs, whichever you prioritize. But if you want, you can donate money just to Telethon and give that discretion to Humanity First to spend it wherever they can prioritize it. So I would very strongly urge all Ansar brothers that today, everybody who's on the call or not on the call, they must contribute something. And again, besides saying that, I would also say that Allah Ta'ala says that you cannot get the righteousness unless you spend whatever you love the most. So, we should try to spend whatever maximum we can do that. But at the same time, we have opportunities for even small size pocket people as well. So I would urge all Ansar brothers, please come forward and they must donate something today.
Excellent. Thank you for that call to action, Suhail Sahib. And, Mac, he's right. He's asking for all the Ansar members who are on the call. So those who are on the call, between me and you, it's you. So hopefully,
let me see what I can do. And you're a great servant as well, and I'm sure we'll all give. But next we have Dr. Asan Shah on the call. Dr. Asan, are you there?
Yes, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. You're so inspirational, and you joining us. You're from Miami, nonetheless. We love Miami, and tell us what you're donating towards today.
Assalamu alaikum. I will certainly disclose that if you allow me to digress for a quick second so I can acknowledge a few people who really worked hard in this whole telethon.
Thank you.
Okay.
We've got to move pretty fast, but go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to thank our ambassador from Miami, Munawar Chaudhry Saab, who's done a phenomenal job. I know he informed me that this is the highest collection that they have collected from Miami Jamaat as far, so excellent work, and obviously all the people who donated. I would also like to, acknowledge and remember my former Jamaat, Orlando, Dr. Munib Virk, who's doing a phenomenal job. I know he's working hard and is almost there to meet his goal as well. So if I tell, the amount of money I'm donating, it's only to motivate them, especially my former Jamaat, because I know they are extremely generous and highly dedicated brothers. So with that said, I will be, inshallah ta'ala, pledging to donate $10,000 today.
Wow, thank you. And are you doing a general donation towards Humanity First?
Yes, I am. Obviously, I think the leadership knows where the funds are needed. My affinity is towards healthcare, but I'll leave that up to the leadership to decide where the money is needed.
Now, Asim, that is a wonderful donation, and we really donate it. We really appreciate it. But let me one up you real quick. Could we get you to donate another $500 if Salam Bhatti tells a great joke right now?
I know he's a comedian. I followed his YouTube channel a few times. So I will up to 1,000 if my brothers from Orlando can meet the goal of what is set for them. So if they meet
that's
that,
fair. That's a great. You're thinking like a true fundraiser. All right, Salam, it's up to you now. We can raise another $1,000. He's been very generous to give 10,000. We can make it 11,000 if you tell a killer joke for Dr. Asin Shah. Asin, what type of medicine do you practice?
I am a hematology-oncology physician.
Oncology and hematology. Salam, go ahead.
Oh man, the toughest part about being an oncologist is that you're always on call.
Not correct.
I think that was worth it. I think that was totally worth it.
It sure was. So you're amazing, man.
Oh no, man, we're just following your footsteps, Dr. Shah. Appreciate you. And good things always come out of Florida, especially when it's a place called Miami, because I love Miami.
Moves over Miami.
Orlando people too. They're pretty amazing too.
Thank you, and thank you, Asim, for calling out your neighboring Jamaats, and we appreciate everyone in Miami and Orlando and the neighboring area where I know there's a lot of need there as well. We'll move on to the next person. Salam.
Oh, next up we have Nusrat Qadir Chaudhry, who's calling from New Jersey. Nusrat, welcome to the program. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. How are you both?
Oh, we're doing great. We are doing, we are doing just about what you're going to talk about. We are doing well. So tell us a little bit more.
Oh, well, I couldn't ask for a better intro. With regards to the wells, thankfully, thanks to your hard work and that of Maxab, we were able to donate as a family. We donated at least 5 to 7 wells. It's ongoing, our count. I immediately pledged for 5, and then my cousins Ramla and Amin, my sister-in-law Mubaraka, they all got on board. They started with their families, and we thought about aunts who didn't have children and putting wells in their honor. So basically we chose our grandparents, our parents, family members who didn't have children who could continue the charitable act, Sadqa Jariyah, for them. So we continued to go down the list and create wells. And then my cousin Ramla reached out to her business partners and associates, and then they started donating wells. So it just kept going, trying to get people.
I think we lost you.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Soha Sheikh, I believe, is on as well. I think Nusrat shared a great example of donating wells. A well for $1,500, you can bring a community, a village, a city to life. Imagine that for such a small amount. And if you can donate one in for various people in your family's name, as is being done, is a great example. With that, Soha Sheikh, are you on?
Assalamu alaikum.
Soha, I believe you are at least 6 years old.
7 years old.
Oh my God. So how much have you raised, Soha?
$381.
That is amazing. How did you raise $381?
I don't know.
But you're also from Miami, because we had Dr. Asin on earlier, and he was trying to motivate all the Miami people. Can we convince you, if Salam tells another good joke, can we get you 381 to 400?
Yes.
All right, you're up, Salam. We can get another $19 here.
Okay. I'm just thinking about Nusrat, the previous caller here. Did you hear about the blind man who fell down the well? Yeah, he couldn't see that well.
What do you think, Salah? Are you in?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you very much. We really appreciate you raising $400. I know you got 19 to go, and we know you will achieve it. And we're very happy with everyone in Miami. Stay safe and stay away from the water. Next, we have Salam. We have Mahmoud Ahmed. You're up.
All right. Welcome to the call, Mahmoud. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
It's such a pleasure to have you here. We understand that you've donated for the water pump projects, and could you share a little bit about your experiences for that?
Thank you, Jazakallah. First of all, I am thankful and Jazakallah to all the Humanity First team for raising funds for a noble cause. Actually, the earlier caller stole my thunder. I was thinking to which category should I donate, and then I said, well, water is needed to survive. And growing up, I have seen young girls walking miles carrying water pitchers on their head from a canal and going up the hill where the water was not available. So this kind of moved me to donate for the water pump today. So I was honestly hesitated to come online, but I thought, well, if I come online as other people are doing and one more soul donates for another pump, I may receive some of the blessings, and of course, not reducing the donor's blessings. Jazakallah.
It's the gift that keeps on giving. Thank you so much, Mahmoud Saab, for calling in and sharing your story to get other people excited and encouraged to donate as well. Now, Mac, let's wrap it up.
Okay, we've got the Tanzila and Adil Ahmed. And you know, Tanzila and Adil, there's a person not far from you. We're from North Virginia who used to live in Washington, D.C. is wondering if I'm coloring my mustache. And that's Zahir Bajwa. And I am not coloring my mustache. But more importantly, how much have you raised, guys? You are 9 and 12 years old.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
So our personal goal was actually to go to $1,000, but we actually got more than $2,000, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, you guys are a great team. Are you guys brother and sister?
Yeah, we are.
That is amazing. $2,100 is a lot of money. We're very proud of you, and I'm glad you're doing this in Northern Virginia, beating and competing with Miami and other places as well. We really appreciate it, and we love you for all your hard work. Please keep it up.
Jazakallah.
You guys are awesome. All right, with that, we're going to wrap up this segment and move on to our next segment. Thank you to all our donors. Salam, great jokes.
Thanks, man. We do what we can.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Majlis Khudam al-Ahmadiyya has been given the opportunity to serve with Humanity First in packing and delivering food to the needy. This whole thing started back in March 2020 when the pandemic in the United States was just starting, and Humanity First felt the need to start helping people out in the community. So that's when Majlis Khudam al-Ahmadiyya stepped in to help them out.
At the Humanity First food drive that happens at Masroor Mosque bi-weekly, the MKA side is responsible for handling all the overview and providing the volunteers. The process starts about 5 days before every other Sunday that we hold this event, where the online Humanity First team opens up the form that receives all the orders. These orders specify if the individuals want their food delivered to them or they would like to pick them up from Masroor Mosque. That gives the purchasing team, also another MKA team, a heads up of how much material and food that we have to buy before and prepare for it. So after 2 days prior to Sunday is when the MKA purchasing team goes out and buys different items, including pasta sauce, pasta, rice, beans, vegetables of sorts, all non-perishable items, and they rent out a truck. They go to a couple of stores. Takes about half a day for them to purchase for these 50 to 60 orders that we have to pack on Sunday. On the actual day of the event on Sunday, around an hour to an hour and a half in advance before the pickup time, we have volunteers that come to the mosque where we set up the tables and we set up these bags that we pack. Takes about 5 or 6 guys that pack the bags, and then we get them prepped up for distribution.
Under Khudam al-Ahmadiyya, this specific task falls under the Khidmat-e-Khalq department, and mashallah, Khidmat-e-Khalq department has been doing a great job.
This is Adnan Khan serving as Nazim Khidmat-e-Khalq for Virginia region. We have partnered with the Humanity First, and we've been starting this food pantry since last year, March 2020, and we have been delivering food to local people, Manassas area. Once we get the orders, our one team comes in the morning, and they pack all the foods up, and we distribution. All the routes had been made one day earlier, so each driver has been notified. They download the app, then they deliver the food to everyone's houses. So all the goes up there, and once we also have partnered with the Prince William Food Rescue. We get the packed boxes from them also. Then we don't need to pack the boxes. We just come up there and deliver. In last year when the pandemic started, there was a peak demand. We have been delivering around like 40 to 50 boxes, 50 houses. And now after the vaccination, the curve has flattened. So now it's been reduced to 26 to 30 houses we're doing, and this thing has been going since March 2020, and we have been doing bi-weekly. Around 3,500 pounds of food is delivered every bi-weekly to each houses.
During this pandemic, well, we feel so grateful to be part of these blessings, and where we can where we can help our brothers and sisters out all over the US, or over here and locally as well. So, and we always get a lot of good feedback from people whenever our volunteers go out to deliver to them. People are always giving prayers, wishing us best of the luck, and you kind of see the people like pouring their hearts out whenever you're trying to help them. So that has also helped us become better people, and then also we feel good about helping the people in our community as well.
Well, what motivates Khuddam is for the sake of Allah Ta'ala and to get His blessings on. We do it, and we have this our responsibility, and as the Khidmat al-Khalq department has, we have responsibility serving humankind, and our Khuddams and have been very active, and they have been coming in good numbers. They have been volunteering bi-weekly. They have been purchasing teams. They have worked at the night. They have come whenever they have been coming up there to deliver the houses, and I have never seen any Khuddam who had let us down. So it have been a very blessings of the Jamaat that Khuddams are really interested serving the mankind, and whenever there's a call to serve, they're always there.
And volunteers are, alhamdulillah, always eager to show up, especially the young ones. They're very quick to respond, and also coming out, and they feel great about helping people out. And sometimes when people are coming here to pick up the food, they always thank us in very good words, and that's how our Khuddam feel more motivated to help people out. This is not the only motivation, but since our religion tells us to serve the humanity, so that way we feel a lot more blessed doing these kind of events.
Reaction has been great. Before this pandemic, I was just say this pandemic is a disguise in blessing. While we work with the Humanity First, a lot of people get to know that Jamaat-e-Ahmadiyya exists over there. Through the Humanity First, people are coming to Jamaat. They got to know our mosque. A lot of people are interested. They want to know more about the Jamaat, and a lot of people views have changed to us. A lot of good. They have been giving us good reviews. They're up there, and even some of the volunteers, like they are ready to, if their needs, they're like, if we get a good job, they're ready to donate some money in the Humanity First. So reaction has been very good, mashallah. So inshallah, we are more processing.
I'm also very thankful to Humanity First, who has put their trust into Khudam Al Anbiya for running this task. And we have been working side by side for almost about, over a year and a half. So Jazakallah to all to Humanity First USA for giving us the opportunity to serve the community around us.
And welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that video of our neighborhoods in Virginia doing great work and providing food during the pandemic just recently. And as you've been watching the videos, they're just a glimpse into all the work that Humanity First is doing around the country with partnering with organizations like MKUSA, like Majlis Ansarullah, like the Ladies Auxiliary of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. So far, just to give you an update, we've raised $611,000. So we're a little over 60% of our goal of $1 million. I think we're making good movement, but our next three guests have promised us that we're going to reach $700,000 in the next 12 minutes. So that's our goal. And we want you all to engage with us in order to achieve that goal. Before we talk to our guests, I wanted to just thank some of our corporate donors. Of course, Micro Agility and Sajid Khan, great organization that continues to be a benevolent sponsor over the past few years. And then we have our sustainer level donors, and before that we have our humanitarian level donor of Kaizen Financial Strategies, and then we have a few sustainer level donors, Seven Formation led by Masroor Sajid, Emmerich Dental, Asad Chaudhry, iAgility, Pro CFO Services, Noman Yusuf, and then we have a lot of great provider donors, Charcoal Chicken, Shake Capital Partners, Shaheen, Crazy Kebab, Genius Zone, EGC, Best Carpet and Interiors, American Forklift, Agility Cube. These are all corporate donors who are giving on behalf of their corporations and continuing to grow our top line and get us to our goal of raising $1 million. With that, we have three great individuals to speak to now. I'll hand it over to Salam. You're up.
I'm so excited, Mac, to bring these guests on board with us here. And like you said, we are just over 60%. But that's not the end. You would never want to bring 60% home on a report card to your parents. So we have a lot more to go, a lot more to raise. So let's hear a little bit more about Humanity First from some of our boots on the ground experts here. First up, we have Dr. Mahmoud Qureshi. Dr. Mahmoud is no stranger to Humanity First USA. Assalamu alaikum and welcome to the program.
Assalamu alaikum, salam. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And I'm talking about disaster relief. I remember working on our first disaster in 2004, and now it's 2021. And it looked like we're still back in Katrina, but this time it's Ida in Louisiana. And really very happy that we have actually two teams from MKA who are on the ground today doing work, distributing food, helping with cleanup. Right as we speak, these volunteers travel from places like Austin and Atlanta under the guidance of Dr. Madil Abdullah Saab, Sadr of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association.
Now, we know that HF is a global organization and HF USA is one of the national chapters. So has HF USA worked internationally as well?
Oh, yes. And actually, right as we speak, in parallel, there has been help for refugees in a country called Burkina Faso, which is West Africa. It's a country assigned to us where there are refugees because of local, civil war and battles. And we recently helped them with food, over 1,000 families. Similarly, Malaysia, we just recently helped refugees in Malaysia with food support, again, over 1,000 families. And then recently, as you know, the COVID surge has been happening all over the world, but Indonesia has been hit very hard. So we facilitated education and multiple programs to educate the community and the nation of Indonesia about getting vaccines and how to protect from COVID-19. So and then Haiti. Recently, there was an earthquake that we've been helping monetarily as well as through our local volunteers. So most of our work is actually international for disaster relief, but also we do work in United States. And another project that we're doing is helping refugees, the Afghan refugees. We have multiple teams within Humanity First who are volunteers who work on these different projects. So in other words, our work is divided because of these teams.
And excellent projects happening all across the world. And a lot of people are often thinking, well, there's a lot of people in need right here in America too. So how are my donations helping? And I'm glad you brought up how Afghan refugees are coming here and Humanity First is there to help them, the Hurricane Ida relief as well. Now, HFUSA has been around for about 17 years, since 2004. So we've been able to create great foundation to be able to do all this work simultaneously. And we have some great manpower, women power as well. Can you tell us a little bit more about the work that they have done to help disaster relief over the years?
So basically, working with MK, we work very closely in terms of building our teams. We have local leads, which are local ambassadors. I want to mention Asif Shahzad Saab, who's in Houston, who's our local lead for Hurricane Ida. He's a local experienced lead who's done many disaster relief work, who's leading this effort. So we have developed some expertise in cleaning and distributing supplies based on our history. But we cannot do this work without the help of our volunteers. And our biggest volunteer partner is MK, which I'm so happy that Dr. Madil Abdullah Saab is able to give us some time today because we couldn't be doing all this work without their help.
Excellent. And that's a great transition to Dr. Madil and Mac. I'll let you take it away. Thanks, Dr. Qureshi.
That's awesome. And so Saab, as I assume you're going to raise even more than $100,000 with that introduction. But in all seriousness, we know Humanity First has had a very special relationship with MKUSA in particular, where the executive director is former head of MKUSA as well, and MK has been helping in the boots on the ground, that really where the rubber hits the road. How has MK been helping this year with Humanity First?
Assalamu alaikum, Jazakallah for having me. So Majlis Khudam al-Ahmadiyya, by the grace of Allah, has the opportunity to serve humanity and to serve people in need, along with working with Humanity First. During this past year, there have been some hurricanes and other disasters that have happened. As Qureshi Sab just mentioned, there are some Khuddam who just traveled, who were there this weekend, who spent the entire night traveling to New Orleans and a little bit south of New Orleans to help the people there with water damage to their houses, to give them some supplies for food. They're also helping. There's trees all over the lawns and just debris all over. They're helping to clean up those areas.
So would this help us understand what impact does this make on the volunteer, as well as we know the impact they're making on the individuals out there, but we've heard some heroic stories on how the volunteer is impacted for the rest of their life as well. Are you seeing that as well?
I mean, I think the impact on the volunteer is actually greater than any other impact. Many Khuddam have come back and said that it's really our duty to serve these people. And otherwise they might be sitting at home, they might be doing something else, but here they're able to get out in the field. It really helps their emotional and mental capacity as well to be able to go out there and help those in need. So I think the impact on the volunteer is greater than the impact, I believe, on the actual person who they're helping.
That's amazing. And by the way, just by your words recently and Dr. Qureshi's words, we're already at $621,000. I got to keep our measure because this is a telethon as well. So we talked about the work that MK is doing. We've all been members of MK in the past, or some of us still are, or at least in our heart we are, maybe not with our backs. But tell us a little bit about the wealth. We know we've talked about the work and the wisdom of MK, now the wealth donation, and they've been donating around the country. Have you seen the members of MK donating, and why are they donating?
Gee, so members of MKA are donating to Humanity First, to this telethon, and I'm keeping track with some of the ambassadors across the country, and if certain chapters seem to be falling, I send them a nice encouraging message if they, if possible, if they increase their donations. But Humanity First has been there, and even within our pledge, we're here to really sacrifice our time, our wealth, and honor for the sake of our faith and country and nation. And Humanity First is at the forefront of helping mankind, helping those that are in need. And it's really important for us to not only go out there and serve, but also to be able to help the finance and help give money towards these causes as well.
That is brilliant, and we know I'm sure you noticed under MKA, you noticed some of the youth, the 7 and 8 year olds raising $400 or giving $304 out of their own pockets, which is a significant amount. So and the younger group seems like they're engaging as well. That's at Twal Ahmadiyya.
As far as the Atfal go, our 7 to 15-year-olds. It's very important for them to be involved, and starting off at a young age, that if they can realize the importance of giving sadaqah, of giving to humanitarian causes at this young age, I think that really is important as they get older and they move on to Khudam and Ansar. I think they can have a strong foundation that's critical.
That's great. And, on behalf of Humanity First, we really appreciate the partnership with MK USA. I think you are one of our favorite partners under 40. So with that, we'll roll it over back to Salam for our next guest.
All right. Thanks, Mac. And yeah, absolutely. Great work that's going on. We have raised $621,000 now. So Dr. Kaleem Malik, who's our final guest for this segment, has a lot of ground to cover over the next 4 minutes. So Dr. Kaleem Malik, a lot of people in the HF space know who you are, but for those who don't, let me just give a quick intro. You are the lead for medical disaster relief training, which is really helpful in making sure our medical volunteers are ready when they get into these disaster zones. So tell us a little bit about how you train these volunteers.
All right, so thank you again. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for having me on board here. So I've been serving Humanity First, as you know, since its inception, and was then asked to become the Director of Medical Disaster Response and also the course director for the volunteers to have them trained in the disaster response training. So this is not something that we just put together ourselves, but this is a highly structured training that is under the guidelines of the United Nations Secretariat. The Emergency Medical Team Initiative was started in 2010, shortly after the earthquake in Haiti. And there were many lessons learned of teams that were showing up without the actual credibility or the competence and the skill sets to take care of disasters in the right setting at the right time. So the United Nations, the EMT, WHO, and PAHO, that's the Pan American Health Organization, put together the very rigid set of guidelines of only inviting those medical teams that met certain minimum standards of care, of a comprehensive approach in the earliest hours of resuscitation that were needed. So we were honored to reach that level of training and that level of competence. And so we hold every year a 3-day boot camp. And we have international faculty from the UK, from Canada, from here in the United States, of physicians and non-physicians who put together the teams for the specific training that's involved. Our nation is that we need to be able to be self-sufficient and serve 100 patients a day. And that's just in the daylight hours, in the middle of the chaos of the disasters which we embark upon. And we have to be self-sufficient to do the initial assessments and triage and provide care across the board, whether it's minor surgeries, OBGYN, pediatrics. So our course is very vigorous. That's designed not only to deliver the medical care, and mind you that many physicians come and enroll in these courses, but they drop out as well because it's unlike anything they've ever seen before. We have controlled settings in our hospitals, in our trauma room. I'm a trauma emergency medicine physician, as you know, and running ERs and traumas here in the Chicagoland area. But we've had physicians who have taken on the courses and they've dropped out after a day or two. It's a very vigorous course, but we design it so folks know what to expect when they come into the situation like Haiti or Hurricane Dorian.
And to that, Dr. Klim, you've put together a great program, and you received a Disaster Service Hero Award from the American Red Cross just last year. In the final 20 seconds, could you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I'm very grateful for that recognition. In fact, I was nominated by my peers, other physicians in the Chicagoland area who had watched me work in the trauma centers in Chicago and the medical missions that I've been on. And they, you know, like all organizations, they submit names, and I did not expect this at all, but it was really the prayers of the people of the sea, that this was recognized, and they picked a servant of humanity first to stand out for the American Red Cross to receive that distinction. So they nominate in several different categories across the country, and then they picked from our region here, and we're very honored to have that recognition for disaster responses.
And we are honored to have you as a trainer and a director at Humanity First.
If I may say that what donors really need to know is that they put their money and entrust it in the hands of an organization that is highly competent with the skill sets to deliver, that are excellent stewards of the purse. So that is something that the donors should know, that their money is well spent with organizations that are bringing a tremendous level of talent and achievement when they go on these missions.
Absolutely correct. Dr. Thank you for your time. And he's right, 90 cents of every dollar goes to programs. So that's great to know, and that's great for the donors to know. So Mac, what's coming up next?
Okay, thanks to all three of our great speakers, Dr. Mahmoud Qureshi, Dr. Ghaleen Malik, and Dr. Madil Abdullah. With that, we're going to roll to our next video.
In January 2020, we started hearing news about a virus in China. The US government in the beginning, including CDC and other concerned departments, they started monitoring that virus. We saw that there was a lot of devastation in some states, especially the elderly population in all states were badly affected. The nursing homes were badly affected. Unfortunately, by now, US has seen more than 34 million coronavirus cases with more than 600,000 deaths. We gave very clear directions that the whole Jamaat needs to take this situation very seriously, and they need to follow all the guidelines issued by local health authorities, respective governments in their countries. Jamaat had to shut down all the mosques because we couldn't host people for prayers over there anymore. And at that time, we reached out to Amir Saab, USA, and we requested that since the mosques are closed, and we need some locations where we can establish our operations. So Amir Saab approved that Humanity First can set up operations using Jamaat mosques. So the biggest need at that time in the US was food insecurity. At that time, we started connecting with local authorities, and we found out that the local food banks in many places, they were full of stock. But because of the lockdown, they could not host any volunteers. So they did not have any volunteers who could come, pack that food and distribute it. So we started sending our volunteers to those food banks, where our volunteers were packing this food and distributing them. And that's how we established connections locally. So at that time, we started establishing our distributions in those mosques, and we started getting free food from local governments, from local food banks, other organizations, and we started hosting food pantries and food distributions at our mosques. We were able to serve more than 1.7 million meals. We served almost 130,000 people, or more than 35,000 families with food rations. The words of Azur that you guys do a lot of good work, but people don't know about you. And now here we are, that people are coming to us. People are coming every weekend we have hundreds of cars lined up outside our food pantries in Willingboro, in Houston, in Virginia, in New York, in all these locations. And our mosques are full of people who are coming to get their needs fulfilled from that location. Humanity First is providing that platform to Ahmadi members to take their Khidmat Khalq activities to the next level within their communities or nationally or globally.
All right, dear viewers, welcome back, and thank you for watching this program. And also, I hope you enjoyed that video, which featured Waleed, one of our excellent workers here at Humanity First, which was played at the annual convention of the United Kingdom's Ahmadiyya Muslim community just this year. So absolutely great work that's being showcased all over the world right here from Humanity First USA, which is happening thanks to donors like you. So we want to make sure that you know all the ways you can donate. So check it out. You can go on the website, usa.humanityfirst.org, and donate very easily there. So if you're watching on YouTube via one tab, just open up a new tab and bada bing, bada boom, you can donate from there or even pledge as well. You can also text HFUSA to the number 31996, and then you'll be able to go into an exchange of how to donate from your phone. And of course, you can also call if you like calling and speaking with people. Call the number 855-474-3872. And as you're, thinking about Humanity First, thinking about donations and all the good work that you're seeing, feel free to blast it out on social media using the hashtag #GiftsForHumanity. So gifts, the number 4, humanity, and check out the conversation of what people are saying and how people are engaging. And of course, also, Mac, one of the best ways as well, one of the recurring ways of donating is by activating the Amazon Smiles feature, which lets you donate, or rather your purchases, 0.5%, 0.5% of your order will go directly to Humanity First. So open up another tab, open up your Amazon account, and activate Humanity First as your charity of choice in Amazon Smiles. So to date, we've raised over $18,000 through Amazon Prime, and it's going well. So make sure you do that too. Mac?
That's great. That's great, Salam. I'm smiling just learning about that. It's all the little things. If we set up to give towards Humanity First, it all comes together nicely to get to $1 million. Our first donor that we have online is Saad Rushdie, and Saad, I think, has a very special place in his heart for Salam as well in their old New York days. Saad, welcome to the show.
Hey guys, how are you both doing?
We're doing great, and we hear you're sponsoring 2 classrooms in Philly, or is it Phila? You tell us.
Yes, we are, and we're excited to do so. So we're sponsoring them through Metascore, which is our company, and we're founded by 3 physicians and a lawyer, and we really understand the significance and importance of education. We also are all first-generation American, and we completely understand the blessings that we've had to further our own education in mind. So we wanted to give back and create an opportunity for these children as well.
And how much is that total donation? 3 physicians and a lawyer sounds like the start of a great joke that I'll roll over to Salam in a minute, but just wanted to understand your donation first.
Sure, we're donating, our first donation is $10,000. And Metascore will continue to work with Humanity First to provide future support as well, inshallah.
Now, Dr. Rushdie, if Salam talks to you in Punjabi, can we increase your 10,000 to 11,000?
If he can give us a whole Punjabi joke, we will increase it to 11,000.
Acha, gal suno, Salam.
I'm sorry. I will fail in this mission. And I do apologize to everybody.
With that, we'll come back and we'll still get you to 11 soon, Saad. With that, we'll roll to our next donor, who I know will speak to you in Punjabi. Salam.
Well, I will say that the greatest puns are said in Punjabi. So let's take it to our next caller. We have Amjad Khan, who is the president of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Lawyers Association, calling from Los Angeles. Welcome to the program, Amjad. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam, salam.
We just had a great segment with 3 doctors talking about all the work that doctors are doing for Humanity First. Now we need some lawyers to come in here and talk about the lawyers of Humanity First. Any good words for the lawyers?
It's always difficult to follow the doctors, but I would say that by Allah's grace and mercy, the Ahmadiyya Muslim Lawyers Association has now exceeded 60 members, men and women, lawyers and law students, legal professionals. Really expanded its growth in the last year or two, and really has become a formidable group that's helping in tremendous ways, and that includes Humanity First. Humanity First is focused on being a lifeline for so many people who are dispossessed, for refugees who are in need, and Ahmadi Muslim lawyers have been providing a lot of free legal services to refugees, immigrants in various contexts, including the current Afghan crisis. So you will find Ahmadiyya Muslim lawyers at the front lines of fighting for humanity, and they are among the most active members of Humanity First as well.
Excellent. And to all the lawyers who are watching and law students, well, maybe not the law students, but the lawyers more so, what can you say to them to encourage them to donate a little bit more?
This is the best time to be a lawyer, really. I mean, because there's such an acute need for legal services, and Humanity First provides a great opportunity, a great format, a great venue, an outlet to provide these legal services, to give back to the communities most in need here in America, in disaster-stricken areas, but also abroad as well. And so what I would encourage all of those who are interested in a career in law, that this is a great time to be entering the profession. We have, mashallah, many Ahmadi Muslim lawyers who are leading in their respective professional paths and are leaders in this sphere, whether they're immigration lawyers, law professors, people in the corporate sector. So I would encourage them to find a good mentor among the Ahmadi Muslim Lawyers Association. We can help provide that outlet, and more importantly, work closely with their local Humanity First chapters to step up and provide this care. And you don't have to be a lawyer to provide this care. Legal skills are often needed in various contexts, even for law students who are studying. It's a great opportunity to gain experience.
Excellent, excellent. And Humanity First is here for all of that and more. Thank you, Amjad, for all your work. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Next, we'll move to 2 of our young donors. I love talking to these young donors because their love of Humanity First shows. We have Adil and Noman, ages 9 and 8. Adil Mashoud and Noman Ahmed, are you guys there? Wa alaikum salam. You know, this telethon is going on in 16 other countries right now as well. So you're part of something really big. Please tell us what you're doing to fundraise for Humanity First.
We wanted to help kids go back to school just like we did, so we raised $1,500 to help 20 kids go back to school, and we started off little from $375, and we raised bigger and bigger until $1,500.
That is
and
great.
Also,
Noman? No.
And also, we did 2 Nuffle every day to
my
raise
God.
more money.
You know, you guys have the perfect formula, and I hope the adults are listening to your formula. The 2 Nuffle every day, very proud of you and raising so much money. We love you. You know, the amount you raised could make a whole city have water and bring life to a whole city. You're making an impact for years to come, and your prayers hopefully are making even a greater impact for years to come. Thank you for all you're doing, and thank you for joining us today.
Now, next up, we have
We were doing Water for Life. We were making a pledge for water as well.
Fantastic.
That's great. Water for Life. All right, Salam. Next
Well. Next up, we have Xavier Butt, who's calling from Northern Virginia. So, Xavier, welcome. Assalamu alaikum, and welcome to the program. Xavier, I understand that you are donating to Humanity First. Would you like to share how much you're donating?
Yeah.
Xavier, are you there?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. I understand that you're donating for Kids for Humanity. Would you like to share how much you're donating?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
So I have created my fundraiser page, and I am donating $500 so six students can get 1 year education. So,
Excellent,
so
excellent.
I've reached out to my family and my friends.
And for all the other children watching, what's some advice you have for them to help them donate or raise donations too?
One thing is that you should make big goals, not just like dollars, like $100 or something.
That's great.
You should choose goals like bigger. You should also pray more and do like two nafil in a day. You also should do all daily namazes.
Excellent, excellent advice, Xavier. Thank you very much. Pray hard, be ambitious. I love it.
Okay. Now, next we got Dr. Kaleem Malik. I think we heard from him earlier as well. Dr. Malik, let's cut to the chase here. We'd love to hear what you're donating and how we can increase that with Salam's jokes.
Well, you've inspired me, and all of the callers have inspired me as well. And I think we will absolutely initiate with $10,000 now. And inshallah, God willing, we'll continue to add on that as the year continues. But there's a tremendous reason why we want to do this.
Thank you. That's a phenomenal gift. The $10,000 level is our pioneering members who give this. Salam, if you can tell a quick, good English joke, maybe we can get him to 11,000.
All right, here we go. Now, where do you take someone who has been injured in a peekaboo accident? To the ICU.
Where do you take? I see you too. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Malik, and we really appreciate your donation and continuing to grow it. We'll go to our next caller.
Next up, we have Amtul Shafi. Amtul Shafi, welcome to the program. Assalamu alaikum. Amtul Shafi calling from Chicago.
While she's coming, Salam, Virginia is already at $76,000. Central New Jersey's at $56,000. Houston's at $35,000. New York's at $29,000. I think Silicon Valley somehow has bad data issues. Probably their engineers didn't get this right, but we'll get them in there as well. With that, we'll close this segment, Salam.
All right, sounds good.
Yes.
We're gonna sign off.
Did we get him?
Just wanted to let you know.
Yes, I'm here.
Shafi.
Oh, we got Amtul Shafi, yes.
Yes. Jazakallah for having me on the call. I just wanted to donate $1,000 on behalf of my late grandfather, Hazrat Dr. Hashmatullah Khan Sahib, companion Hazrat Masih Ahmad al-Islam, and personal physician of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih II for 47 years. So this is in remembrance of his humanitarian services during the influenza pandemic in 1918, and also serving as the head of Noor Hospital Qadian and Little Fazle Umar Hospital Rabba for a long time. May Allah elevate his status in paradise and enable us to follow his footsteps. I request prayers for him, and may Allah bless the efforts of Humanity First and the noble cause of serving humanity in such a great way. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah for the donation. That's a great thing that people do out there, to our dear viewers, that you can donate in behalf or in memory of somebody else. So thank you to Amtul Shafi for that. And for that, I'm going to be signing off. And so I'm going to leave you guys with Monam and Majib, who are going to do some excellent more emceeing for the rest of the program. And next up, let's watch a video about water for life.
The Prophet ﷺ said, each day
Every person should analyze himself and see to what extent he is concerned for others and to what extent he shows love and compassion to his brothers. Compassion for others is a huge demand and responsibility and weighs heavy on mankind. The Prophet ﷺ went on to narrate a hadith, highlighted the importance of serving others. He says in one hadith, it is narrated that on the day of judgment, Allah will say, I was hungry and you did not feed me. I was thirsty and you did not give me water. I was sick and you did not meet or comfort me. Upon this, those being addressed will ask that, O our Lord, when was it that you were hungry and we did not feed you? When was it that you were thirsty and we did not quench your thirst? And when was it that you were sick and we did not comfort you? In reply, God Almighty will say that a person dear to me was suffering in this way, and you did not show any compassion or kindness to him, to show love to him. To show love to him would actually have been to show love to me. Similarly, to another community, another group of people, Allah the Almighty will say, well done. You showed love and compassion to me. When I was hungry, you fed me. And when I was thirsty, you quenched my thirst. The members of that community will then ask, O our Lord, when did we serve you in this way? We do not know ourselves. In response, Allah the Almighty will say, when you showed love and compassion to a person dear to me, you are actually manifesting your love for me. Thus, to love Allah's creation is something, Prophet ﷺ says, thus, to love Allah's creation is something truly great and deeply appreciated by Allah the Almighty. Hence, as a Jamaat, we have always strived to fulfill our duty of serving others for the sake of Allah the Almighty. I personally lived in Africa for a number of years, and so I have seen this with my own eyes. At an age when young children should be in school and should be free, they are forced by dire circumstances beyond their control to endure daily routine that are unimaginable to those of us living in the comfort of the West. Here, in the developed world, the daily concerns of people are trivial by comparison. The most we have to worry about is ensuring that our children get to school on time each morning, or other similar minor issues. Such insignificant problems are a distant dream for the people living in deprived parts of the world. Those children would give everything for the opportunities that our children have here. What they would give to be able to go to school each day rather than having to walk great distance to fetch water for their families' daily domestic use. Thus, in an effort to bring comfort to such people and in order to literally quench their thirst, the Ahmadiyya Muslim community is providing access to clean drinking water through the installation of hand or solar-powered water pumps.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad sharing his vision for humanity first and all the good works we should all be doing. Now we've heard from kids, we've heard from adults, we've heard from corporate donors. We wanted to just provide you a quick update on the donation amount. We have broken over $620,000 already in terms of collection. We're at $655,000, but we also have lots of cities and states and a lot of teams competing for this as well. We have over 1,000 donors, 1,155 donors, which is really incredible. So a lot of great fundraising coming in. We have Mansoor Ahmed, who's reached his goal. I believe he's from Silicon Valley at $15,000. We have Central Jersey, which has reached $20,000 as well, and Khalid Ahmed and many others coming through in their donation amounts. Please go to our website. You can text. You can go to usa.humanityfirst.org and give. You can text. You can do many things, but please join us in donations and follow us. With that, I'll turn it over to my wonderful one co-host, Mujib Ijaz.
Jazakallah Makbai. It's very good to be with you again. And for this segment, we're actually going to discuss the food security topic. And we're very excited to have Waqas Al-Ghafar join us, as well as Waleed Ahmed. And I think what we should do is maybe kick off this part of the program with kind of thinking about how Humanity First came to the food security topic during the pandemic and how many chapters got involved. It was really a family activity endeavor for so many chapters around the country to get involved, go to the food banks. I had actually never been to a food bank until the COVID-19 effort with food security kicked off through Humanity First. And as we started doing that work, it started becoming very clear how the last mile, getting the plentiful places that it was stored at to the people that actually needed it, was really where the volunteer workforce mattered the most. And so I think with that, we can maybe kick off the program. How about Muhammad Ahmed, you take on introducing our next speaker, and then let's learn about what Waqas Al-Ghafar has been doing with respect to the food pantries and food security topic.
And that's great. That's a great intro, Mujib. Now, Waqas Al-Ghafar Sahib is in the Willingboro. It's in what we would call southern New Jersey area. Has been doing lots of work there. Waqas Bhai, can you share a little bit about how you guys have organized? I know you guys have helped hundreds of calls. A lot of the videos and pictures we've seen of hundreds of cars lined up. You partnered with other food supporting agencies as well. Tell us how you do all this.
So thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be part of the Humanity First Food Security Program. I'm serving as a Deputy Director of Food Security Program, and my job is to oversee the food pantries. Actually, I was assigned this job because of my personal travel experience. We started our food pantry in Willingboro back in 11 years ago. It was a small start, and the first 18 to 20 families used to come, and we continued this service for almost 9-10 years. And before pandemic, the maximum people used to come to our Willingboro pantry, about 30 to 40 max families used to come. But when this pandemic started and everything got shut down, and government, our township and offices and everything got shut down, and then we have really good relationship with our local authorities, police department.
Kasma, that's amazing. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the families that come? It takes a lot of energy and a lot of courage to be able to get food and not be embarrassed by it. Tell us how you approach the families and how you let people know to come collect, and where do you do the collection? Do they do the collection?
So for the you mean where we get the food food?
No. Where do you distribute the food, and how do you let the families know that food needs to be distributed?
Yeah, so, I mean, the families know. Our local authorities actually announced itself. I mean, it was advertised by our local township advertising. It's word of mouth too, when people know like the food distribution happening. The need is too much. Honestly, telling you, the people will come by. If they know it, the food distribution happening, they'll come. And we actually keep their privacy in mind, and we don't let them come outside. They stay in the car, and we bring the food to their cars and just have them in the cars and distribute them.
That's a fascinating way to do it, and we really appreciate all that's happening in Willingboro, and how Willingboro is really taking on this task. And as you're right, in many communities, many neighborhoods, we've heard about this from lots of individuals. The need is much greater than what we can provide, and Humanity First is certainly stepping up in the Willingboro community, and we really appreciate your effort. With Amajib, I think we can take a donor call.
Yeah, let's switch over to the donor call. Who do we have up next?
First, we have Mahid Imran, who's
Very
an
good.
8-year-old from Kids for Humanity.
Mahid, tell us about you're 8 years old. Wow, fantastic. You might be the youngest donor caller that we've had today.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. How are you?
Good.
I'm really impressed. Are you calling in for the first time to Humanity First?
Yes.
Wow. Tell us something about yourself.
My name is Mahid, and I like playing soccer.
That's incredible. And have you volunteered in a Humanity First activity?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
Food, clothes.
You did. Go ahead.
Food, clothes. And I want to help kids that can't afford to go to school, and give them food, clothes.
That's great. I think that's great, Majid Bhai. I think that this is a great example of youth going out of their way to help other kids around the world who are in need. And this is certainly one great example of that. With that, Majid Bhai, we'll roll over to our next speaker, Walid Saibzada, Walid Khan Saib.
Tell us, Walid, about your view on how Humanity First is going to tackle food security and what we need to do to build on what we started with the pandemic and what's gone on past in prior events. What did we learn new, and what are we going to do next?
Thank you so much, Mac and Majid. First of all, assalamu alaikum, greetings to everyone. And I was hoping Salam will be here so I can ask him for a dad joke, but he's gone. So probably Majid Bhai will have to tell a dad joke.
The bad jokes come from Muhammad Ahmed. I'll tell the dad jokes.
It depends how much you're going to raise. We can do anything for the right amount.
Definitely. So coming to the food security program of Humanity First. So we have food security and food insecurity. So the difference is that food insecurity is the problem and food security is the solution. And just to explain it to our audience, that when we talk about food insecurity, in the past, we used to talk about people not having enough food. But with more research and more understanding now we know that when we talk about food insecurity, it's not just availability of enough food for your diet, but we also talk about nutrition. That the food should be nutritious for example, for children, for pregnant women, for the elderly. And so that's where the Humanity First food security program focus on. We work nationally as well as internationally. We have several different types of projects where we establish kitchen gardens for women in the villages where they can grow vegetables and different types of vegetables, not just for consumption, but cash crops as well. That becomes their source of income. We have several pilot projects going on, and that's kind of a collaboration between Water for Life program and food security, because the water comes through Water for Life program. So within the US, with this pandemic, we saw that there was so much need for food that Vikas just talked about. The biggest issue that we saw during this pandemic was food insecurity, because people lost their jobs. All of a sudden they lost their source of income. And as we know that we have such a big population in this country who depends on their daily wages, and they buy food with what they earn during the day, and all of a sudden they lost their jobs. And that the COVID pandemic not only impacted those people, but also those who had steady jobs but not enough savings. So there was such a big population that was impacted with this COVID that all of a sudden our food security program multiplied many folds. We had a few soup kitchens and a few food pantries in the past, but during COVID-19, we saw that we served in 33 cities, and we established more than 25 food pantries just to respond to this pandemic disaster.
Does the participation in volunteering in the various shelters, did that result in more communities around the country getting involved? Meaning that did we find this was a new avenue for volunteers that previously had not volunteered? Because Humanity First has done a lot with medical missions, and then the specialty efforts around like Nasser Hospital and other foreign activities on medical fronts. But this is like domestically probably the most significant outpouring of support that I've seen. But what does the data tell us? Has this generated new volunteers in Humanity First?
Yeah, definitely. Like I think after Katrina in 2005, this was the biggest domestic disaster relief mission for Humanity First within the USA. And I wasn't here at the time of Katrina. I remember Mac was there, and many of our team members who we are seeing today, they were there at the time of Katrina. But for during this time, like when we launched an appeal for volunteers, honestly, like it was so overwhelming that we didn't even know how to manage that many volunteers, because we were constantly getting people signing up who wanted to help. And America is a big country, and there was a need everywhere. And we were getting volunteers from places where where Humanity First doesn't have boots on the ground. So there was such an overwhelming support from members of Ahmadiyya Muslim community, as well as people who were not part of the community, who had not even heard of Humanity First. But because of the work that we saw through social media and other media outlets that Humanity First was doing, people started approaching us, and they were offering to help us. So it was such an amazing, and from obviously from with that comes donations as well.
Right.
We as you guys know, that organizations were struggling, especially nonprofits were struggling with donations during that time, and we have record number of donations during the year of pandemic, just because people saw the work that we were doing.
Lead by and Vikas Bhai, that's just very impressive, the work that's going on in the food security space, and to address domestically and internationally the issue of food insecurity. I loved how you phrased that. This is incredible work, and we are very grateful for all that you're doing in this space. Let me transition over to our caller, Dr. Amit Chaudhry. Either you're a Chaudhry or you want to be a Chaudhry, Mujib Bhai. So it's great to have a Chaudhry on the line.
Very good.
Amit,
How are you? I am, yes. Assalamu alaikum. How are you doing?
It's like pulling teeth to get you here, but now that we've gotten you here.
That's right. That's right. I am an oral surgeon, so I get that fun very, very well. But alhamdulillah, you guys are doing an amazing job, and I've had the good opportunity to work with Humanity First for many years. I've gone to Ghana, Guatemala, worked under the bad situation with Hurricane Sandy many years ago in Queens, Long Island. So it's an amazing job that all the volunteers do. And for me this year, it was actually very interesting. We had a big family trip planned in August. And we were, my family, my parents, we were all planning on going internationally. And last minute, it got canceled due to COVID. And a few days later, my wife, Marine, came to me and said, you know what? I would like to donate everything that we were planning on spending in this vacation to Humanity First. And I was, a little blown away, a little taken aback in a good way. And I said, I think I don't want to be left behind. So I'd like to match whatever, you're going to donate. And so alhamdulillah, we were able to make a good donation this year and hopefully in many years to come as well.
That is just an incredible story, Ahmed Bhai. And, we know you've been involved with Humanity First with your time and talent for a long time, and you continue to give of your treasure as well. And we really appreciate that. And that's an inspirational story because a lot of us canceled a lot of trips in this past summer, and perhaps if we can reallocate those funds towards Humanity First to help individuals is a great way to do that. So thank you for your time.
Right.
Majid Bhai, this is just very inspirational.
I think so as well. That brings that very important Quranic verse, vie with one another in good works, to light. In other words, the beauty of what you just described is not only were you reallocating a resource for serving humanity, but you did it together, and you did it in a way that kind of demonstrated the collective wisdom and families that serve together are stronger for it. So I really appreciate that story very much.
I think in spirit of family, I think you should get water for wife, but here we're going to talk about water for life in our next video as well.
आज इस ज़माने में जहाँ जमात अहमदिया रूहानी मायदार पानी दुनिया को मुहैया कर रही है और उनकी रूहानी सेहरी का सामान कर रही है, वहाँ माती पानी भी मुहैया करती है। अफ्रीका में लोग तालाबों का पानी पीते हैं या फिर ऐसे कुओं का पानी, कुएँ तो हम सीज़न में ही मुहैया होते हैं, अमूमन तालाबों का पानी होता है जहाँ बारिशों का पानी इकट्ठा हो जाता है, जो इस कदर गंदा होता है कि सिवाय इंसान प्यास से मर रहा हो और वरना कोई उस पानी को पीने का यहाँ बैठे हों में से कोई तस्वर भी नहीं कर सकता। उस जगह से इंसान पानी ले रहे होते हैं और उस जगह में जानवर भी पानी पी रहे होते हैं, बल्कि जानवरों का गंद वगैरह भी उसमें शामिल होता है। वहाँ उन इलाकों में जब हम कुएं खोद कर देते हैं और नलके लगाते हैं तो लोगों की खुशी देखने वाली होती है। यहाँ शायद आपको हज़ारों पाउंड मिलने पर भी खुशी ना हो जो नलके में से पहली दफ़ा साफ़ पानी देखकर उन लोगों को हो रही होती है। हमारे नौजवान वॉलंटियर जो वहाँ इस काम के लिए यहाँ से भी जाते हैं, इसका तजुर्बा उन्हें होता है। वो बयान करते हैं कि किस तरह के तजुर्बात से उनको गुजरना पड़ा, और तस्वीरें भी दिखाते हैं कि किस तरह पर बड़े भी, बच्चे भी, औरतें भी खुशी से उछल रहे होते हैं कि उन्हें साफ़ पानी मुहैया हो गया। गोया वो दिन उनके लिए ईद का दिन होता है।
All right, welcome back. Mujib, I really enjoyed the last couple of sessions you had with Mac and Salam Bhatti. You guys did a wonderful job, and I can see the donations coming in as well.
Yes, we just crossed over 667,000, I think. So that's more than 2/3 of the way there. We still have a ways to go, but we've made a lot of progress today by the grace of God.
Excellent. Just we're coming down to the last, I think maybe quarter time left. So we need to push hard, but we have two very important directors of Humanity First. This session is about our work in East and West Africa. But from team perspective, we have Dr. Safir Bhatti, who's responsible for our education programs in Africa. He's just returned from a huge visit to a couple of countries. We'll hear from him. And then we will also talk about Water for Life. Mr. Sajid is the director for Water for Life. So we'll have that discussion with both of them. Dr. Safir Bhatti Sahab, how are you?
Jazakallah, I'm Mr. Jazakallah for the opportunity to come and speak to you about the journey I had in Africa. Mashallah, was excellent.
Right. I think, just it'll be good to share that we operate about 23 schools right now, right?
Right.
Over 3,000 some odd schools. And you really went out there and experienced those schools. Just tell us about how was your visit? Where did you go? What did you do?
So the visit lasted for about a month. We were in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Liberia. Mashallah, the experience was great. Meeting a lot of individuals from the government as well, who really pledged their loyalty to Humanity First. Their greatest wish was that if we can open more schools there, because they kept on saying that Humanity First schools are the best schools in the country. We provide the best curriculum, the best students. In fact, our own Bilal Primary School became the number one top performing school out of 48 schools in the entire district. So it was great to see Humanity First in progress and how we were able to bring school and learning to these students who walk, some of them walk 3 hours one way just to get to a school. We went to a school in Liberia where the kid says that just for the opportunity to learn from a teacher, I would rather be here. And there were students who were 22, 28-year-olds in very young classes because they wanted to learn from and wanted to come to school. So it was a great experience learning from them and seeing how much they love Humanity First, and to see the gratitude that that how much we have offered. I mean, they were so grateful to us that we were able to bring an education system and institution to them, all in all those 23 different institutions that we have.
You were able to inaugurate a school there when you were out there, or what else did you do there?
We went to we inaugurated a school in Banfura, Burkina Faso. I had the opportunity to sit next to the regional president and regional directors who were there, and that school was a huge school that we inaugurated in the French system. It was a K to 12 institution. Mashallah, it was an excellent inauguration. They made us. They gave us a beautiful plaque made out of wood as well. At the end of the ceremony, they also made. We planted some trees as well. So yes, everyone across the board has universally stated and how grateful they are to Humanity First, and like I said, their only wish is for us to make more schools there, and we need everyone's help in order to do that. It only costs $375 to help 5 children. It only for $1,000.
Sabir, I think every year I think we are on average building 2 schools, and I think we just had even in this telethon a whole donation of a school from a donor.
Right.
So we're looking forward to it. Another beautiful program, the Kids for Humanity. Every child that had come on today was talking about that they wanted to help the children in those countries there. So this is an amazing program. It will continue to expand. I also like to mention all of the other programs, the skills centers that we have. The skill center, were you able to visit there as well, or listen to actually Masroor Sajid? He was the instrumental person to help establish that. But how about the sewing school in Mali and other schools in Burkina Faso? Were you able to visit those?
The sewing schools, mashallah, was excellent. We met graduates whose lives have changed because we gave them the opportunity to become a tailor afterward. We have a school in a sewing school right now with over 400 students, and we have a wait list of 400 students who can't get in because of our space. We need a bigger school there. We need more sewing machines there to help our student graduates, even in Burkina Faso as well. And in Liberia, we have these vocation institutes that are so popular and are so recognized by the government. In fact, the government uses our syllabus as their national curriculum as well. So it's amazing how much progress we've made, and it doesn't cost much. We thank Dr. Saad Rushdie for that.
Right. No, I think, yeah, this is excellent. The skills that we're teaching, the education you're providing. In a very short brief, if you can tell us that people like to sponsor a classroom or sponsor a school or something to that effect, or in that, do you have any of those numbers handy? Or if not, we can go to Masroor Sajid and come back to you.
Sure, it's $5,000 to sponsor one classroom. Some like Dr. Saad, he sponsored 2 classrooms, right? It's $15,000 to build a classroom as well. And the more donors we can get, we just received for a school in Mali, the Makora school, we received a $50,000 donation to renovate that school as well, mashallah. And that school is extremely popular. The principal is hard fast not to say no to the local population because they all want to come there. So it is the most desirable institution to come.
I think the other thing is $200, $400. We can sponsor a child through the whole year. Those type of donations can also help the children, which are raising $300. That will definitely help 2 students for the whole year or something. So this is
one
good.
child's education is $200. So if you put 1,000, then you can help 5 children get their basic needs for the year and their tuition. I think it's a great worthwhile year. And through your wisdom, we've been able to make a difference there in Africa. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah for great work. I'll turn it over to Mujib to talk about Water for Life, and we have time. We'll come back and ask you a few more questions. So Mujib, I'll turn it to you.
Jazakallah, what an important topic for the next 100 years. I think that water security is not really well understood by especially the first world that has really very little care about getting access to clean water. But when you get to many countries, just basic access. So Mr. Sajid is here as a leader in Humanity First for the Water for Life initiative. Welcome to the program, Mr. Bhai.
Oh, thank you so much for having me, Mujib. It's really honored to be here with so many great volunteers, great team members. I'm just supporting this noble cause as well.
Tell us about the idea that people around the world are having difficulty getting access to clean water, and how Humanity First has tried to drive the cost and the implementation friction out so that you can actually deploy clean water solutions to these communities.
Yes, let me start with one quote, though it's a little bit may not be relevant to the water, but the technical or the technological events happening around. Dr. Salam said in '64, in this age when technological miracles are indeed possible, the raising of living standards everywhere to a decent human level is first and foremost a moral problem and a collective world responsibility. That is such a powerful quote that he actually started and was doing in '64, and he single-handedly did a lot of amazing things. Water for Life, coming back to it, what we are doing or we are trying to contribute is increasing the living standard of the population. If you look at the map where we are serving, billions of people are still not able to access the clean drinking water. And with this approach, what we are trying to do is with the lowest possible or the lowest on the grade, for example, the countries we are serving in Liberia, Mali, Tanzania, they are on the most challenging countries to work. We are trying to provide them the clean drinking water. And in these countries where we are working in a very difficult situation, I think Safir mentioned that he personally and firsthand observed recently during his visit that people, travel miles to access water. And we consider it as a commodity here. We have an easy access running water. People don't have even running water there. So we are trying to facilitate that to give an idea, what could be the situation and how can we improve it. So with this donation, for example, I'd like to introduce $1,500, the rehabilitation project, which we recently taken for the past 3 years we are doing. And we are starting over, we are ordering another container of 100 pumps, and it would be arriving hopefully by end of October or November. So with that, if you have any specific question, I'll be happy to respond to.
I think one area that the donors probably would like to focus on is how can they make a difference to your initiative? Is it give a specific target? And let's say that even if you've donated today, if you were to just reach that target in your household, we would have that many new wells that we could dedicate. We could even specify your donation for the Water for Life initiative. What is that number that the families ought to think about donating?
Yeah, that's a good point. And thank you for reminding it. I would suggest the households who are at least watching today, if each one of them commit at least one water well rehabilitation project, $1,500 per family. And if we consider at least, 50 families are watching, I think I would see that my goal is achieved. If we're able to secure 50 wells today, I would be grateful that we'll be able to achieve our target.
And Masroor, if I can add there, I think this wonderful thing is that what our team does, they go and put the plaque. So you can dig a well on behalf of your elder deceased parents or elders of your family in their memory. So they get Sadqa Jariya, and they have we put a beautiful plaque on it. And this way they can kind of promote this within your own family, that people will do the same thing for you, give you a gift. And you don't have to wait for your parents to to go away to do it. In even why, we talk about people celebrate birthdays and all that. I rather go and dig a water well for on behalf of my parents or elders and provide that good deed of work. So Masroor, talk about that.
Yes, absolutely. I think we do it. And I love Xavier Butt or somebody, there was a kid who was saying that, hey, think big. He set a goal of $500.
Yeah.
He said, don't go for $100, go for $500. And I would say, if a kid is doing $500, a family can do $1,500 very easily. I think 2 of my kids out of 3, they have achieved their targets too. So yes, if we have here, 50 families committing us, $1,500 per well, rehabilitation, that would be great. You don't need to wait, like Munimsab said. Don't wait for your parents, that you would be doing after, they're gone or their memory. And like Amtul Shafi Saiba was doing, that she is doing for her grandfather. So these are the noble causes you can do. It's a Sadqa Jariya. Please go and do it, and we'll be happy to facilitate that, and we'll be sharing. We have changed, and I'll be happy to explain about the process, how it works. But recently, we have started revamp our process of sharing reports, update pictures with you. And if any of the donors, for example, if you have not received, that you have donated, for example, in the past few years and you haven't received the report, please reach out to us. Water for Life at us.humanityfirst.org. We'll be happy to report you. We'll be providing you the updates where your well is, where we stand. And of course, Munim Sahib has given us a guidance in terms of making some updates on the website. We are working on it. Our IT team is actually supporting us on that we would be putting wherever in Africa we have dig wells so far, we would be pointing that, we would be providing you the GPS coordinates, and also, the names and so on and so forth. So these are things on our, in other words, pipeline. IT team is helping us to doing it. But based on Majib's comment that, yes, today, if you're able to secure 50 wells times 1,500, that would be our target, I believe. If you're able to secure in Water for Life 75,000, that would be great.
Mujib,
I think that's fantastic.
Sorry, go ahead, Mujib.
I was just going to say that sitting here thinking, I certainly commit my own household, irrespective of anything else that I want to donate today. I definitely want to commit a well on behalf of my family, because you've really convinced me. But also off the basis of Sadqa Jariya, my parents' families and my wife's parents' families. So there's 3 wells, and I tell you, keep going, because this is the most important work you can give anyone, because life and water go hand in hand. So Jazakallah for your efforts, and I've been really convinced by your presentation.
I want to add one more thing, and then maybe just give some plug to Safir Bhatti for his program as well, because everybody's kind of concerned about their program. But what Masroor Sajid and our Water for Life team has been able to do is coordinate many wells in Tharparkar area in Sindh as well. Right now, I think we have done almost over close to 800 wells over there. Masroor, correct me if I'm wrong. Those are the big wells. Those cost like almost $3,500 to $4,000. But I think right now we are at the saturation point over there. But we are more focusing in East and West Africa. So donors, we urge that if you want to provide safe, clean, drinkable water, let's do it there. I think there are many countries who are focusing on our Tharparkar side. They've done a wonderful job. But Safir Bhatti Sahab is also, concerned about providing the education. So please keep in mind that yes, Water for Life is extremely important. It's a basic right. Let's do the Water for Life. Just like Mujib Sahab said that, okay, in addition to what I'm doing on my other programs, so please keep Humanity First in mind. We have a lot of priority projects and programs, whether it's a global health and other programs also. So, definitely, I think every penny will go a long ways providing the necessary help that is needed.
I just wanted to add that the importance of this well is very important, because at 90 feet in the ground, that's where you get clean water. Many parts of Africa that we visited, the wells were only at 30 feet, or even they had no wells at all. So, the residents were so grateful to see these water wells, because there are villages with 5,000 people that don't have any water well at all. And Humanity First was the first water well to have provided water to all these people. So it is a worthwhile endeavor, both the education and both the water in the East and West Africa.
Really inspirational. We're at now $726,000 raised out of the 1 million target. Just this segment alone brought in about $45,000. So I want to congratulate your collective presentation of your work. Education and water are 2 fundamental rights, a human right, and Humanity First giving access to these basic human rights is really quite blessed for anyone that wants to participate. in strengthening your programs. Jazakallah.
Great. Thank you, Mujib. I need 30,000 more. We said 75,000, right?
Exactly.
It's coming. It's coming.
And
It's
Munir,
coming.
to your
Good.
point, Munir, you mentioned one thing. Of course, we need to support education, and I'll be happy to, donate on personally as well to the program on the education. But Safir mentioned a very good point. The schools we are actually establishing, we are committing almost 100% of the schools that we would be digging wells there. We would be facilitating clean drinking water there for the students. And Hazrat Khalifatul Masih is actually reminding us that give those people a flavor of how the good quality look like. For example, the model village concept and so on and so forth. Hazur said, give them the flavor, what the school look like, right? Your school needs to be better. And similar level, your healthcare in that particular model school or village needs to be there. So people should have a flavor of each thing that what
Absolutely.
the
Not only that water, but we provide solar light as well there, with those schools. So just definitely do a quality work there,
Correct.
whether we dig water wells or whether we provide a school. All of our schools are fairly in good in quality and all that. And education we are providing is good too. Okay, I think the time is up. We'd like to say thank you to both of our directors today, Mujib Saab. So let's go to the next session.
Welcome back to the Global Telethon 2021. I'm very excited to welcome one of our dear friends, Iftikhar Ahmed. Iftikhar Ahmed has a long history with Humanity First, and we'll talk about that. But over here, he's joining us as a corporate sponsor. His firm is a humanitarian level sponsor for this event. And let's talk to Iftikhar. Welcome to the show, Iftikhar.
Thank you, Waleed, and it's good to be with you and with all our audience around the world.
So tell our audience about Kaizen, what Kaizen financial strategies do, and what's your role with Kaizen?
Kaizen Financial Strategies is a registered investment advisory firm. We provide financial planning and ongoing portfolio management services to our clients. We manage approximately $165 million of client assets as of this time. I am the managing partner and one of the co-founders, along with my wife, Sadia Ahmed. We are the owners of the firm.
So tell me something about your clients. From the kind of business that you have, generally people think that financial services are required by either millionaires or big companies or people who have large asset portfolio. So tell us, who are your clients, and just explain how does it work for someone like me who doesn't understand this industry much.
Well, you're being very humble about it. You do understand it, but that's a great question. Most people do think that one requires a lot of assets before they can engage a financial advisor or an investment manager. Typically, most people engage with a professional when there is a significant life event. So think, marriage, think birth of a child, think retirement, or God forbid, a death in the family or an inheritance that comes in suddenly. Those are the times when people think about engaging a financial advisor, but it doesn't have to be that way. Many of our clients engage us proactively because they need help in putting their financial plans together. And they need a partner who can manage their investment assets because they're busy doing what they do best. So many of our clients are young professionals who either are in the starting out phase of their life or mid-career, now beginning to think about retirement and some of the other major financial goals. On the other end of the spectrum, we have retirees who would like some help in generating some income for their retirement life so that they can live a life of dignity without being dependent on anyone.
So I think it's very interesting to hear what you said. So for example, I'm just thinking in terms of the times that we are going through, in the times of pandemic. And there are many youngsters, like generally people think of financial planning in terms of retirement. But in this day of pandemic, we know that so many people lost their jobs, and for example, airline industry, it had such a big impact on their business, hospitality industry, and young folks lost their jobs. And so I think what you're trying to say is that don't just plan for your retirement, plan for the next 5 years, next 8 years, next 10 years, even you are a young person who just started a new job.
That's true. I think that, there's a saying that failing to plan is planning to fail. So it's important to have some sort of an idea together of, if life goes in a straight line, which it never does, but also plan around things that will happen, because that's our life. And how do we anticipate some of the risks with our portfolios or our investments or our savings, and how do we mitigate that? So we help our clients think through all of that, because we have a wide spectrum of clients, and we have seen life events. We have seen how people's financial situation or family situation changes, and what can we do proactively to kind of plan around it.
Perfect. So, okay, so here, I really want our audience to know a little bit more about you, not just from the perspective of Kaizen, but from the perspective of Humanity First. Share something with our audience about your history with Humanity First.
Oh, I would love to. I am so fond of this organization because I was fortunate enough to be part of the founding team back in 2004 when we registered Humanity First in the US. So, and I was fortunate to serve in the capacity of head of fundraising, marketing, and IT under Munim Naim Saab's leadership for many years. It's great to see, where Humanity First has come from its humble beginnings. I remember when we had very little budget when we started, but we put together infrastructure and some scale and a team together. And it's great to see where Humanity First is today, and more importantly, where it's going tomorrow.
Yeah. So how do you see, I know you talked about having very little budget, and I remember, by the way, I joined in 2008, and I remember you were the director of marketing at that time. So I got an opportunity to work with you for a couple of years. So the earlier budgets we remember in the first few years were $200,000-$300,000. So the way Humanity First grew, how do you see that time compared to this? What do you think about the growth of Humanity First?
Well, it is destined to be a great, great nonprofit organization, a global presence. I think, in our industry, we measure success sometimes in return on investment. And we all want to see good around us in the world. So Humanity First is one of those organizations that's helping people not only, survive through a disaster, but really, get up on their feet and build their future themselves. So Humanity First acts as a catalyst in those situations. And a dollar goes a long way with Humanity First. Being a volunteer of Humanity First for many, many years, I know that the return on investment is many-fold, because it's a low-cost organization, and every volunteer is focused on, serving the community for which they are so excited to be part of this organization.
Thank you for your kind words. So in your background, I keep looking at your logo, and I'm sure that our audience is also looking at your logo, and everyone has this question in mind that what does Kaizen mean? Because it's a very unique name. Tell us something about this.
It is. So Kaizen is actually a Japanese word, which roughly translates to change for better. And it's actually a philosophy and a methodology of continuous improvement, and it is adopted by many large or small organizations around the world. So that is the culture of our organization as well. We are continuously looking to improve our operations, our services, and of course, the financial outcomes for our clients. So continuous improvement is what we do every day.
That's great. That's great. So now we are towards the end of the interview, and I just have this question that you are, by the grace of Allah, a sponsor for this event. What message would you like to give to other businesses who are watching this program, that why should they support Humanity First, or just say any charity? Why should companies, organizations support their local charities, and in this case, specifically Humanity First?
That's a very important question, Waleed. First, I already mentioned about return on investment. This is investment into our communities that we live in. But, and as you must know, I was looking at some independent sector research, and just in 2019, in America, the nonprofit sector generated about $450 billion in charitable contributions. Now, if you think about what portion of it was individual versus corporations or government, it's surprising to see that only 21 billion out of 450 billion was donated by corporations. And I think there is a huge gap and there's a huge opportunity in that. So I urge every business owner here to think as a business for a second and see what return on investment we can bring to our community by supporting organizations like Humanity First. As corporations, we have a long way to go.
Thank you so much, Iftikhar. It was really nice to see you after a long time, and really nice to talk to you. And I hope your message resonates with other companies, our audience, our donors, our supporters. So thank you for being here, and thank you for all the kind words about Humanity First.
Thank you, Waleed, and I wish you and Humanity First the very best, and I'm here in spirit with you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll go to our next section.
All right, welcome back. I'm here with Mujib Ijaz again.
Good to be with you.
Yeah, thank you, Mujib. As I think everyone saw that the video earlier may indicate that this is actually the fund development session that we are having. We have two key pillars of our organization with us today, Tahir Qamar Saab, and his wife actually is not on with us, but Zara Qamar. They are both, our grassroots ambassador team. They run across 50, 60 chapters. We'll hear from him what they do exactly and how all of these donations coming from all over the United States is a lot of great effort by that team there. And then we have our corporate fund development team. Sajid Khan Saab is also with us, so we'll hear from him as well. And then we have another good news from one of our key sponsor who's with us here, and that made a big dent here in our donation. Those who are watching the website live, they may see it, but we will hold off. We'll talk about it then. That has given us a big shot coming to close to our target number. So we'll talk about that in a minute. So I think Tahir Qamar Saab, welcome, and it's good to have you.
Jazakallah for having me.
Share with us. I know you're losing sleep, and I know your wife, both of you, have been working very hard. Tell our viewers that, how many ambassadors from different cities that are working right now, helping you out in this fund development.
So overall, we have 20 ambassador program, which is our outreach program, is in 28 states with more than 48 to 150 ambassadors active. If I add more, those who are not right now active, it is way more than that. But across that, and that includes both men and women. So it's around, I would say 60% men, 40% women in all those different chapters. Unlike California, we have in each city, we also have that. Then there's again, we consider as a chapter based on our same structure of Jamaat. But overall, right now we can say 28 states covering, like California, 3 different chapters there, 5 different chapters we have there. Similarly, Virginia, we have 4 different, like SVA, CVA, and VA. So they're across the USA, we have almost 150 people. And the way it works is that before the telethon, as you know, telethon is our main event of the year from ambassador perspective or fundraising perspective. So almost 6 months to 8 weeks before, like 2 months before the telethon, we start our planning phase with this all team. We reached out to them and asked them to start brushing up their old database list, which they have, donor list, because some of them always knew, some are always with us for years. So those ambassadors who are with us for years, they already know the drill. They have the list over the years. They just have to add more people in that to increase the base. But when there are new ambassadors, they are men and legend on both sides. We have to spend some time, this almost a month or 6 weeks, really teaching them, guiding them how to reach out to different membership, all the different donors. So that's pretty much almost a 6 weeks to 8 weeks of effort where each donor, we with the marketing team, we develop the websites, we help them build their own individual team-wise as well as their own individual sites, and they start sharing that across their social media groups and their on whatever their friends and families, and start building the momentum till this telethon day. So that's how our structure only works for the fundraising.
It is, and I think your team works hard not only for this telethon, but all other campaigns we have. The ambassadors are our key representatives in each city. They provide updates and everything else. But when I see on the donation page, there are states shown, and then there are teams shown, and then in between there is sometimes you see the difference. But so how is the difference there, and how one knows that the donation in state, why they are higher than typically if I look at the city?
So it definitely depends on that. Since our structure so far is based on our own Jamaat strengths, we are not expanded out too much in the different out of Jamaat. So the way the structure is, depending upon our main number of donors base, we selected these cities, and then when we start reaching out, the numbers sometimes differentiate because of pledge versus donation. We have two systems. Some people, when we go on the map, you will see that there is a data coming from two different places. So that is sometime it takes little time, but eventually it shows properly on the map that how much we have collected overall. That shows up in the system. Yes.
Wonderful. Well, that's up. I think I really convey. I think in the next session, hopefully we'll bring some of these ambassadors online as well to hear how their day went. I think there's a lot of pressure on them right now, and the clock is ticking as well. We are down to maybe last hour or so, to wrap up. So please keep, talking to them. And I think we need every last penny that we can raise to meet our goal. Thank you.
Yeah,
and please convey our thanks. Let me turn it to Majid Saab to talk to Sajid Saab for a few minutes as well.
Yes, Jazakallah for that. And I think Sajid Saab, as you're developing the corporate relationships, that's an area of future opportunity for Humanity First that can become quite large, because corporations all the time are finding their best channel to express their desire to give back, and they also get tax advantages for doing that. And typically it's sort of an uncomfortable thing for any employee to try to approach their employer to get them to sponsor a nonprofit. How do we get more people involved? And tell us about the corporate development and what you're doing in that topic.
Thank you very much, Jisab. First of all, Assalamu alaikum, message of peace to all of you and the viewers, and it's great to be here. Basically, as for corporate relationship for this particular telethon, I have been asked to actually reach out to various business owners to raise, and the target was to raise over 100K. With the sheer mercy and grace of our Creator, we have, as of this morning, we have raised over $105,420, and it is coming from 23 different sources. We have basically broken down. There were 4 levels. The Novelet level was for the 10,000, humanitarian for 5,000, sustainer for 2,500, and provider for 1,000. So with all of these 323 sponsors, we were able to raise $105,000 at this time.
That's really impressive. And I think as you get corporations involved, do you see that sticks year over year, and that is something that the corporations are willing to kind of do annually?
Right. Yes, certainly. I think there are these most of these corporations are small to mid-sized companies, whether these are a medical practice or financial company, technology company, or as much even some of them are smaller retail store, and it's a matter of reaching out to them and in terms of demonstrating what we are doing and how valuable the work they would be doing and how impact the life of those who are in need. And many people are very excited to support our efforts.
Doug, if I may interrupt, I think I missed, we have been, a couple of callers been waiting online. Let's take those two calls and then we'll continue with Shaji Saab and then come back to Kamar Saab. So can we take the next call quickly? Yusuf Saab?
Ji sir.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
How are you? Good to have you on the call with us. Sorry to keep you waiting.
No problem.
Yusuf, tell us about are you calling in the corporate development space, and tell us about how you're involved in helping to raise funds in that space.
I am a professional by a realtor. This is from my family side. Actually, this is the month of Muharram, and we remember the sacrifice of Hazrat Imam Hussain when the water was banned on the whole family in the scorching heat of Iraq desert. And I feel like we should, all Muslims should do water for charity. So we should do so much sacrifice that we provide the water available to every person in this world. So on this note, we are decided to donate 10 wells this year also from the Sayyid family.
Fantastic. That is really the kind of donations that can inspire a lot of people that are listening to you. So that will go on to inspire others to do the same, I hope.
Yes. And we will be, I'm praying that we will continue donating water wells every year from our family.
Inshallah. Fantastic.
Very good. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we'll have another call. Saadi Ahmed, if she's online, we'll take her as well.
Assalamu alaikum, Sadia. How are you?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Tell us about how your work with Humanity First has been going as you progress through the year. I know that you're very active with supporting the causes, both financially as well as with your time. Tell us how you're doing.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I wasn't sure. Yes. So, Jazakallah, it's an honor to be here. It has been such an amazing day. The kind of work that has been shared, it's been so inspiring. So very, very excited to be here and to be a supporter and a donor.
Fantastic. Your work in Humanity First started a long time ago, obviously, but tell us what your most recent volunteering activity was all about and what you did.
So I think I'm calling in as a corporate donor for today. So very excited and happy to be supporting Humanity First. We decided to be a corporate donor this year instead of an individual, just so that we inspire other people around us, our employees, our customers, our service providers, so that all companies, their mission is to give back to the community. And it is so important to identify organizations like Humanity First, which are doing such an incredible job in giving back and in making sure that every dollar that is raised such a high percentage goes back into the work that is being done. So it's really inspiring to hear all the work that is being done and to be a part of that process.
Isha, are you calling from Silicon Valley, California area?
Hanji, yeah.
I'm trying to recognize your voice. You're related to Iftikhar.
Hanji. So
Okay. So now, Mujib, now I
So
obviously I know the connection. So this is our corporate donor. You saw the video earlier, right? So
Yes.
mashallah, I think this family has been with us from day one.
Exactly.
They've been helping, sponsoring, doing things. So it's good to have you, Sister Sadia, on the phone call.
The same here. It's Humanity First. Just the quality of work and just listening to everything that has been presented today. It's awe-inspiring how far the organization has come, and just the quality of volunteers is just incredible. So we're very, very blessed and honored to be a part of this program.
Thank you so much.
The corporate angle is really going to help. And I think that is the growth opportunity for Humanity First, is to think about how we become part of the agenda for corporations every year, and that we grow that.
Mujib, I think I'm going to give you the floor because I like you to share your big, innovative idea that you have come up, and you added a huge amount of donation to our numbers here, and the number is right. So tell us a little bit about what that innovative idea was that you implemented in your company.
Yeah, I Jazakallah for the opportunity, and Humanity First being one of my near and dear activities every year. I started a company about a year ago by the grace of God, and when we started it, both Munam Saab and respected Amir Saab, I had kind of a kickoff call before I founded the company to announce my intentions and writing Hazur a letter to seek his guidance and blessings. But part of the company's strategy was to have service as a mission. And so we launched a campaign actually recently that is saving to give. We want company employees to find opportunities to save. And as they save the company money, we allocate funds in some percentage to giving. And what we decided this year, even in the context of being a startup, startups are usually cash strapped, but every company, if you can save more money by really having the employees double down and really pull on the individual rope of trying to figure out how to give, the corporation can benefit from that. And then the corporation can act as a donation source. So we pledged $100,000, inshallah, and may Allah accept that from the company as a way to not only benefit Humanity First, but in the proper way of thinking about it, to turn right around and benefit the company, because we believe that part of the whole process of giving is that you will then be rewarded in return. So having employees think about the idea that their actions and their savings can result in giving was something that we kicked off. And so far, $56,000 of savings have been duly noted by the company as a way in which we can participate in this. So we're well on our way to achieving this goal, inshallah, of $100,000.
So what a wonderful idea. And Sajid Saab, again, one of the wonderful corporate donor came up with. I called him and I asked him that, this is what's going on. What can you do? And he was without any reluctance. He said, let me think, I'll come up with some idea. And then next he calls and he says, I have come up with this idea. I'm going to engage all employees, that we will all work together and we'll figure out to save some money and come up with $100,000. And he implemented that. And he already have achieved $56,000 worth of saving. And I have full trust that within a matter of months, he will deliver his $100,000. So the number, Mujib Saab, with your donation now, I believe is now reaching 860. So as added another $100,000 to our number here, coming very, very close to that number. Thank you so much, Mujib Saab. And I guess I hope and pray that other people get inspired and implement. Sajid Saab, you have another idea that you can talk to your business sponsor.
Sure, but quickly, Munasab, if I can thank some of the sponsors, the corporate sponsor, including accelerated rehab, pain management, daily outpatient medical services. Irfan Aladdin Sahib, Database Wasim Haider Sahib, Lehigh Valley Oral Surgery and Implant Center, Dr. Smart IS International, Puram Saab, Vital System, Abdul Rao Sahib, Washington Vascular Specialist, renowned physician, Dr. Mubashir Choi Saab, Zirvi family, Dr. Munisa Zirvi specifically requested to remember their parents in your prayers. For case financial strategy, Tahar Ahmed Saab, and then of course we have 7 Formation, Emric Dental, Agility. There were 10 other. Quickly, if I can, Agility Cube, American Forklift Training Center, Best Carpet Interiors, Charcoal Chicken, Crispy Crunchy Chicken, Equity Glass, Genius Zone, Crazy Kebab, Shaheen, and Sheikh Capital Partners. Please remember them in your kind prayers. And just wherever it is possible, please do support these businesses. Jazakallah.
Very good, very good. Well done, Sajid Saab.
Well
You
done.
covered everybody. And that's Jazakallah. Thank you so much for you. And Mujib Saab, thank you. I think we'll need to close the session, but thank you to all our corporate sponsors and donors.
Dr. Gabriela Mota, the medical director at Nasser Hospital, talks about the challenges of healthcare in Guatemala and the gratifying experience of having helped patients that unfortunately did not have good care experiences from other hospitals.
Hay bastante necesidad porque por temas educacionales, culturales e incluso de acceso en esta área, pues las personas tienen poca posibilidad de tener servicios de salud de calidad. Tuvimos la oportunidad de tener a una paciente que se acercó a mí, a mi consulta externa, refiriendo que tenía dolor en su pierna. Había asistido a un hospital nacional en donde la evaluaron y dieron antibióticos orales. La paciente era una paciente diabética que no había tenido los cuidados necesarios porque el acceso a insulina y medicamentos es muy complejo en Guatemala. Inmediatamente solicité ayuda para poder llevarla a la sala de operaciones, ¿verdad? Hubo que hacer múltiples transfusiones, se llevó a amputación y se logró realizar el procedimiento, logramos compensarla y ella logró salir adelante, ¿verdad? Su comunidad estaba muy agradecida ya que ella había venido desde un lugar lejano en la ciudad buscando ayuda porque había escuchado de nosotros, logró solucionar su problema, estuvo acá aproximadamente 2 semanas y salió satisfecha con el servicio y pues ya en mejores condiciones de salud.
One of the areas in Nasser Hospital that needs further improvement is the surgical department. Dr. Carlos Tercero, head of surgery at Nasser Hospital, is proud that the hospital has performed 600 surgeries so far, but he also acknowledges that the department still needs to grow to fulfill the needs of more patients.
Contamos con quirófanos de la mejor calidad y del más alto nivel para realizar procedimientos complejos. Tal es el caso de un trasplante renal que fue realizado recientemente en nuestro hospital, ya que contamos con 2 quirófanos con todo lo necesario para realizar cirugías complejas. Es importante saber que acabamos de terminar nuestra cirugía número 600, lo cual nos llena de mucho orgullo y queremos transmitirnos a ustedes estos logros, ya que es gracias a su apoyo que podemos lograr todo esto en este lugar en Guatemala. Quisiera darles un tour por nuestras instalaciones de quirófanos para que tengan ustedes una idea de la calidad y el servicio con el que contamos. Como pueden ver, este es nuestro quirófano principal, donde se realizan las cirugías principales, y contamos con el quirófano anexo que está equipado de la misma manera y cuenta con atención para neonatos para el caso de las cesáreas, y el segundo quirófano equipado con la misma tecnología que el primero, y contamos con equipo para tratamiento pediátrico, ¿verdad? Y atención de los neonatos durante las cesáreas y los nacimientos en este quirófano.
Recently, Nasser Hospital delivered its 115th baby. Dr. Astrid Majen, the gynecologist and obstetrician, talks about the role Nasser Hospital has played in benefiting the community through its gynecology ward.
Es para mí un gusto presentarles nuestra área de labor y partos, donde hemos atendido un promedio de 150 niños, dándole los mejores estándares de calidad en estas instituciones nuevas, limpias y al acceso de la población de Guatemala y principalmente de Zacatepeques.
Zaida Raq, who handles the accounting and operations department at the hospital, has been a part of the team since even before its construction. It's been a rewarding path for her, both on a professional and personal level.
Gracias a Dios he tenido la oportunidad de crecimiento dentro del hospital. Han confiado en mí, me han dado esa oportunidad y ahora desde el área de administración pues tengo la oportunidad de acercarme más a los pacientes a través de trabajo social, que es el área con la que nosotros vemos y canalizamos la ayuda de nuestros pacientes. Lo hacemos a través de entrevistas para ver el nivel socioeconómico, conocer sus historias personales, familiares. También hacemos visitas domiciliares para nosotros poder corroborar la necesidad del paciente. Y somos ahora administrados por HF Healthcare Services y gracias a todos los que han donado, porque gracias a ustedes el hospital es lo que es hoy. Y tenemos la confianza, la seguridad y la esperanza que podemos seguir creciendo gracias a su ayuda. Y en los próximos años veremos cómo continuamos creciendo.
The staff at Nasser Hospital is dedicated and aware of their mission. Pablo Pazos, Executive Director of Nasser Hospital, finds satisfaction in witnessing the recovery of the patients treated at the facility and the way in which the hospital has helped them without distinction, especially those in need, thanks to the donation the medical facility continues to receive.
No solo trabajar, sino que más que trabajar, tener una oportunidad de servir a los demás. Una de las cosas que más me llena de trabajar en Hospital Nasir es ver cómo esos pacientes, después de venir con situaciones muy complicadas, se recuperan y pueden salir caminando con salud. También otra de las cosas es poder, a través de sus donaciones, poder ayudar a estas personas que en algún momento no pueden tener el acceso a la salud por diferentes motivos, pero principalmente la parte económica. Queremos llegar a más familias del área y de la región. Y esto lo lograremos a través de un crecimiento físico del hospital para poder atender a más personas. También hemos sido de ayuda para muchas familias del sector a través de proveer una fuente de empleo.
So earlier, when I mentioned that the hospital is now sustainable, it meant that we are now earning more than what we are spending on the operation of the hospital. But the sustainability has many segments to it. Empowering local communities, then helping the underprivileged population. We have reached the first stage. We are covering our own expenses. But that is the step one. The sustainability itself means that you are able to help the local communities, and there is a large number of people in Guatemala who need help. And there is no amount of money which can actually help the whole of the community itself. So if the donors can keep helping the hospital in a way that we are able to help the underprivileged in a more meaningful way. I'll just give you an example. We want to start a kidney transplant program here in the hospital. There are numerous patients lined up for this procedure, and that's a life-saving surgery. If we get enough help, we can actually start the program here. The institution itself needs to grow. That means that a continuous development of the institution is needed. That is the other part of the sustainability. So we need continuous support from the donors to develop the hospital into a level where it becomes a tertiary care hospital, and also to keep giving more to the people of Guatemala. Lately, we have had days when we had a problem at Nasser Hospital. But that was a good problem. The problem is that there are patients turning up and we don't have place for them to get treated. Now, when that thing starts happening, you must start planning for the more development and extension of the hospital. That stage has reached.
This journey, though, cannot continue without our supporters and donors. Nasser Hospital needs your help to expand, serve more patients, and continue to save lives. We need funds not only to treat those who are most in need on an ongoing basis, but to also add more facilities to perform life-saving procedures. Nasser Hospital is a template for a state-of-the-art, affordable, and excellent healthcare facility for any community that faces challenges in accessing healthcare. Over 35% of Guatemala's population lacks access to good, affordable healthcare, and we are here with a mission to serve with dedication and provide excellence in healthcare to the community. Be a channel for gifting life and health to these communities. Donate today and know that you are making an incredible impact.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back to the most exciting session. I say it most because this is where we will see our numbers are meeting our expectations or not. But I have now Mac with me, and also Walid Ahmed has joined us every year. He joins us in the last session because he thinks he can push people more and perhaps convince them more. So we always bring him, and he does really. So this is good. Welcome, Walid, to the session as well.
Jazakallah. Thank you for having me, Musa.
All right. So I think this is a free session. So all three of the hosts will talk as much as they can, but we have to bring a lot of donor calls as well as see the number. Number needs to meet our goals. So Mac, what is the number right now?
So we are at 975,000 with over 1,200 donors. I think we're reaching all kinds of donors: young donors, old donors, middle-aged donors, corporate donors. As you from your previous session, the corporate donations have been coming up as well. So we're at 975,000. To put this in perspective, last year I believe we raised 1.2 million. So you tell us, where do you want us to get to in the next 20 minutes?
I think what I will say though, this year our goal was 1 million when we started out. That was $1 million agreed that we will raise. But as you heard, respected Amir Saab earlier in the session, he challenged us really, and he said, "Look, last year you raised 1.2, so you do better than that." So our goal. 1 million was a goal. Now let's see how we do it end of the session, but we will continue for another few days for our ambassadors to keep making the effort to fulfill the wishes of respected Amir Saab. But we need to make sure that we meet this goal that was originally given to us for 1 million, and we are very close to it. But let's see how we can meet the desires of Amir Saab as well. So Mac, are you ready to take the calls?
Yeah. So our first call is from Long Island. If it's not Long Island, it's the wrong island. From Zishan Hamid, who is one of the perpetual entrepreneurs there, who's done lots of great work. Zishan Bhai, are you on the line?
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum. You know, Shaheen has been a perpetual supporter of Humanity First for the past 20 years. And for that honor, we're even calling you Dr. Zishan Hamid on the call. So you've been promoted, which means we're assuming you're going to help raise this number.
Oh, that's all. I thought I was doctor because of my handwriting, because it's very weak and very poor, just like a doctor. So I figured that's why you're calling me a doctor now.
They've got you doctor on our screen, so we're going to just go with it. Dr. Hamid, go ahead.
Oh my God. How are you, Mac Bhai?
We're doing great. So we want to hear about, are you talking about corporate sponsorship and Shaheen Foods? Tell us what Shaheen does and how you want to be a corporate sponsor.
So, Sajid Bhai reached out to me, said, would you like to be a corporate sponsor? I said, after thinking about it for a couple of days, I said, yeah, sure, no problem. Shaheen, at Shaheen, we make sweets, foods, we do catering, event planning. I've been working with Humanity First for a very long time. Myself and yourself, we were, I guess, on the original team. And, it's been great. It's been a blessing. And, I'm here to help any way I can.
So can we count on you for, go ahead, Manab.
No. Zishan has been always very, very helpful every time we call him in good old disaster response and all that. So I think you gave him the doctor's title. So he will have to fulfill his 10K donation one of these days. So we will keep him accountable for that. But thank you, Zishan, for joining us today. And thank you for your support all these years.
Thank you. Inshallah, looking forward to supporting in the future as well.
All right. Thank you.
Awesome.
Back we have Muzaffar Chaudhry.
Muzaffar Chaudhry is on. And Manab Saab, if you're not a Chaudhry, you want to be a Chaudhry. So Chaudhry will deliver, I promise.
No. I think let's not start that because there are two Khans here. So okay,
we'll get to the Khans.
Muzaffar Saab, assalamu alaikum. How are you?
How are you?
Alhamdulillah, I will not ask you for your donation because you always support and you know you will do it. But we wanted to have you on the call because you're a fun type of person. You're always there to support us. So how are things with you?
Yes, Mohan Bhai, what do you want me to say? Something I made my donation yesterday, but I would like to do more because you have told me there are some Khans. Let's have a match with the Khans.
Now I like it.
Now the Chaudhry versus Khan. Let's see.
Oh, I think we're not going there. We will keep it,
okay.
Within the lines,
right.
boundary lines here. So, Muzaffar Bhai, thank you so much. If you want to share what donations you have, if not, don't worry about it. But we know that you always donate.
I would like to make a comment on Humanity First, and then I will pledge 2 wells on behalf of my family, and I'll make that pledge for 2 wells.
Wonderful.
And
Wonderful.
And the thing I would like to make a comment on what sets Humanity First apart from other disasters and international organizations is the dedication of the volunteers. That inspires me a lot. Volunteers having known many of them personally, I have seen firsthand their sincerity, how pure their dedications are and intentions are, and how hard they are working for all over the world to dedicate yourself like this and ask for nothing in return except the pleasure of Allah. May Allah bless all of them. That's the comment because I'm so inspired with those workers all over the world.
Thank you so much, Muzaffar Bhai. Thank you so much. And you just added $3,000 to the number for 2 wells. Mac, thank you, Muzaffar Bhai. Mac, let's take the next call.
That's great. And speaking of Khans, now it's going to get really interesting. We've got Iftikhar Khan from Silicon Valley coming. He's a 20-year veteran of Apple computers. Iftikhar Bhai, are you on the line?
So now, let me say something, Mac Bhai over here. So now you have a problem. So he's Khan and he's from Silicon Valley. Which side are you going to take?
Khans will always win. That's easy. Iftikhar Bhai, are you there, by the way?
I am.
Oh, great. Waleed Bhai, go ahead. Go ahead, Waleed Bhai.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum, Iftikhar. How are you?
Good. Doing good. How are you doing?
I'm good, alhamdulillah. So say something, share something with our audience. I know you've been a great supporter of Humanity First, not just you yourself, but as a family, you all support Humanity First. So share with us why and what's the inspiration behind that.
Oh no, I think your viewers have been watching all the amazing things that Humanity First does across the world, and so and you shared the wisdom and the teachings of our Khalifa who have told us to help humanity. And so, to me, there's no better cause in the world for us to donate to. And so, I'm just glad to be part of the process. My father enjoys being a photographer for Humanity First, and so my cousin is a director, and we love Humanity First.
Can you tell us about your donation at the Carbide?
Sure. So I'm fortunate that I work for Apple, and so Apple does matches the funds. And actually, there was a unique period in time earlier this year where Apple did a 2-for-1 match, and so I was able to take advantage of that, mashallah. And so total all in was $17,400.
That is amazing. I tell you what, at the Carbide, if Walid Bhai asks you in Pashto, can we increase the 17 to 20? If he speaks in Pashto with you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Walid Bhai.
That's a tough one now. No, I know we have a family dinner at his father's house, and I was invited, but I couldn't go. So Dera Mehrabani Iftikhar Ijaz Dada Chide to
Inshallah.
Mali Zamayat Manam Sebam Rasara dear Zabardast dear Kule trip, and we hope that he'll go with us again. So I was just telling him that Ijaz Saab went with us to Mali and Liberia and those countries, and Manam Saab was there too, and we had a really amazing trip, and he saw firsthand the work that Humanity First does, and that really inspired him so much that he's almost like he's waiting for his retirement so he can give more time to Humanity First.
So Manam Saab, we thanks to Walid Bhai, we got Iftikhar Bhai to 20. I want to make sure that Silicon Valley gets credit for that 20 as well. Iftikhar Bhai, talk to me.
Dera Mehrabani, yes.
So Manam Saab, what do you think? That was pretty good.
Trying, yes, but thank you, Iftikhar, so much.
Great.
Thank you to all of you.
Next, we'll go to Jawad Ahmed from Oshkosh Bagash.
We are missing Jawad so much from this telethon, but I think I'm glad we got him this time here.
I think Jawad Bhai, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Great. Jawad Bhai, Munam Saab has been missing you all day. And do you want to just say hello to him and then tell him how much you love him by your donation? And we measure love by donation.
Assalamu alaikum, all three of you. First of all, heartiest congratulations on reaching your goal. I'm pretty sure, inshallah, you guys will be able to surpass the goal just like last year and beat
Jawad Bhai, we have breaking news. Jawad Bhai, we have breaking news. We just broke $1 million. Mashallah.
Wonderful.
So,
mashallah.
Wonderful.
Great job, mashallah.
You're
Very
just a
nice.
blessing to have. But please go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just, and so humbled that I have been able to connect with you at this last segment, because I remember being part of the telethon for so long that this is the most exciting, as Munam Saab just alluded to a little while ago. This is indeed the most exciting part of the telethon, as you're reaching and exceeding the goal and everybody's just chiming in. So Jazakallah, and once again, congratulations.
Jawad Bhai, thank you so much
and
for
yes,
all your
Saab
support.
and Walid, I love both of you.
I won't take that personally, Jawad Bhai. If you tell us about your donation.
I would not say the same about Mac, though.
Yeah. All I care about is your donation, Jawad.
Yeah. As I think earlier you had my brother on in the earlier part of the segment, as he talked about it, that as a family, as an organization, as individuals, we have been, by the grace of Allah, been able to be part of Humanity First for many, many years. And so we inshallah hope to continue to be part of it and continue to support it. So as an organization, as as individuals, not only just financially, but also, inshallah, as volunteers, we will continue to support it.
And their donation, Mac, is already in as pretty significant donation. So I really like to thank the whole family.
We're keeping it private. Okay, Jazakallah. Next, we'll go back to Silicon Valley, Munam Saab. I know Oshkosh is trying to be a technology hub, but we'll come back to Silicon Valley. The last Silicon Valley guy wasn't a doctor. The next one, Aftab Jamil Saab, who's on the line. He's the doctor of accounting, so he's almost a doctor. So he's going to keep driving the Silicon Valley number. Aftab bhai, welcome.
Assalamu alaikum and jazakumullah for all your efforts, and congratulations on meeting your initial goals. May Allah bless your efforts even more.
Jazakallah. Can you share a little bit about, your daughter was on earlier. She's doing incredible things and getting high schools to individual students to give from $1 to $5 to $20. Now she's in college. We asked her to make sure her dad comes on to continue the spirit within the Jamil family. Can you share a little bit about your donation?
I was very inspired by hearing about the Water for Life and, Sadqa Jariya for my parents. So I wanted to, donate for that well. So may Allah Ta'ala, help us continue, follow through what they taught us, which is the, being staying connected to Jamaat and Khilafat, and may Allah Ta'ala, bless them and give them high status.
That's great. Can you tell us about your donation of Aftab bhai?
It was for $1,500 for one well.
Thank you. Jazakallah. And Aftab bhai, just you being an accounting person, if Munam Saab and I can talk to each other in Punjabi, will you increase that to $2,000?
Well, because we've been teaching you some Punjabi, so make me proud, and yes, I will take you up on that.
All right, that's good.
Jazakallah, Aftab bhai.
Jazakallah.
All right, Munam Saab, you're up next.
Oh, no, I think I have Momin and Dania Chaudhary online, right?
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Momin?
Assalamu alaikum.
How are you?
My name is Momin. Good.
Okay, so tell me what your name is. I know who you are, but just tell everyone who you are and your sister as well.
Okay, my name is Momin Chaudhary. I'm 10 years old, and I'm from the Silicon Valley Jamaat. I'm giving $301 from my savings to pay for a water pump so families can have clean drinking water.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Danya Chaudhary. I'm 10 years old and I'm from Silicon Valley Jamaat. I'm giving $411 from my savings to pay for a water pump so families can have access to clean water.
And we're Team Chaudhary.
MashaAllah. That is so wonderful from both of you. Tell me who your dad is first.
My dad is Muhammad Ahmad Chaudhary.
Oh, this gentleman sitting next to us in the studio, is he your father?
So Munam Saab, their dad is the guy who's going to match their donation.
MashaAllah, this is wonderful. Like father or like children, but I think like children, like father. So I'm sure. So Mac, I think wonderful children, mashallah. So what do you have to say, Mac? I'm really moved to hear their personal saving contribution. So
they cleared out their savings, rightfully so. Munam Saab, next we're going to go to missionary Shamshad Nasir Saab, Imam Shamshad Nasir Saab.
Okay, look, I will talk to Shamshad Saab in a minute, but I think you owe to your children, you need to match their donation.
Of
so
course,
we'll hold you to that.
That's a deal. That's a deal.
Okay. Shamshad Saab, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Jazakallah, Shamshad Saab, I got your text message. You are always a big supporter, and every time you are there. So we really are very honored to have you on the call.
Thank you very much. So nice of you, sir.
So I think we have done the water wells for you before, and I know that you are just donating us, but more importantly, you are supporting, and you're praying for us. So we like to say thank you to you. Anything you'd like to say to the viewers?
Shamshad Saab is also they're donating 3 water wells, mashallah, for $4,500. Very grateful to that.
No need to mention, but Alhamdulillah, this is from Almighty Allah, and we have to serve the human being. This is the purpose of Islam, in fact. And Ahmadiyyat stand for true Islam this time, because the Prophet Islam has mentioned already that I brought 2 things. One is to establish the oneness of God Almighty, and secondly, to show our sympathy to human beings. I was reading a couple of days back, and you heard any time before that Allah Ta'ala will say on the day of judgment to some people that I was hungry, I was thirsty, I was sick, you did not give me water, you did not give me food, you did not visit me. And the man will reply, oh Allah, you are created all of us, everything belongs to you. How you are hungry and thirsty and sick? Then Allah Ta'ala will say that, look, that person was sick. If you could have visited him, you could have visited me. And that person was thirsty. He did not have water to drink. If you have provided water to him, you provided water to me. And the same way other person was hungry. If you have provided food for him, it was for me. So this is what exactly this time is happening all over the world, especially in African countries, India and other parts of the world. And we have to do whatever we can do. You know, how we can sleep at night satisfactory that I am okay. Even my neighbor is feeling hungry, or he's thirsty, or he's sick, and I don't care about him. This is not Islamic teaching. If you have heard all these speeches, all these people for the past 2-3 hours, which is going on right now, Humanity First, I think you must donate something. Whatever you like, it is up to you. But try to do something.
Shamshad Saab, I want to interrupt just for 1 second. We have breaking news. We've broken $1.12 million. I think Shamshad Saab, your wonderful story and your wonderful relation of that story is helping us. Now we're above $1.1 million, mashallah. But go ahead, Shamshad Saab.
May Allah Ta'ala reward to each and every person who is working. I heard that small children are donating, small children are paying, small children is getting interest to help the humanity of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. This is a great news for us. Our future is bright by the grace of God. This is very important, and we should continue. And I know personally many of members of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community all over the world, especially in this country, USA, they are engaged. And I am receiving phone calls, I am receiving the messages from WhatsApp and the emails, Humanity First America, Humanity First in America. Let us do, this is happening there, this is happening here. Let us do something. Alhamdulillah, there is a noise in the heaven also for the Humanity First USA. So inshallah ta'ala, I am not wondering that we have achieved the target. It will be go over the target. And it is the practice of the Jamaat always that whatever is demanded, it goes beyond of that. And Hazrat Masih Maud prayed for those people and prays for those people. And you are beloved of God.
Jazakallah Shamshad Saab. I really appreciate it. Next we have Hala Masroor.
Assalamu alaikum, Hala. Hala, assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
How are you? Sorry to keep you waiting, Hala.
I am good, alhamdulillah. What about you?
Okay, good. So tell us what are you doing for Humanity First today?
So I have raised close to $425 for the Kids for Humanity fundraise, and I'm doing this to get a head start to donating to the Jamaat and working as a cardiologist. Inshallah, that's my dream.
I'm sure you go to school right now, right?
G.
Which grade?
I'm currently going to enter 8th grade.
Wonderful. So, thank you so much. Jazakallah. May Allah bless you. May Allah enable you to continue to do these sacrifices. And this is wonderful donation that you have given us. Inshallah, it will help the children in our countries where help is needed. Okay.
And with that, Manam Saab, we got our top individual donors, Mansoor Ahmed, Khalid Ahmed, Ira Vakar, Ahmed Chaudhry, HFLAX, all coming in very nicely. Next, we have Mohammed Shahid on the line.
Mohammed Shahid sahab, assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Thank you so much for coming online. I know, we spoke to you to ask you to come online with us to share your inspiration. You have wonderfully contributed to us already. Would you share what you contributed? If not, it's okay, but at least just give us your inspiration.
I mean, if I could keep that private, how much I did, it's just, whatever we can do, there's always, room to do more. But the motivation is just, you try to do everything for whatever you can for Allah. And when you die, you're not going to take anything with you. There's no baggage claim. There's no, bank accountant sitting at the gates. So whatever we believe in a higher power, for us, Allah Ta'ala, is there. And this is just something that we can do in this world. The more we can give, that's what we save. That's what we're building for when we die and when we go with nothing. So whatever Allah can give us a chance to do now, whatever we can give is what we save, and what we spend in this world is really what we have lost. So may Allah give us chances and abilities to give more.
Totally agree with you, Shahid sahab. Thank you so much, Jazakallah, for joining us today, and thank you for your help as well.
That's great. And next we have Jana Ott, who is a donor. Jana, are you with us? Jana, are you joining us? Jana, are you there? As Jana comes on, I want to share some of the top states as well. Virginia is at 162,000. New Jersey is at 69,000. Texas is at 48,000. New York's at 37. Alabama at 25. I think these numbers may be a little dated. I know there's probably a lot higher numbers now.
Yeah. Talk about Silicon as well, right?
Silicon Valley's got to be above Virginia. There's no way it can hold back. And this festival Khairat is in full effect. Jana, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for being a donor to Humanity First. We wanted to hear a little bit about where are you located and why are you giving to Humanity First?
I am located in Houston, Texas, and I am giving because a friend of mine asked me to look at your website, and I saw what a donation would do for 1,000 people as far as bringing them water, which is such a basic need. And I just feel like I've been blessed, and what I have has been given to me by our God, and I wanted to share that to take care of other people.
That is wonderful, and we really appreciate you visiting the site, seeing. It's very much volunteer run. A lot of volunteers worked on that site, so I'm sure they appreciate that you were able to get the information you need to be a donor to Humanity First, and we appreciate your donation towards a water pump. As you know, once we bring a water pump to life in a city, it brings vibrancy and life to that entire village, to the kids, to the adults, to the grandparents. So your donation and the blessings you receive from that are manyfold, and they'll continue to give as that water pump will be there for a long time. So we appreciate your donation. Next we have Ariba Ahmed. Ariba, are you there? Ariba. As Ariba's coming on, I want to remind all our donors, it's still not too late, right? When I'm stopped, it's not too late to give. We still have more capacity to do good work. You can go to usa.humanityfirst.org. You can go to our phone number, 1-855-474-3872. Text message HFUSA at 31996. We'll take it any which way. Call Munimsab's cell phone, and we'll say it on the air right now. Call me, call the lead bite. We want to break 1.2 million. I think we're on track by all these generous donors. Ariba, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, good. Assalamu alaikum, Ariba.
Yes, assalamu alaikum.
How are you?
Yes, I'm you good. I'm good. How are you?
Good. So, what do you have? What are you bringing to this final session to us?
Yeah. So basically, so at first we were my mom is an ambassador of Humanity First, actually, and so she created her own page besides like our Jamaat page. And so we've been putting money in that, collecting money, fundraising. It's been going very well. She reached her limit. But then, we've been thinking, my dad, after watching and listening to Amir Saab's message, our initial family, our family goal was 1,000. But then after listening to Amir Saab's message, we decided to, as a family, donate $5,000 to this, beautiful organization. Wow. Yeah. So yeah, he encouraged us. We listened to the message. We all took it in, and as a family, we decided that it's a blessing no matter how much we donate. But
Ariba,
the better it is, like the more help.
Ariba, we appreciate your.
What was that?
Ariba, we appreciate your additional donation and in stretching beyond the limits, and we really appreciate that. With that, yes. I want to share some breaking news that we are now at $1,150,000 towards the Amir Saab goal of 1.2 million, mashallah. So we're continuing to go towards that. Thank you, Reba, for your time. We're going to bring Nusrat Qadir Chaudhry back on the line. She got cut off previously. Are you there, Nusrat?
Yes, assalamu alaikum. I am here. I'm sorry.
Mac, I need to take her.
Yes, please do.
Assalamu alaikum, Nusrat. How are you?
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you so much, Munam Saab, for having me.
No, thank you.
I appreciate it.
You have been a lifelong, wonderful supporter of Humanity First. It's always an honor to talk to you. Thank you for coming online with us.
No, Jazakallah. I'd like to actually share, just to inspire a few things to everyone who might be on the fence on donating. There are many ways to do it. As I mentioned earlier, I myself donated 5 wells, and my family got on board, my cousins got on board, everyone got on board, and we are donating. We're telling our friends to donate, that this is a wonderful way to do that. But aside from donating, as Munam Saab said, I was involved with Humanity First since 2004. My brother and I got to be a part of Humanity First in 2005 for Hurricane Katrina. We actually went. We also did Hurricane Sandy. And then when my brother went for hurricane in Puerto Rico, unfortunately, I was unable to go because my brother went. So what ended up happening, Munam Saab and his team, they said, can you get some nurses? Because I am a nurse. And I said, all right, let's see what we can do. And I was at a nursing conference for work. I put out some messaging. Everyone was inspired. We got 2 volunteers right away to go. Then my coworkers from the hospital I work at in New York, they decided to have their husbands go. They just said, my husband's available, let him go. And then they got other people as well to go. Then they started doing fundraising independently to raise money for their tickets. And something that people can do to support disaster relief, aside from volunteering, is support someone to go on your behalf. So that's what I was able to do. I was able to get these 4 people there, and whatever we weren't able to cover from fundraising, I was able to cover their tickets by the grace of God alone. And this was such a wonderful way to continue the work. So instead of sending 1 person, me, I was able to send 4 people. And that's something that we can all do by donating daily to Humanity First efforts, because you never know when a disaster is going to strike. But when a disaster strikes, you can support your friends and family to do so. And a friend of mine, Samina Ijaz, she has her own business, and she actually, with her clothing business at SaminaandSamra.com, they sold coats on behalf of raising funds for Humanity First. My niece is also working in her high school to raise funds that way. So this can be a friend and a family inspiration. It's a daily ongoing. It's not just today. And, to the women, I know we were hearing from a lot of the women, I mean, from the men's, but from the women's side, there's the daily work of sisters like Aisha Malik, Nudrat Saleh, Muznaz Sheikh, and Madiha Minhas, others, so many that are volunteering. So as women, we can really be a strong voice. And Munam Saab, just one last thing, with regards to the doctors donating 10,000, as you know, some of us as nurses have donated more than 10,000. So I'd like to challenge the fellow physicians to raise the bar. Don't just donate 10,000, take it to 15,000. Because if a hardworking nurse can match that, you're not giving enough. So I hope that inspires people. And one other last thing to my last thing is Momin and Danya Chaudhry. These two children are donating their life savings, totaling $722. I'd like to match that in case Maxab doesn't. I am matching that today to as a gift of the education project, because that's what I was donating towards today. So Jazakallah for your time and allowing me another chance to share and inspire and hopefully get more donations.
MashaAllah, Nusrat, I could not have done a better closing of this program than what you have done. I think you summarized.
Next time we need to have Magpie, Sister Nusrat, and Shamshad Sabit in this session.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this is back to back, mashallah, very inspiring discussion. And I think you set the stage right for us, Sister Nusrat. Absolutely. With this type of, support and donation, these thoughts, Humanity First can always meet their goal. When we were worried, we were nervous. I know Tahir Kamar Saab and the whole team was nervous that this year things seemed like, low, that whether we were going to be able to meet the goal or not. We were very nervous. But what you just shared, listening to that and understanding that, I think there is no reason that any goal that we set out for ourselves that we will not be able to meet. The children that showed their inspiration and motivation to raise all kind of funds, and you just covered quite a bit here. So thank you so much for joining us. And I think we are almost coming to the close. Let's see.
We got two more, Munam Saab. Let me just move real fast through two more. We have Irfan Aladeen from New York, a lot of mass, corporate donor as well. Irfan Bhai, are you there?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh, mashallah, walaikum salam, Irfan, Dr. Irfan Aladeen.
There was a challenge to the doctors just a second ago.
Yes, but I think with the Obamacare and this move towards nurse practitioners and PAs, I think that the nurse practitioners and the RNs and the PAs are making more than the docs nowadays. So maybe we have to first go back to the pre-Obamacare days, and we could take Baji up on her challenge over there.
We just,
when I hire the nurses now, they say you pay the nurses.
Want you to beat her and get to 15,000.
How about this? I will double my nephew and niece's donation over there because she is matches. So now as a Bhaijan, Mamujan, I have to double theirs. And we'll do that, add it on to my already donation. Not a problem, inshallah.
Yeah, Dr. Irfan Aladeen made a generous contribution, Mac, unless, if you don't know, he's serving us on the board as well. But he did make a generous contribution. But you can stretch him more. That I have no problem.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'll
have to. Of course, no. I'll match and double the Danya moment, so that way we get down there. I have to.
Great.
Baji says
Lead by is going to have so many water wells. They're going to be gushing, overflowing with water. We're very excited about that. Thank you, Irfan Bhai, for coming on.
We need it. We need that water well. We took them across country to the Salt Lake. I was showing all of them, the Danya moment and Isha and I said, so how much the water has decreased from 20 years ago. You could see the boats stranded in the mud. I said, this is maybe in the future where Humanity First may be needed right here in the U.S. to find new water for out west in Utah. So I was saying, this is why we need to donate, because look, right before your eyes, you are seeing where Humanity First, with the resources for water and all the people suffering from the COVID, we need the medical resources. If we don't donate now, where are we going to be in the future?
You're absolutely right. And that's a great point. Walid Bhai, you may have to dig up some water wells in the U.S. After this as well. Jazakallah, Irfan Bhai, once again, as a reminder, We want to get to 1.22 million. We want you to go online to donate at usa.humanityfirst.org to our 800 number, 1-855-474-3872. If you're staring at your phone, just dial in. There'll be people there to speak to you. With that, we'd like to roll to Dr. Abdul Qudus Shahid from Ohio, I believe. Qudus Bhai, are you there?
Ji, assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Well, welcome and thank you for continuing to be a donor. We're wrapping up with a doctor, so we're expecting great things, I believe. And another pain doctor. That's 2 pain doctors in a row, Munam Saab. There's a lot of pain going on here.
But Dr. Qudus has been a great supporter of Humanity First, not only from finance perspective. He ran our food program in Dayton very eloquently, beautiful program. Dr. Saab, thank you so much for all the great work that you have done and your generous contribution.
Jazakallah. Humanity First is definitely a cause that we all need to be part of, and this is not only a cause that is right on for humanity, but it was started by Hazrat Khalifatul Masih the Fourth. So as an Ahmadi, it just becomes an obligation. And that's how I take a look at it. And I want to fulfill my responsibility and my part, insignificant as it may be. But at least I think if all of us contribute, then we can achieve what Hazrat Khalifatul Masih had the vision for. And it's not only the financial sacrifice, but also a sacrifice of or donation of our skills and our time.
That's amazing, Qudus Bhai. We really appreciate it, and all your time, talent, and treasure. All 3 things. You're a great supporter of Humanity First. We appreciate your time. And now we have a surprise caller, Munam Saab. We have your former Souther, Yasir Malik Sahib from Chicago. So we were talking about Chaudhrys and Khans. We forgot the Maliks, and looks like they're coming in now. Yasir Bhai, are you there?
Assalamu alaikum, Yasir Malik Sahab.
Assalamu alaikum, ji. How are you?
Thank you so much. It's a great honor to have you, and Jazakallah for dialing in.
Not at all. The honor is all mine. In fact, it's my privilege, one, to be talking to you, Munam Saab, and other to be talking to such a big Chaudhry Saab sitting right next to you, I guess.
And we have a Khan, just in case you thought there was shortage over here. Yasir Bhai, we know you're the president of the Chicago Jamaat, a massive Jamaat with multiple masajid there as well. Can you tell us a little bit about, and we've seen a lot of donors come from Chicago. Can you tell us how they're inspired to give to Humanity First?
Gee, sure, I'll try, definitely, Choy Saab. So one, I would attribute a lot to Munam Naim Saab. As you know, he was till a couple of months ago a proud Chicago member. I think he stayed almost 10 years here. So just his presence did us a lot of good. And by virtue of him being here, we were always talking about Humanity First. But other than that, I think Chicago, as you may know, we've got, mashallah, a good cosmopolitan blend of our membership here, right? So we've got...
Yasir Bhai, I'm going to interrupt you. Yasir Bhai, I'm going to interrupt you for 1 minute. Breaking news again. We've now hit 1.2 million. That was the goal that Amir Saab had said to beat last year's number. So now we've broken 1.2 million. Now, Yasir Bhai, it's up to you now to take this to 1.3, but go ahead.
Yeah, no pressure, of course, right? That small little issue of going from 1.2 to 1.3. Yeah.
A point here and a point there makes a big difference, huh?
Of course, of course. Naji, we've just been very, very blessed to have a great membership here in Chicago. We've, people.
Zach, are you there?
I'm here. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yasir Bhai. Yasir Bhai.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No, go ahead, Yasir Bhai. We just lost you for a second. Go ahead. You were saying about the virtues of the members of the Chicago chapter of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community.
Gigi, so I'll be real brief. I don't know why we got cut off, but basically it's a great combination of people who've just recently migrated here, as well as those who've been here for 5, 6 decades, right? And poverty alleviation and trying to do the right thing in the society comes naturally to a lot of our great members here. And as you know, Sadiq Masjid, which is the the oldest mosque in the United States, that has been the center of activity. There are periods in the last 10, 12 years where we did a lot of outreach. So all of that has created awareness amongst young and old here, and created really a buzz to do humanitarian work, poverty alleviation, and those kinds. So we've just been very, very lucky to have good membership, and we're always very enthused about humanitarian assistance.
Great. Jazakallah Yasirbai for your time and for all your hard work in encouraging and supporting the works of Humanity First in Chicago and beyond. Thank you for coming on. Munib Saab, it looks like I'm very impressed and mashallah, once again, under your leadership.
No, hold on. Before
we reached our stretch goal of 1.2 million as
Mac,
well.
Before you do that, I'd like to share one message from Naeem Laghwani Saab. This is the Doctors for Humanity program that we launched. And I'm very, happily, not surprised, but I'm very happy to hear that there are almost 21 doctors, and he wanted me to read the names of these doctors who have signed up to be the ambassadors of, Doctors for Humanity. What they are doing is they are bringing in their colleagues and other friends, outside the community to bring them and come help and do the needy patient fund that we are sponsoring in our medical centers, especially at Nasser Hospital and then other places also. So I'd just like to quickly read their names so they are covered. Kaleem Malik, Harun Akhtar, Mir Sharif, Dr. Iftikhar Ali, Dr. Hassan Khan, Dr. Ehsan Syed, Dr. Mahmood Qureshi, Dr. Naeem Laghwani, Dr. Mubashir Mumtaz, Dr. Nasir Tanoli, Dr. Fahim Ahmed, Dr. Saleh Ahmed, Dr. Hafiz Rahman, Dr. Ahmed Chaudhry, Dr. Amir Malik, Dr. Mansoor Qureshi, Dr. Ibrar Shah, Khalid Ahmed, Dr. Abdul Qudus Shahid, Dr. Khalid Ahmed, and Dr. Salam Rafiq. So these doctors have signed up more than what the donations that they have made themselves, but just to bring their colleague doctors and their other friends into the fold of Humanity First to continue to do the humanitarian work that we do. So I really like to thank the team there and these people who have signed up for that. Sorry, I interrupted you, Max. So you were saying something.
No, that was great. No, I was saying, Masha, congratulations under your leadership. I know the goal was 1 million. Amir Saab added to that goal just a few hours ago. And once again, the strong donors of Humanity First have once again come through for Water for Life, for education, for disaster relief, for all the great causes that Humanity First is supporting. So mashallah, I wanted to say congratulations on achieving 1.2 million, Madam Saab.
Thank you so much, Mac. You've been a wonderful host. And Wali Saab, do you have any quick comments before I close this meeting? I'd like to recognize a few of the departments, not few of the departments, but all the people who have not been able to come online with us, but have been working hard in the background. But Wali Saab, I'll give you the first opportunity if you'd like to say something.
Jazakallah. It's really inspirational. Like as you said, that at this time, it was the tail end of this program, we come together and it's kind of a free, not informal sort of session where we talk to our donors and give some updates. And it's such an inspirational time because that's when people realize that the telethon is getting over, we start getting donations, we start getting calls, and it's really exciting for us as well to keep looking at that number that is ticking. And like I have 2 screens in front of me and I'm looking at different channels where donations are coming in, and it just shows that the trust people have in Humanity First and in the work that Humanity First does and the work that its volunteers do. Like it's a whole family which comes together. Our donors, our supporters, people who pray for us, people who are giving us their financial contribution, children, adults, elderly, everyone's coming together to serve humanity. And I just want to add, like this, there was something that the Hazur Yadullah Ta'ala bin Nasir Aziz one of his Friday sermons a few weeks ago, he was talking about Hazrat Umar Raziyallahu anhu, that at night he was walking in the streets and he heard a house from where he heard some children were crying, and he went there and he asked the mother, and she said that there was a pot on fire and there was something cooking, and she said, "What's happening?" And the mother told Hazrat Umar, she didn't know who he was. And she said that I have water boiling in the pot because my children are hungry and they don't have anything to eat. And we have nothing to cook. And he got so upset with that and so sad that he went to Beth Mal and he picked up a sack of flour or rice, whatever it was, and he was bringing it for that family. And one of his companions, he asked Hazrat Umar that, let me pick up this sack. And he said, now you'll pick it up for me, but who's going to pick it up on the day of judgment? So this was my responsibility and I have to take this to them. And he took that sack to that family. And then he sat there and he watched that mother cook that food. And he did not leave until those children were fed and they fell asleep, because he felt so much responsibility for that family. So this is exactly the spirit that we all need to have, and we all, by the grace of Allah, have. We look at these donations, we look at our supporters, and it's these people who are contributing and praying for us and going out and distributing that food with the same spirit, because they want to see, they feel this responsibility that if Allah has given them more, they need to share with their fellow human beings, and they need to make sure that they are fed before they go to sleep. So I really appreciate all the donors, all the supporters, all the volunteers who are doing really great job. So, but having said that, I would still ask all of our donors, if you're watching this program, please pick up the phone. And if you want to increase your donation, you heard about the Knowledge for Life program. If you want to send some more children to school, if you want to provide clean drinking water to some more people, if you want to provide food to people not too far away. Here in the US, we have more than 15 food pantries who are serving people. So pick up your phone, call us, or go on the website, donate over there, make your pledge. You don't have to pay your pledge in the next month or two. You can pay it over a period of time. Maybe during spring, maybe when you get your tax returns. But make your pledge and encourage your family members, your friends to donate. Our lines will be open. The website will be up for the next couple of days, and you can always donate towards this telethon. So with that, Jazakallah once again to everyone. And Musab, I know we've hit 1.2 million, but Amir Saab said increase it. So, and we talked about 1.25 million. So I'm very hopeful and I'm confident that inshallah by tonight we are going to hit 1.25 million, and we can go back to Amir Saab and tell him that we have achieved this target, inshallah.
Well, Waleed, well stated. Between you and Sister Nusrat Qadir, I think you have just encapsulate everything that I wanted to say. And I think Jazakallah for covering that in details and sharing that. And I totally agree with you. Misal said to exceed last year 1.2. 1.2 was impossible, seemingly impossible goal. But after listening to many of the people today, and especially in the last session as well, there is no reason that we could not have met this goal. And inshallah, as you said, that by the time we close this website, which will remain open for a little while, that we will exceed that. It's already, and I'd like to get the final number before we close. But while I'm doing that, will you just help me out? I like to, recognize the teams. And I really ask the leaders to go back and talk to your team member. There are hundreds of people working right now. if I look at the ambassadors, 120 plus ambassadors are out there. There are teams inbound calling, outbound calling teams. All these people in the background, the IT guys and all those are working there. So I like all of the leaders to please recognize them. We'll bring everybody on the screen just to say our last minute thank you before we announce that. But Wilisa was our the overall in charge for this program we call Nazim Alam. Aisha Malik was our program director. Then I will just randomly read the names, and believe if I miss anybody, please. I'm talking about the team leads, and then we can add some more. Sabah Naeem, Sister Shala, Sister Ismat, Sister Nudrat, Tahir Kamar Saab, Zahra Kamar Sahaba, Sajid Khan Saab, Irfan Chaudhry Saab, Labid Saab, Hamid Malik Saab, Bashir Malik Saab, and our host. Mujib Saab, Mac, and Salam, and Asim Saab, and Lisa, please tell me if I miss any of the people who were the lead, but I really want all of these to go and say thank you to their team members, and I really like to say my sincere appreciation and my most sincere prayers to all of the donors. Yes, I did cover those, Sister Zara and Tahir Kamar Saab, absolutely, and and then other doctors from humanity named Lomani Saab is done a good job. The kids for humanity, that program, Safir Bhatti Saab was behind it, and there's so many people that have worked. So Lisa, did I miss anyone? If I do, I apologize, but you were the integral part of this whole thing, and you help us by the grace of Allah with prayers of Hazur and the drive from Amir Saab, inspiration from many of you. We were able to meet and exceed the goal. Lisa, did I miss anybody?
Musab, there's a huge team, and Alhamdulillah, they've done a really great job. We can, after the telethon, we'll definitely have a meet and greet with everyone and thank everyone. But I think you covered most of the team. Sajid Khan Saab, corporate relations, he, mashallah, did a great job. So I don't remember if he was mentioned.
No, I covered Shala and everybody else. So, okay, I think the next thing is that we need to do silent prayers, just thanking God Almighty, who has enabled us to, be successful in the efforts. But once we put our mind behind it, the blessing of Allah is with us, and the prayers of our elders and Azur and Amir Saab and everybody, all the people who are watching us, I'm sure they were praying. So now we have raised the funds, and now it's job of humanity for us to go out and deliver. Within America, we have the projects, education project, the food pantry program, and now the COVID testing support. We are going to launch the disaster response we're doing in New Orleans, and then across the world. I think I need to stop here. I'm sure people are tired. Let's join me in silent prayers. Everybody will open their cameras. Bashir Malik Saab is making some statement. Yes, sir. Yes, Bashir Saab reminded me that Humanity First has acquired its office in Chantilly. And inshallah, with the grace of God, we will be moving into our office on 15th of September. So we will have a formal office location here in Virginia and Chantilly area. So I'd like to invite people to come and join us, help us build that office. Okay, so please, so 1 second, Aisha, anything that I missed? You've been a very good, director in the back. Let me know if we miss anything. Right. Okay, and Sister Ismat, definitely throughout the day, we've been watching the social media efforts. That is wonderful, and Jazakallah for your support as well. Okay, so please join me in silent prayers, and after that, please stay online for a minute, because we like to show the credits, and we like to open up all of the our participants here. And Labid Saab, again, thank you so much. Been a very stressful time, but you did a wonderful job. So please join me in silent prayers. Walid Saab or Mac, you have the number, final number before we close. What is the final number right now?
It's 1.217. So we broke 1.2 million.
1.217. Okay. Okay, so let's, Labid Saab, let's bring everybody up. And Irfan Chaudhry Saab, thank you so much. And Hamid Saab also, you guys have been keeping us straight throughout the session. Mashiba, you want to join? On air. So we have everybody on the line. We can look at the gallery view for everybody. Okay. This is the team. We should take a snapshot of this team here. I'm sure, there were many, many behind these faces here. Each of these folks that are here have teams behind them. So this is our half of the screen. I'm looking at all of the people here who have joined us here. Again, Jazakallah, what a wonderful, I think this is beyond my expectation. And again,
a lot more people. Like
I'm sorry?
We are still missing many team members. So I believe they haven't, not everyone has joined. We have dozens of ambassadors who have not joined. So shout out to all of those people.
Right. We sheet, like, we're showing 23, but I know that we have more than a few hundred working in the background. But the core team here in the studio side perspective, the calling team, the IT team, some of our directors, Asim Malik Saab is there as well, Tahir Kamar Saab, of course, the Mac, thank you for the good job again. And, so I think I see a lot of people here, but you're right, Yeah. Finally, we get to see Labid Saab throughout this whole thing. We've been listening.
Yeah.
Finally, we see him. He's looking good. Okay. So, Jazakallah, I think, Aisha, what is the next thing? Do we close or when do we go off air?
We go on.
Okay, so now everybody will wave Allah Hafiz and Khuda Hafiz, and thank you to our donors and our supporters and our workers who will all wave, and then we will show the end credits.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Assalamu alaikum. Khuda Hafiz.
Also, we are at 1.22 million.
1.22, mashallah, barakallah.
Inshallah, we'll get there.
Ask Nudrat to please send it to UK. They've been desperately waiting for it.
Okay. So let's.
सारे आलम में तुम खिदमत खल्क के काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो.
We must never tire, though our mission is to serve all of mankind.
काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो, तुम मसीहा बनो हर दुखी के लिए, दिल लुभाते रहो, गम बटाते रहो.
We must be the Messiah of the afflicted, and let our good works be our signs.
रहो, गम बटाते रहो. चाहे सैलाब हो या कहत आ पड़े, कोई खाना न हो ना ही पानी मिले. चाहे
As floods overwhelm and starvation closes in, and parched mouths question if it will ever end.
तुम पिलाओ उन्हें खोद कर भी कुएं भूख खाली शिकम की मिटाते रहो
Bring water forth like Zamzam from wells dug from dust. When we fill the empty stomachs, we fulfill our sacred trusts.
बनो हर दुखी के लिए दिल लुभाते रहो गम बटाते रहो आए तूफान कहीं या कहीं ज़लज़ले तुम पहुँच जाओ फौरन मदद के लिए आए
Disasters strike from here to there, leaving nowhere for peace. Our honor, our joy, is to restore the lives of all that we can reach.
गिर पड़े टूटे फूटे घरों को बनाते रहो तुम सब
We stand with the fallen until they can stand on their own. Keep restoring these broken houses, like each one is your home.
मते खल्क के काम करते रहो काम आते रहो तुम हो खुदाम लजना या अंसार हो तुम ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के मददगार हो तुम
You are Kudam. You are Lajna. You are the helpers called Ansar. You help humanity first and seek the blessings of Allah.
कात हासिल तुम्हें और खुदावन की रहमत भी पाते रहो हैं खिला
The blessings of Caliphate radiate and help your good works shine. May Allah's mercy be upon you as you serve all of mankind.
खिदमते खल्क के काम करते रहो काम आते रहो तुम मसीहा बनो हर दुखी के लिए
We must never tire, though our mission is to serve all of mankind. We must be the Messiah of the afflicted, and let our good works be our signs.